Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra? Looks like a nightmare, right? Hi, I'm Sierra, and ever since I could talk, I've had a stutter. I didn't think much of it until I moved to a new town when I was 6.
Welcome to the neighborhood. I'm Dean. This is my daughter, Kelsey. What's your name, sweetheart?
Sierra.
Why do you talk like that?
It was the first time anyone had asked me that. It wouldn't be the last. My stutter happened frequently, but it got worse when I was nervous. My mom barely noticed or cared that I had a stutter, or that I really existed. She was always working. And my dad? Well, he left the picture a while ago. Most days, Mr. Dean would watch me after school, and Kelsey and I became fast friends. We did everything together. Played at the park, put on fashion shows, grabbed ice cream at Scoopy's. When we went out as a trio, I'd secretly pretend that Mr. Dean was my dad, and Kelsey was my older sister. In those moments, it felt like the family I'd always wanted. But things started to change when Kelsey's mom announced she wanted a divorce and moved out of state. After that, Kelsey started to change. She wasn't just upset. She was furious. She yelled at everyone, and once even smashed the living room furniture in a fit of rage. She lashed out in class and got held back a grade. And if her dad hadn't been the superintendent, she probably would have been expelled. By middle school, we ended up in the same class, and Mr. Dean dropped us off on the first day.
Wow, your daughters are so beautiful.
Aren't they? I'm a lucky dad.
Kelsey looked like she was about to explode.
I'm Kelsey. I'm his only daughter.
My mistake. And what's your name?
Sierra.
Sierra? Why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak properly? Or are you stupid?
The class erupted into laughter, and I could feel my face burn. Since then, Kelsey wasn't my friend anymore. A real friend wouldn't do that. Through the years, Kelsey's hatred only grew. Anytime I had an accomplishment, she had to ruin it. Opening night of the school play, she stuffed worms in my costume. She threw her birthday party on the same day as mine every year and literally paid people to skip mine. At the science fair, she unplugged my volcano as the judges walked by, so it just looked like a sad pile of paper mache. And during my middle school graduation speech, she just had to make a scene. And so, I want to say how proud I am of our class. We did.
What the glitch here is trying to say is we did it. Congratulations, grads. Party at my house tonight. Everyone's technically invited, but only cool people should show up.
If it weren't for being her neighbor and still being close with Mr. Dean, I would have liked to never see Kelsey again.
I'm sorry about my daughter. Ever since her mom left, she's been a different person.
I just wish she wasn't so mean.
You shouldn't be ashamed of something you can't control. At the end of the day, your stutter is something that makes you unique.
I held on to that going into high school. My stutter didn't bother me much anymore. In fact, it was getting better with age. He was right. It did make me different, and I liked that. One Friday in English, we were doing a vocabulary spelling exercise, and I was totally killing it. ESOTERIC, esoteric. QUERULOUS, querulous. VACILLATE, vacillate. Everyone was surprised at how well I was doing. And honestly, so was I. Who knew I was that good at spelling?
Sierra, there's a regional spelling bee in a few weeks. You should join. Who knows, you may make it all the way to nationals.
That night, as I sat in my room looking over the spelling bee brochure, loud music suddenly rattled my walls. Kelsey was throwing a party in her backyard. A few classmates waved me over. Fine, just for a little. The party was fun, but I couldn't stop thinking about the spelling bee, and I decided I would sign up. I was about to leave when,
What's this?
she snatched the brochure out of my hand.
A spelling bee? Oh, please. Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Give that back.
Not so fast. I'll help you practice for your big day.
She pulled out her phone and turned the flashlight on as if it were a spotlight. Some other people gathered around and did the same. I felt blinded by all the lights in my face.
Why don't you show us what you got? Nothing screams fun like watching you butcher the alphabet live on stage. Your word is quiberate.
That's not even a word.
Okay then, your word is pathetic. I'm sure you're quite familiar with that.
IRRELEVANT. Irrelevant. I'll use it in a sentence. Kelsey is irrelevant. Now give me back my brochure. But she ripped it into pieces and threw it up like confetti. I took a small step in her direction. Kelsey took a step back and fell into the pool.
Ugh! You pushed me!
Yeah, right. I didn't push you. Your attitude just slipped. She climbed out and stormed over to me, and I bolted. As I ran, I saw her shoving people in her way into the pool. I made it home and locked the door just as she started kicking and clawing at it. My heart was racing. By Monday, the whole school was talking about it. Someone had filmed everything, and she looked completely unhinged. I avoided her all day. After class, I asked my teacher if she would sign off on my spelling bee application, and she wrote a letter of recommendation. That night, I was recording myself practicing when I heard Mom come home early. I rushed downstairs to tell her about the bee, but she really wasn't listening, as usual.
Sierra, that's great and all, but I'm working and I don't need any distractions tonight.
And the Mother of the Year award goes to... Feeling annoyed, I went back upstairs and found Kelsey sneaking through my bedroom window. What are you doing here? Get out!
Relax, Miss Broken Record. I'm just here to apologize.
Apologize?
Yeah. I saw the video from the party over the weekend. I looked crazy. It wasn't okay how I was treating you, so I'm sorry, okay?
Thanks? I'm not really sure what to make of this.
Yeah, well, we used to be friends or whatever. I think it's time to put the bad blood between us to bed, right?
Trust doesn't just snap back into place, not after everything that's happened between us.
I understand. I intend to prove it to you. Do you mind getting me some water? Climbing up the vines was harder than I thought.
Uh-huh. Sure. This certainly wasn't on my bingo card for how the night would go. I brought her water, which she downed in one gulp.
Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow. Maybe we can sit together at lunch?
Maybe. Also, never sneak into my room again. Then she climbed out the window. What a strange interaction. But maybe we really were turning over a new leaf. The next day, I walked into class feeling good about the new era I was in, where I tried new things and made up with old friends. But that confidence vanished when I found my teacher waiting for me, looking pissed.
Sierra, you will not be attending class today. I've contacted the spelling bee and pulled my recommendation for your application.
What? What did I do?
You should be ashamed of yourself. The principal is waiting for you in his office.
What was going on?
It has come to our attention that the English exam answers were sent to your entire English class yesterday.
I'm sorry. I have no idea what you're talking about.
That's strange. Given the exam answers were sent from your email address, you'll be suspended for 3 days. Your mom is on her way here to come get you.
What? This wasn't possible. I didn't do it. When Mom showed up, the veins in her forehead were practically bursting. I begged her to believe me the whole way home, but she didn't say a thing. When we pulled up to the front of the house, she told me to get out of the car. I can't believe I missed an hour of work for this. You're grounded. Then she just drove off, and I burst into tears. I was wrongly accused, suspended, banned from the spelling bee, and all my mom cared about was missing work. Over the next few days, I stayed home and studied, and I kept practicing spelling words anyway. F-A-I-L-U-R-E. Failure. D-I-S-M-A-Y. Dismay. Okay, Maybe I was leaning into the drama a little. When I finally got back to school, everyone basically hated me. A bunch of students had used the answers sent from my email, so the teacher failed the entire class. And now everyone was blaming me. The next few weeks were so lonely. I walked straight out of school one day and went to get an ice cream cone from Scoopy's. And Mr. Dean happened to be passing by. I told him everything that happened.
Let's go talk to the principal right now.
It was nice to have one person who actually listened and seemed to care. Back in the office, Mr. Dean demanded answers.
It was sent from her email account. My hands were tied.
Steve, you're talking like you weren't the biggest troublemaker back in school. Honestly, I'm shocked you became a principal.
Mr. Dean insisted on seeing the email with the timestamp. It was around the time I was practicing spelling. Wait, I had recorded myself doing that. I pulled out my phone to prove it. We watched me spelling, then leaving when Mom got home. Then Kelsey climbed through my window and went for the laptop, but I walked in. Once she sent me away for water, she sat down and typed out the email. She did this. They called her into the office.
Dad, what are you doing here?
You framed Sierra for stealing exam answers when she's completely innocent.
I did not.
He showed her the video.
Of course you go to defend her. She's never been completely innocent, Dad.
What had I ever done to her? The principal and I had front row seats to their screaming match. Kelsey got suspended for a week, and the principal and teacher apologized to me and reinstated me in the spelling bee. That night, I heard a commotion outside. I looked out my window and saw Kelsey stuffing suitcases into her car.
I'm over you, Dad. Just like Mom was.
She slammed the door, rammed the car into the garage, and peeled out of the driveway. I ran to Mr. Dean, who was covered in food. What happened?
We were in a huge fight about what she did to you, and she threw everything in the fridge at me. I kicked her out, and she's gone to live with her mom.
As much as I wanted to jump with joy at the thought of never seeing Kelsey again, I didn't want things to be like this. Mr. Dean looked crushed as he walked back inside, and I followed him to help clean up the mess. At school, word got out about what Kelsey did, and people started being nice again. Things weren't just back to normal, they were better. I gave an incredible anti-bullying speech at a school assembly that got a standing ovation. I started a support club where victims of bullying could share their stories. And at every free moment, I was practicing for the spelling bee, often with Mr. Dean's help. He still seemed down about being alone, but when I was around, he cheered up. He drilled practice words with me every day until regionals. And on that day, he was there in the audience. My mom wasn't. I got second place and was qualified for nationals in a month. Afterward, the top contestants did a group photo shoot. I was smiling for the camera when someone put an arm around my shoulder. I looked up. It was the guy who won first.
You were a great competitor out there today. Congratulations.
His accent, his eyes. Suddenly, I forgot how to breathe. Thanks. Where do you come from? Where do you come from? Sierra, are you kidding me?
Is that how you speak, or did I just fluster you?
Oh, no. I just have a stutter.
It's adorable. I'm Leon, and I'd love to get your number. We should talk more, since we'll be seeing one another for nationals next month.
Yes, please. We exchanged numbers, and I practically floated back to Mr. Dean. It felt like the best day of my life. When we got home, Mom was on the porch, arms crossed. She rolled her eyes when she saw us together.
And where have you two been?
The spelling bee, Mom. Remember? I won second place.
She did amazing. You should have seen her.
I'm sure, but I was too busy with the logistics of moving.
Moving?
Work wants me to relocate to California within the next couple of weeks.
Mom, no! I have nationals next month.
Well, that's too bad. Work comes first. You know that.
Work always comes first for you, Mom. It's never me.
Oh, stop being so dramatic.
What if she stays with me until the end of the school year?
What?
I have Kelsey's empty bedroom. She can compete in nationals, finish out the year, and then move out to California.
Please, Mom? Fine. Within a week, Mom was gone and I had moved into Kelsey's old room. Mr. Dean cared in a way my mom never had, and this new life felt good. And to top it off, Leon reached out. He was a foreign exchange student from Spain living in New York, and we hit it off instantly, texting all night, every night. We had so much in common, and he was so easy to talk to. I had a major crush. One night, I even felt bold enough to tell him. I was losing sleep, slipping in school, and didn't care. I had never felt like this about someone in my life. Leon and I even planned our first date the night before nationals. That weekend, I was behind on prep, but I was more excited to see Leon than I was to compete. We planned to meet at a park, and I spent hours getting ready. I waited for him at the park. He was 5 minutes late, then 15, then 30. After 2 hours, unanswered calls, and 20 unread texts, I gave up and walked home. I got in bed and cried. Had something happened? Had I been stood up? I barely slept that night. The next morning, I was exhausted. Mr. Dean and I headed to the B. I checked in and looked for Leon. Nothing. When it was time to go on stage, I scanned the crowd. No Leon. But then backstage, I heard whispered voices. I turned and saw Leon talking to someone behind him.
No, I can't keep doing this.
Leon, come on! It's not that hard.
He pulled away, and I gasped. Their heads snapped towards me. Kelsey laughed, while Leon froze like a deer in headlights. Was this all just a setup to mess with me?
Sierra, wait!
My ears started ringing, and I don't remember anything else that happened until...
Contestant 9? Contestant 9, please step forward!
A contestant sitting next to me tapped on my shoulder, and I walked up to the mic, trying to steady myself.
Sierra, why do you talk like that?
Yeah, can you not speak? Are you stupid?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Like you could ever win one of these. In case you didn't know, you trip over your words.
Contestant 9, please state your name.
Sierra?
Your word is vicissitude.
Vicissitude. VICISSITUDE.
That is correct.
And just like that, my first round was over. With every ring of the bell that told me I got the word correct, my confidence rose. I shut Kelsey and Leon out of my mind. Contestants were dropping like flies, but I stayed strong until it was just Leon and I.
Your word is appoggiatura.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
I'm sorry, that is incorrect. Sierra, if you can correctly spell the word, you will be our national spelling bee champion.
Appoggiatura. A-P-P-O-G-G-I-A-T-U-R-A. Appoggiatura.
That is correct!
I did it! The audience went wild! I got my huge new trophy and went to the lobby to find Mr. Dean. But I heard Leon's voice behind me.
Wait, Sierra, please!
Leave me alone!
Sierra, please, let me explain. It was all Kelsey. She put me up to this. She wanted to get in your head so you'd lose. Wait, don't go to the lobby.
I walked through the doors, but Leon lunged at me and pushed me out of the way. The doors had buckets of slime and feathers on them, which all fell on Leon. Why did you push me away?
I was trying to save you from this. Listen, Kelsey moved to my school and found out I was going to regionals for the spelling bee. She said she'd pay me to flirt with you and distract you from studying. I'm so sorry.
I was just a game to you?
I only agreed because I really needed the money for my mom's treatments. That's why I'm even competing in the bee. I didn't expect to end up having real feelings for you. When Kelsey found out, she stole my phone and smashed it. She even threatened to get me kicked out of school.
Just then, my mom and Mr. Dean walked up. Mom, what are you doing here?
Mr. Dean convinced me to attend, and I had no idea you were so talented at this.
We're so proud of you, Sierra.
And then Kelsey walked in.
Of course, my dad is here to support perfect little Sierra. And Leon, I see you've betrayed me too. Guess your mom isn't going to get any better.
Why are you so evil? What did I ever do to you, Kelsey?
You stole everything from me. Everything!
She didn't steal anything from you, Kelsey.
Oh, really? Because I remember the night you and Mom screamed at each other when she found out about your little affair, when we both found out Sierra is your daughter.
What?
Oh, yeah. My neighbor was actually my half-sister, the girl who ruined my family and took my dad away from me.
Is this true?
Yes, it is.
Even though this was the craziest day ever, the news warmed my heart. I'd seen Mr. Dean as my dad since I was a kid. You didn't lose your dad to me, Kelsey. You lost him because of you. You could have told me the truth. You could have been my sister. But you chose to be a liar, a bully, and a sad little lowlife who only feels powerful when someone else is hurting. I may stutter, but I never had to hurt people to be heard. And why didn't you guys tell me sooner?
I'm sorry. He didn't know until I told him once we moved in next door.
I wanted to tell you right away, but then my wife left me and Kelsey took the news really hard and started lashing out. We thought it would be best for you to not know, for your sake and Kelsey's. I was planning on telling you. I figured since we live together now, it was the right time.
You live together now?
She screamed, grabbed my trophy, and hurled it through the convention center's windows. She got arrested for property damage and spent some time in juvie before going to live with her mom. I told my mom I wanted to stay with Mr. Dean for the rest of high school, and thankfully, she allowed it. I gave the prize money to Leon to help his sick mom, but I refused to date him even after all his apologies. My self-worth wouldn't allow me to be with someone who thought it was okay to play with my feelings for any reason.
I'm so proud of you, Sierra.
Thanks, Dad. I was cutting my bangs in front of the mirror when the door sprung open and it was splashed with water. And my scissors slipped, and now my bangs were super short. And it was all because of Greta. Oops, sorry. I didn't see you there. Arrgh, why can't you leave me in peace? Hi, my name is Luna, and my dream is to become a hairstylist, but my life currently feels more like Cinderella's. Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. When I was little, Mom used to be a super famous hairdresser with her own salon, and I could hold scissors before a fork. But then, Dad got arrested for gambling and left a massive debt with some shady crooks who threatened to do horrible things to Mom if she didn't pay it back quickly. And that's when Mom's competitor, Mr. Prudit, swooped in.
I'll cover your debt in exchange for your salon, and you'll work for me until you pay it all back.
We had no other choice, and from then on, Mom and I had to do everything Mr. Prudit said. To make matters worse, there was Travis, Mr. Prudit's son, and Greta, his business partner's daughter, who treated me as if I were their maid. I had to carry their backpacks and iron their clothes, and they always called me, "Hey, you!"
Hey, you!
Luckily, Travis went to live with his mom 5 years ago, but I still had to deal with Greta, who had become jealous of my looks and found every chance to make me suffer. She put chili oil in my mascara or left my number on strange websites. I was tired of her pranks, so when I saw Greta had booked an appointment with Mr. Prudit, I mixed the strongest green hair dye I could find into his products. Enjoy looking like broccoli, Greta. But when I got back from school, I saw the mixed up products on Mom's tray, and her client was the celebrity famous for leaving horrible reviews. I told her everything, but it was too late. She had already applied the dye. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to teach Greta a lesson. And now you're the one in trouble if Mr. Prudit finds out. You know he's just looking for an excuse to throw us out. How do we fix this? Leave it to me. Mom added orange to the green, and the hair turned into a lovely chocolate brown. The client was so happy, she gave Mom a great tip. Phew, dodged a bullet there. I'd spoken too soon. Mr. Prudit got so jealous of the client praising my mom that he pushed her just as she was pouring hot coffee, and it burned her hands.
Oh, looks like you won't be able to work for a while.
I was about to fry him with the hot pan, but I knew retaliating would only backfire. The best thing I could do was take her place at the salon. Greta was thrilled about it. She already thought she was the boss of the place, but now she had me doing all sorts of ridiculous tasks. Hey, you! Color code all my makeup supplies. Hey, you! Come braid my guinea pig's hair. But the little devils kept running away. I dived to grab one before it ran out of the shop, and I almost collided with a guy walking in. As I looked up, I saw he had the most beautiful, long hair ever. I've always dreamed of cutting hair like that. I raised my hand to touch it, and I realized it was Travis. Oh no, he's back.
So we're grooming animals now? Here, I think my dog needs a little trim.
Sure. And so I grabbed his hair to cut it, but Travis jumped away, horrified. What? You two basically look the same.
Really? I bought her because she reminded me of you.
He might have become handsome, but he's still the same brat as before. I hated Travis, but since he got back, I noticed him everywhere. It was all his hair's fault. It was always tangled, getting up in his face, and I itched to give him a good haircut. Ignore him. So I did, until one evening, I saw Mr. Prudit throw an expensive, perfectly good hair product into the trash. I waited until everyone was done, then ninja crawled to the bin and snatched it up. When I told Mom what I did, she freaked out. Put it back. He'll think you stole it if he finds out. Then he shouldn't have thrown it out, right? Plus, we are overrun with plastic. You can say I'm saving the planet. Just keep it hidden. I'll put it together with my hidden stash. But as I was going to the car, I saw a truck stop just behind Mr. Prudit's salon. Weird. Isn't the salon closed right now? Something smelled fishy, so I sneaked in closer and saw a guy in a baseball hat and mask open the store's back door. A thief? I grabbed a broken hairdryer from the nearby dumpster, ready to smack the thief in the head when a gust of wind blew his hat off, revealing his hair that I'd have recognized anywhere. That's Travis! I watched as Travis loaded some boxes into the truck and then took off. Even if it was his dad's shop, the way he had acted was super suspicious, so I checked the salon's inventory, but nothing was missing. I'm sure he was up to no good. The next day at school, I caught him right out of the bathroom.
Oh gosh, you scared me.
Good. You should be scared. I know what you're up to. For a second, he looked serious, but then he grinned at me.
Really? I didn't expect you to be the jealous type.
What?
Yeah, I went to the bathroom to put on some deodorant for my date, but if you're offering, you used to be a little gremlin before, but you've grown up pretty.
I felt a smile tug at the corner of my lips as I pictured us on a date at a romantic restaurant, but I quickly squished it away. No, he's just trying to distract me, but I couldn't help but blush.
OMG, don't tell me you really like me.
Denying would only make him feel more proud, so I just walked away with Travis laughing behind me. A few weeks later, Mr. Prudit threw a massive launch party for his new salon. As usual, he forced the staff to work as waiters and give out free cuts. I was determined to ignore Travis, but as he walked in, I felt my heart race. Get a hold of yourself! I moved to the back room to prepare food, but dropped all the mini sandwiches when I opened a cupboard and found Travis behind the door. Oh no, those were for your dad. He'll be so angry.
You won't find out if you're not here. Come on, let's go for a ride.
Maybe if we're alone, I can ask him about the van. Fine. Instead of taking me to his car, Travis hopped on a bike and handed me a helmet. I've never been on a bike before.
What's wrong, scared?
Of course not.
Hold tight.
And he was off like a rocket. After I stopped screaming, I realized having Travis so close did weird things to my insides. It's not him. You just ate a bad prawn. He stopped by a beautiful hothouse. It was winter, but it was full of flowers blooming.
A friend gave me the keys. Pretty amazing, right?
But he was looking at me, and it made me blush, so I tried to change the subject. Why did you come back? I thought you liked it with your mom. Travis's smile slipped.
Family stuff. How about you? Did you still want to become a hairdresser?
Yeah. As soon as the debt is paid, I want to open a salon with Mom.
I'm sure you'll do great, and I'm sorry Dad can be so horrible.
My jaw fell. Why is he so nice? Who cares? Stop flirting, girl, and ask about the van. But just as I was about to open my mouth, a thunderclap interrupted me, and there was lightning, and it started raining, and I forgot all about the stupid van because I was deadly scared of storms.
Here, put this on. You're trembling.
It's not cold, it's fear. But then Travis wrapped his arm around me, and I didn't feel so scared anymore. Actually, having him so close was making me wonder how it would be to kiss him, and suddenly, my phone started ringing. Where are you? Mr. Prudent is looking for you, and he's angry. Travis and I raced back home, only to find that Mr. Prudent and Greta had dumped all my secret stash of salvaged products onto the lawn.
There you are, you little thief.
I haven't stolen anything. This is...
That's my stuff. I just asked Luna to hold it for me. You wanted me to get more involved with the store, right?
Mr. Prudent narrowed his eyes at Travis, suspicious, but since the clients were still around, he just walked away, and Travis followed him. Don't flatter yourself. He just did it because he didn't want his dad to cause a scene. Maybe. But Travis had helped me, so I wanted to thank him. Instead of finding him, Mr. Prudent found me.
You sneaky little girl. I saw you on the bike with Travis. Stay away from him.
Maybe you should tell him to stay away from me.
As if he'd even look at someone like you. I just don't want you to ruin him with your horrible influence. I have plans for him.
Plans? He's not a thing. He's your son. Mr. Prudent laughed, and it made me so angry. Until then, I hadn't fully realized how much I liked Travis, but hearing his dad talk about him like that made my blood boil. He's a million times better than you will ever be. I doubt he truly belongs to you.
Watch your mouth, girl. You don't want your mom to have another accident, do you?
Before I could say anything even worse, I stormed off. I was so tired of Mr. Prudent, and now I had to go and fall for his son. The only solution is to avoid Travis at all costs. It's a temporary madness. It will pass. Easier said than done since we went to school together. Every time he walked into a room, I hid under the table or pretended to be on the phone. OMG, your cat is on fire? I'll be there right away. Finally, he cornered me in the salon's back room.
Gotcha.
What do you want, Travis?
To thank you. I heard what you told my dad. No one's ever stood up for me like that.
Don't flatter yourself. He just gets on my nerves.
I don't believe you. I can see how you look at me. Be my girlfriend?
Your dad won't let us.
Only if he finds out.
I give up. We started dating secretly, and every night was like a fairy tale as we snuck out and went for long drives, and I realized I was falling for him. He was funny and kind, and his hair, I wanted to touch it all the time. And then everything changed when Mr. Prudent announced that his business partner, Greta's mom, was coming back and he was throwing a party. Suddenly, Travis got so busy, I didn't see him for a week. I volunteered to be on the catering service, but whenever I tried to catch Travis's eye, he was socializing with his fancy guests. Whatever, I'll wait for him in his bedroom, where Greta was lying in Travis's bed in a silk dress. My heart sank. Oh my, look at your face. He didn't tell you, did he? She showed me a massive ring on her finger. We're engaged. Our parents are announcing it right now. I didn't want to believe her, but I heard clapping from downstairs, and when I ran out, everyone was congratulating Travis. So this was why he wanted to keep our relationship secret. He has been dating Greta all this time?
Luna, here to congratulate the happy couple.
I looked at Travis, but he stayed silent. Greta was telling the truth. There was a steak knife on the table, so I grabbed it, and you're just a liar!
Luna, wait!
I chopped Travis's hair off.
Oh, his beautiful hair! That's it, you and your mother are out, and you still owe me!
Everyone was looking at us, and I realized I had just ruined my life for a stupid boy. But Mom stepped out of the crowd, and she was smiling. I don't think so. By burning my hands, you've actually done me a favor. I finally had time to speak with a lawyer. Your interest rates are illegal, and we've repaid our debt a long time ago. Plus, I'm suing for damages. Let's go, Luna. OMG, Mom is so cool. I was completely heartbroken over Travis's betrayal, but watching Mom's lawyer wipe the floor with Mr. Prudent gave me great satisfaction. He lost all his clients and had to sell the business to his partner. With the insurance money, Mom and I moved to a new town and opened our salon, which, you guessed it, was super successful. 5 years later, I was a senior stylist. Finally, everything was good in my life. Well, almost everything, because every time a guy with nice hair had an appointment, I remembered Travis and wondered what that last look on his face meant. Did he really betray me like that? And just then, as if I'd called out to him, Travis walked into the salon. He's even more handsome than before. What do you want?
A haircut, of course.
You've got your own salon for that. Well, your wife's salon.
I didn't marry her. Also, I cut ties with my dad.
Sure.
Look, I never liked Greta. I was just trying to protect you.
From what? We've done fine by ourselves, as you can see.
From Dad. I came back and discovered that my dad was throwing away lots of stock for the silliest reasons. I tried to return some of it, but the other business partner found out and Dad accused you and your mom. The partner believed him and threatened to put your mom in jail. Agreeing to marry his daughter was the only way I could protect you. But I broke up with her right away and I worked to refund all the missing stock. And now I'm here.
I was speechless. Travis had really done all that for me? He could have just walked away, but he protected me while I hated him. Okay, fine. Sit down.
So, you forgive me?
Maybe, but for now, let me cut your hair. Hey friends, I'm Ella from New York. Please like and subscribe. People say fairy tales are just stories, but today, I'll tell you my story, and you'll see how this is wrong because I can confidently say that I'm a modern Cinderella. I'm an only child, and my parents loved me so much and cared a lot about my musical talent, which they noticed when I was only 6. I played the piano, wrote songs, and sang too. She's gonna be a famous star one day. She sounds like an angel. Believe me when I tell you, I love music. I spend all my time singing and playing or listening to music. When I was 10, I even wrote my first song. Sadly, everything changed when I turned 13 and Mom and Dad divorced. Mom left us and we were devastated. But after 2 years, my dad met someone new. I didn't like the idea at first, but I didn't say anything because I wanted to see him happy again. One day, he told me that he had invited this woman and her 2 daughters over for dinner.
You're gonna like the girls, I promise. They're so nice, and they're your age as well. You can finally have the sisters you always wanted.
When they finally came over, my soon-to-be stepmom Lindsay and her 2 daughters, Anna and Joanna, pretended to be nice to me, but I don't know why I felt like they were lying the whole time.
Oh my, look at you, aren't you a dear?
I feel like we'll be best friends. I like your hair so much. Can I see your room?
My dad and Lindsay got married after a short time, and she and her daughters moved in with us.
Our house is bigger than theirs, so we'll all fit in nicely together here. Anna and Joanna will keep you company all the time. Isn't this amazing?
Yeah, Dad, it is. I'm so, excited. I really didn't like the idea because there was just something weird about them, but I didn't have the heart to say that to my dad. Not long after the wedding, my father came home one day looking extremely happy.
Girls, guess what? I got promoted.
Really? Congrats. How much will they pay you?
I don't know yet, but I'll have to travel every now and again. It's a very important position.
But Dad, I don't like having you away for long. Don't be silly. He'll make a lot of money. He has to take the job. When are you gonna travel? What will you bring for me? I need a new phone. Please. What about me? I want a new laptop. Mine is old.
Baby, I've always wanted a diamond ring.
The golden one is not so nice. Can you please get me one?
What about you, Ella? What do you want me to get you?
Nothing, Dad. Just don't stay away for too long. See, this is the sad part. I discovered that Lindsay had married my dad for his money, and she literally cared for nothing else. When Dad started to travel a lot, Lindsay, Anna, and Joanna showed their true colors. They were terrible. They treated me horribly. They were only nice to me when he was around.
Just stop playing the stupid piano. Your playing sounds like nails on a chalkboard. You think you're a musician? Such a loser.
Oh, yeah, stop it, will you? You're giving me a headache. Just like that, Lindsay didn't let me play the piano anymore. She didn't let me do anything, basically. Wait a minute, is that my shirt you're wearing? It was your shirt. I liked it, so I took it. Do you have a problem? Anna, why is your stuff in my room? I'm bored with my room, and it's very small. I want yours. It's bigger and nicer. Get the rest of your stuff out of my new room now. That was the last straw. I couldn't take it anymore. I planned to tell my dad everything when he got back. Oh my God, I never did that. You told me you wanted us to exchange rooms. I'm really hurt. Didn't you give me this shirt because you took my orange one? I didn't take anything from you.
Oh my, I didn't let her play the piano? Why would I ever do that? If anything, I encouraged her to practice more.
What? What are you saying? I'm not lying.
Ella, I am very disappointed in you. I never thought you would lie to me. Lindsay and the girls are trying to be a family to you and you're telling lies about them? I never want to hear anything like that ever again.
I mean, the audacity! 2 years passed like this before everything changed. when I learned tragic news. Apparently, the company Dad was working for was a fraud, and he was in jail, miles away. And if things were bad in the beginning, they got even worse. Lindsay and her daughters made my life terrible, and I didn't know what to do. Music was the only thing that helped me. When I saved enough money, I bought a secondhand microphone and downloaded an app that would let me play different kinds of instruments on it. I kept writing songs and music and recording them on my laptop and listening to them because I couldn't live without music. Wait a second, why don't I upload one of my songs online? Of course, I can't use my real name or picture because God knows what would happen if Lindsay or one of her daughters found out. But the idea isn't so terrible, is it? It's better than being this far away from music. After only 2 days, it had 100,000 views. In the comments section, I could see that people loved the lyrics and the music despite the low quality of the video. So I started to post more and more songs. Soon, everyone at school was talking about my songs. That made me happy and sad at the same time because I couldn't tell them that it was me.
Have you listened to this new song by this mystery girl? Let me tell you, it's amazing.
Not yet, but I have to check it out now. I adore her songs.
If only we could know who she really is.
I literally know all her songs by heart. But things didn't stay good for long for me. Joanna recognized my voice and playing somehow and told Lindsay.
What do you think you're doing? Playing smart and thinking I won't know?
I don't understand how someone like you got this number of views and likes.
She won't anymore. Give me this laptop now. I'm going to delete those stupid videos. If you do one more thing like this, you won't like what happens.
Please, don't. Please.
Wait a minute, Mom.
What if we could use her fame? We could make a lot of money if we let her write and record those silly songs of hers, and I'll pretend that I'm the one who's actually making them. The camera loves my face anyways.
What? You want to steal my music? Are you crazy? Oh, that's a brilliant idea, darling. And you, Ella, have no say in this at all. You either do what we say, or you can say goodbye to your dad forever. I'll make sure he can't get out of that jail and stays there forever. I won't hire a lawyer or anything to save his butt. Got it?
This family was crazy. They were heartless. Lindsay bought better equipment and forced me to use it to record my music and songs. Later, Joanna would shoot videos of herself pretending to sing and play the piano, but it was actually my voice, my music, and my lyrics. The number of views and likes on the video was crazy. She was becoming the new social media sensation, and she was making an insane amount of money. At school, everyone wanted to be her friend because she was the popular girl now.
Joanna, please come to my party this weekend. It would be a blast having you there.
Sign my shirt, Joanna. Please, please, please.
Can I get a selfie with you? Please, say yes.
Meanwhile, I wasn't allowed to go anywhere other than school. It felt like I was in prison. Lindsay, Anna, and Joanna were watching me all the time because they were worried I'd reveal their secret. But I didn't because I was afraid they'd leave Dad in jail forever. But things changed once more one afternoon. Ella, you better listen to what I'm gonna tell you carefully. There is a huge musical competition that's happening soon, and if I mean you, created the best song, I can win a record deal with an important record label. And how are you planning on recording an album exactly? Are you planning on dragging me behind you to the studio, letting everybody know your truth? That's none of your business. My mom will think of something. Start working on that song now. I had no choice but to write a song on the required theme and record it. Now, I need to shoot a video for this song, but it needs to be perfect because I have to win this competition. Guess what happened then? She won. She and Lindsay were over the moon, quite literally. Mom, I just got a call from the record label. They want you and me to go tomorrow and sign the contract for the album. That's perfect, honey. You'll be a star. Hey, Ella, you're coming with us tomorrow. What? Me? Why would you want me to go with you? What if they asked us some stupid question about music and singing? You'll be there to help Joanna answer. Understood? Wasn't it enough that they were stealing my music and money? They also wanted me to watch them doing it? When we got there, Liam, the CEO himself, welcomed us.
Welcome to our company. It's been a pleasure meeting such a young and promising talent as you, Joanna. For how long have you been playing the piano and singing?
Oh, since she was 10. She's the most unique kid ever.
That's nice. And have you had any teachers?
Well, I don't.
Oh no, she taught herself all that she knows about music. Isn't she amazing? Sure. And you are? Oh, that's Ella, my stepdaughter. She's one of our family and we love her dearly, just like she loves us. Right, darling?
What?
Yeah, sure. Nice to meet you, Ella. I feel like you're surprised I'm the CEO because I'm young. I hear that a lot. But the truth is, this company belongs to my dad, and he only trusts me to run things around here.
I was sitting there silently, not saying much. This Liam was very nice, and to me especially. He kept trying to include me in the conversation, but Lindsay didn't like it.
Ella, dear, be a dear and bring me my shawl from the car, could you? I'm cold.
Sure. I understood that she wanted me out of the room because she wanted his full attention to be on Joanna. So I left the room and started walking aimlessly around the corridors of the company. Wow, look how many musical instruments are in this room. What is that? A huge piano? It wouldn't hurt if I played it for a minute, will it? I hadn't played a real piano for years because Lindsay sold mine. I miss this so much. I closed my eyes and started to play and sing my heart out. I didn't even feel the time passing. I didn't even feel Liam standing behind me by the door.
What's that? How's that possible? How is this your voice and not Joanna's? I don't understand.
Please, just forget what you saw and heard.
Wait here.
After a couple of minutes, he came back with Lindsay and Joanna, who looked really scared when she saw me near a piano.
Why don't you play us that song that won you the competition before we sign the deal? It's only fair that I hear you play live.
What? Mom?
Let's leave that to another day. I'm afraid Joanna's not ready today. She's recovering from a bad cold. I insist. It's actually part of the contract's conditions.
Believe me when I say, at that moment, I wouldn't want to be Joanna for anything in the world. She sat at the piano, tried to stroke the keys, but of course, she couldn't play. She tried to sing in a low voice, but it was very clear that her voice wasn't even good. She was about to cry.
Ella, why don't you give it a try?
I was terrified for a second, but I told myself, come on, have some courage. Liam knows the truth now. I played and sang the song perfectly.
Ella, we would be honored to sign a deal with you.
What?
What do you mean with her? It's my daughter who won the competition, not this girl. Your daughter can't sing, ma'am. I know the truth now, so no need for more lies. What do you say, Ella?
Sure. I'd be crazy to say no. Let me tell you that the album I made with Liam was a hit. I had enough money to hire a lawyer and fight Dad's case, all with the help of Liam, and he was finally home.
Please, Ella, you know we love you, honey. Please don't throw us out. Please, I am so sorry.
We're really sorry, Ella. You can have your room back. It was just a misunderstanding. Please. It's too late now. The whole world knows the truth. Now, please leave because I have to prepare for my first live concert. The concert was amazing. Thousands of people came. I was living the dream. Liam was even waiting for me backstage with a bouquet of flowers. Oh, thank you so much. I love them. You're the best, you know. You saved me from my evil stepmother, exactly like a fairy tale.
And because I did that, don't I deserve a date? Just to be authentic to the story.
You do. Let's go get some ice cream.
And a kiss?
Yeah, and a kiss. And that's how I wrapped up my story. I got rid of the evil stepmother and her daughters. I became a superstar, I got the Prince Charming, and I had the happily ever after that everyone wishes for. So, after all that, can you deny that I'm a modern Cinderella? Hi everyone, I'm Meredith, and I can't trust anyone. But I have a good reason for that. Want to know more? Like and subscribe to MSA. My dad was the most special person in my life. He made me homemade milkshakes and taught me how to throw a kick and a punch when I was only 6 years old. He always said that I should know how to take care of myself, and I thought he could do no wrong. Except a day after my 11th birthday, I woke up to Mom crying. What's wrong?
Your dad left.
Like, left to get some milk?
No, he left us, Mare. Look at this note.
He'd been stressed for weeks at his job, and I thought he'd be okay, but I guess he wasn't. I tried calling him too, but he left his cell phone at home.
What? Dad can't leave me just like that. He tells me everything. I'm sure there's some mistake. He must be around the corner.
And I darted outside the house and started running around the neighborhood, screaming for Dad, but he really wasn't around. Finally, Mom caught up to me and took me home, and I was a crying mess for days. We tried looking for Dad for weeks, but it was like he'd vanished into thin air. I was heartbroken, and since then, I just couldn't trust anyone around me. What made it worse was that Mom started dating soon after, and she had the worst taste in men. This one time, Mom invited her boyfriend over, and he ended up stealing all her jewelry. And another time, she introduced me to this guy who was arrested a week later for robbing a bank. So, yeah, my home life was a mess, but at least I had school. I was a good student who loved writing poetry, and by the time I was 16, I was writing poems for a small publication and also leading the school newspaper. Life was good until this new guy Xander joined my class. At first, he didn't bother me at all and always had this permanent frown plastered on his face. He hardly spoke to anyone in class, and a few times he was rude to the teacher and got sent to detention. Then one day in the gym, I was sitting on the bleachers when this ball came flying out of nowhere and hit me in the head. Ow! Watch it, morons! I could have died!
But you didn't. And you're in a gym class. We're supposed to play here, not sit in a corner and sulk over a notebook. Now give me that ball.
Apologize first.
Bite me.
With that, Xander snatched the ball from my hand and left. I was so mad I charged after him to give him a piece of my mind, but instead, I tripped and fell right into Rod's arms. He was my senior and the captain of the football team. Girls tripped over each other to get a glimpse of Rod's handsome face and athletic body, and looking into his green eyes, I could see why. I'm sorry, I just lost my balance.
And I think I lost my heart. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Sure about that? You could have a concussion. You know, we've never had a chance to talk, but I think we'll have a pretty good conversation. How about we find that out over dinner?
I don't eat dinner.
Coffee?
Nope.
Water then?
I'm late for class, but thanks for the help. And I just quickly left before Rod saw my knees shaking. I knew most girls would kill for a date with him, but all men were jerks, so I decided to ignore Rod. But boy, Rod was persistent. He would send me flowers in class, leave chocolates and notes in my locker, and one time, he even showed up at my home in a limousine. I was just trying to figure out how to get rid of him when Mom walked into my room. That boy looks fancy. Yeah, whatever. I'm not interested. He will break my heart like Dad broke yours, and you don't know that. Not all men are the same. Now get dressed and go. I reluctantly agreed to go out with Rod, and it wasn't so bad. He was cute and fun, and he took me to this cool pizza place. So I was wondering, you could date anyone. Why me?
'Cause you're smart. I've never dated smart girls before.
Did you just call me a nerd?
No, I called you a pretty nerd.
You're sweet, unlike that rude Xander. He's such a brat. You'd know him, actually. He's on the football team.
Xander has always had temper issues. If I were you, I'd stay away from him. Anyway, let's not spoil our date by talking about him and concentrate on more important things, like me.
Rod reached for my hand, and my stomach felt like it was in knots. We ended up talking some more before Rod dropped me home, and soon after, we started dating. School was twice as fun with Rod around. We'd have lunch together, and Rod would take me to these amazing parties, and things were going well. But then one day, I walked into my class and saw Xander bullying a student. I barged in and pushed Xander off.
What's your problem, weirdo? Just mind your own business.
I will when you stop treating people like trash.
I was just asking some questions about chemistry.
I'm not blind or stupid. Just get away from this poor guy or
what? You'll hit me, princess?
Xander inched closer, and I could feel his breath on my face. I wanted to move, but I just felt numb. And seconds later, the teacher walked in, and we all went back to our seats. I tried to ignore Xander after that, but I guess luck wasn't on my side, because a week later, I was picking up a cake for Mom's birthday at the local cafe when someone tapped on my shoulder.
May I take your order, You! I don't remember the last time I turned around and didn't see your face.
I don't like looking at your face either.
It doesn't look like that. In fact, it looks like you're stalking me.
Excuse me, but before I could get another word out, my stomach made a loud rumbling noise. Xander's face softened and he smiled.
Looks like someone's starving.
I'm fine.
Just come with me. You can be angry while you eat.
I wanted to say no, but my stomach made another really loud sound. Xander took me to the back kitchen and quickly fixed me a sandwich. As I gulped it down, a cat crawled in and Xander filled a bowl of milk for it. I watched him play with the cat and he looked so calm and peaceful and really cute.
If you keep staring like that, I'll get uncomfortable.
Thank you. You're good. I mean, the sandwich is good.
It's my specialty. My mom taught me. And you're staring again.
Sorry, I was just wondering. You're rude to teachers. You barely have friends and you pretend like you're mean, but you're actually soft. You're nothing like I imagined.
You're nothing like I imagined either. Meredith, why are you with Rod?
What do you mean?
I mean, he's not what he looks like. I know it's not my place, but I don't think he's right for you.
You're right. It's not your place. And why should I listen to you? You're literally the biggest bully in school. Just because you fixed me a sandwich doesn't mean you get to comment on my personal life.
You're taking this the wrong way.
I guess I was taking it the wrong way, but now everything is clear. Thanks for the sandwich and bye-bye. And with that, I just picked up my cake at the counter and left. But I couldn't stop thinking about what Xander had said. What did he mean that Rod wasn't what he looked like? I wanted to talk to Rod about it the next day in school, but he was absent. I tried calling him, but his phone wasn't reachable, so I decided to go to his place. I was at the gate when suddenly I saw Rod screaming at some woman.
What do you mean you can't do the job anymore? Tell Xander that I still have the video proof, and I will send him to jail if he doesn't get me what I asked for.
But he's already done so much for you. Please, sir, we are poor and vulnerable, but you're rich and kind. Please understand.
Don't touch me, you filthy woman! And just tell your son that if he doesn't deliver the papers by tonight, I will show the video to my dad and have him arrested.
Rod pushed the poor woman away and she fell on the ground while he simply smirked and left. I rushed to help her up, but before I could ask her anything, she started wailing and ran away. What was happening? Xander's mom knew Rod, and from what I heard, Rod had some video he was using to blackmail Xander. What was this video? And what papers was Xander delivering? I wanted to get to the root of everything, so I waited all evening outside Xander's cafe where he worked and then followed him. To my surprise, he parked his bike outside Rod's house, slowly making his way to a slanted door on the ground. Xander opened the lid of the door and jumped in. I left my bike behind as I made my way to the same basement door and saw Xander throw a huge envelope on Rod's face.
These are all the exam papers you wanted. We're done. And one more thing, if you ever touch my mom again, I swear I will bury you alive.
Don't be so mad, pretty boy. Also, we're far from done. You still have to write me that essay for my college application. Make sure it's perfect, or you know what I can do, don't you?
I've already done everything I can, Rod. Just quit torturing me.
It's nothing to what you'll go through in jail. All I need to do is make one phone call and tell the police how you stole from my dad.
Rod smirked at Xander in the most evil way before moving closer and spitting in his face. Xander lost it and hit Rod, and the two of them got into a huge fight. I wanted to do something, but before I could, the basement door I was leaning on broke and I dropped to the floor. Thankfully, it wasn't too high, or I would have ended up breaking my bones. Both Xander and Rod looked at me in shock as I got up.
Meredith! Oh my god, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Step away from her, she's my girlfriend!
What are you going to do, spit in my face again?
You bet I will.
Rod tried hitting Xander again, but this time I got in the way and pushed him away. Don't hurt him!
Why are you so worried about this worm? You like him, don't you? I dated you even though you're way beneath me. You should be thanking me, but instead you're choosing him?
I'm not choosing anyone, but I do know now that I don't want to be with a psychopath like you. Rod turned to me with crazy eyes, and I thought he was about to hit me when suddenly his dad barged in. He must have heard the noise when the door crashed.
What is this mess? Xander, what are you doing here? Dad, Xander is a thief! Remember you lost your favorite watch? It was Xander who took that. See, I have proof. Everything was caught on camera.
Rod's dad looked at Xander in shock as Rod showed him the whole video, and then Xander explained the whole story. Apparently, his mom worked with Rod's family as a housekeeper, and he and his little sister grew up with Rod's family.
Last year, my sister was diagnosed with a lung condition. We really needed a lot of money for the treatment, but Mom didn't have any. So one day, while the whole family was away, I broke in, stole one of your watches, and sold it to pay for my sister's treatment. I thought I'd somehow collect the money and replace the watch eventually, but Rod found out, and since then he's been blackmailing me to cheat on his college applications. He told me that you'd cut him off if he didn't get into a good college, sir. I didn't want to go to jail, so I did what he said. But Rod's demands never stopped. I'm so sorry.
Xander broke down in tears, and I felt so bad for him. Thankfully, Rod's dad understood and forgave Xander and said he wouldn't press charges. Rod lost his mind and started throwing things like a maniac, but his dad called in security and they dragged Rod away. Xander escorted me outside and called me a cab. We were waiting when he finally spoke.
Meredith, I've never said this before because you were with Rod, but I really like you. I always have.
You're a good guy, Xander, but I can't be with someone I can't trust. You should have just told Rod's dad the truth.
I know, I was a coward, but I felt I didn't have a choice.
You always have a choice. You had the choice of being honest.
Meredith, I
want to go. Saying that, I slid into the cab and left, leaving Xander alone. I didn't hear from Rod again, but Xander tried calling me a million times, and I ignored him. I didn't even want to go to school and felt totally lost. I guess Mom saw that because one night she walked into my room and asked me what happened, and I ended up spilling everything. I loved your father, and I know you did too. He suffered some hard knocks and didn't deal well with it, and it hurt us. But that doesn't mean everyone else will be the same. Well, Rod turned out to be crazy. And what if Xander is dishonest again? Look, he shouldn't have stolen from Rod's dad, but he did it for his family, not out of some greed, and that says something about him. Go talk to him, Meredith. I hugged Mom and rushed to the cafe Xander worked at, but he wasn't around. Luckily, the manager recognized me from before and handed me Xander's address. I went to his place and knocked, and seconds later, a cute little girl answered the door. Hey, is Xander around? Nope, but you can wait. You're Meredith, right? How did you know? Xander told me you were the prettiest girl he'd ever seen, and you are pretty.
I didn't say that. I said she's pretty, but she's the smartest girl I know.
I turned around and saw Xander behind me. He signaled his sister to leave, and then it was just him and I.
So what brings you here? I thought you didn't want to see me.
Xander, all my life I've hated my dad for breaking my trust. It's really difficult for me to open up to people. And dating someone like Rod, who turned out to be a complete psycho, messed up my mind, and I just needed some time to figure out my feelings.
And have you figured them out?
Kind of, but I need you to promise that you won't lie about anything to me.
I promise. Now can I ask you out on a date?
Depends on how well you kiss.
Let's find out.
Alright, let's clear this up. This whole Goldilocks and the Three Bears story? Total nonsense. Bears, please. If I'd seen one, I'd have bolted. Want to know what really happened? Well, it involves uncovering the biggest secret of my life. And yes, meeting a ridiculously handsome prince. Hey, why should Cinderella and Rapunzel get a prince in their stories and not me? I'm Goldilocks, and I'm from Belgium. I grew up in a tiny cabin in the woods, surrounded by endless trees and animals that, spoiler alert, don't burst into songs like in the movies. It was just me, Mom, and Dad. Dad was a carpenter who made furniture out of fallen trees, and Mom sold crafts at fairs, our version of Amazon Prime. We lived simply, growing our own food, reading by candlelight, and with no electricity or Wi-Fi. I had no clue what I was missing out on. I was always super curious by nature, and Mom always warned me that it would get me into trouble, but I never listened.
Goldilocks, what are you doing? The door says, do not enter. Remember, curiosity killed the cat.
Yeah, but don't cats have 9 lives? I'm just trying to live my best one.
What happened when I told you not to touch the beehive?
But we get honey from there. How cool is that?
Not when your face swelled up like a balloon. Some things are better left alone. You should play it safe, like your dad and me. We work hard and life isn't always easy, but at least it's real. And by being real, you'll always fit in.
But everything changed when I started high school in a small town outside the forest. After being homeschooled, I knew things would be different. I had an epic meltdown before I left.
Please, just button up your shirt. You don't want to be late on your first day.
But it's too tight.
Then wear the blouse.
It itches. I know, my t-shirt is just right. Oh no, but it won't match my shoes. High school was a whole new world. No more dodging tree branches or picking berries. Suddenly, I was navigating crowded hallways and trying to crack the code of cafeteria clicks. No matter how hard I tried, I just didn't fit in. Also, it took me so long commuting back and forth from school, and it was super tiring. So when I spotted a neon flyer at school advertising available spots in new on-campus housing, I
saw my chance to make some real friends. Sure, there would be chaperones around, but I'd also finally have a little space for Mom and Dad. Be yourself, and please, trust that your new roommates will see how brilliant you are. And maybe this time, try not to do the whole which seat is the most perfect analysis out loud. Noted. I was bouncing with excitement to meet my new roommates, praying they'd like me. Turns out, I had nothing to worry about. The door opened to the most handsome guy I'd ever seen, with blonde waves and sparkling blue eyes.
Hi, I'm Rupert. Let me get those bags for you.
He casually lifted my heavy suitcase with one muscly arm like it was nothing. Winnie was like a walking fashion magazine, with highlighted curls cascading down her back.
Ooh, what fun. Somebody needs a makeover. You can borrow my clothes anytime. And you should.
Teddy was this cute tech hippie who was always meditating in designer clothes.
Your aura is amazing. Now, tell me everything about yourself.
Finally, someone who wanted to know about me. We all clicked instantly. Even when I started my usual Goldilocks seating analysis, they didn't flinch. Okay, so sitting on this end of the sofa would give me a chill because it's by the door, and the other end is no good because you can't see the TV. But the middle, it's just perfect, halfway to the kitchen and the exit.
Wow, I've never thought about it that way.
So cute. You should live in my pocket.
Please, tell me more about your seating philosophy.
At first, they seemed like an absolute dream. Winnie and I would spend hours laughing as she styled me.
You're practically my twin. You must come to New York and meet my family. They'll probably want to adopt you.
Rupert always offered to help put up shelves and fix stuff and always wore a tool belt.
Sometimes it's hard being this beautiful. I've heard it can stall your career.
Teddy always complimented me and had my favorite frothy coffee in hand.
Here's a little thank you. Now that you're here, the room's brighter, and the energy levels have skyrocketed.
I felt most at ease with Teddy. I couldn't help wonder if he liked me, and a part of me hoped he'd ask me out. But just as I was settling in, things got weird. I started wondering where Winnie got all her clothes. She rocked the latest trends daily without repeating outfits and kept giving me tons of clothes too. Seriously, how could she afford that on a high school budget?
Oh, my mom has a boutique in San Fran.
I thought you were from New York. I noticed Winnie blushing.
Oh, yeah, they moved because of bed bugs.
Then one time, when I asked Teddy to fix the Wi-Fi, I caught him frantically searching YouTube for a tutorial.
I was just double-checking. Old electrics. Better safe than sorry.
The building was brand new, and wasn't he a tech guy? But the real head-scratcher came when I found Rupert coming out of a room I'd never noticed before. He was locking it up when I caught him.
Oh, it's just my personal gym. I'm a bit funny about people using my equipment, so please respect that and don't go in.
Here's the thing, he was never sweaty afterward. My curiosity got the better of me, and one day, when everyone was out, I stood in front of the mysterious door. Rupert must have forgotten to lock it. Mom's warning about curiosity killing the cat echoed in my head, but I couldn't resist. Just as I reached for the doorknob, I felt a presence behind me. I spun around to find Winnie.
You will love this top. Let's try it on.
I saw her impeccable timing as a sign to stay away. I soon had no time to think about the door, as Teddy roped me into organizing his costume party. He kept piling on tasks. Food, entertainment, costumes, and I didn't have the heart to tell him I was struggling. I spent most of my time fixing my mistakes to make sure his party was perfect. Finally, on the day of the party, as my roommates were getting dressed up, I was sitting out snacks when something shiny caught my eye. The key to Rupert's room. I grabbed it and rushed to the mysterious room. I put the key in and the door opened. Inside was a dimly lit room with monitors showing live feeds from the communal areas. The lounge, kitchen, hallway, even outside Rupert's so-called gym. Has Rupert been spying on all of us? Why? Then, I noticed a desk cluttered with files, each labeled with our names. I flipped open Winnie's. Her real name was Lisa, and she was an actress from San Francisco. The scripts, planned scenarios, and highlighted drama moments told me everything. I wasn't just living with strange roommates. I was the star of a reality TV show. My heart raced as the truth hit me. The friendships, the laughs, the attention, it was all a setup. No wonder Winnie had endless clothes, Rupert posed with tools, and Teddy paid me attention. Because of the cameras. Just as I was about to leave, I turned and saw 3 bears. I grabbed something to defend myself when I heard a familiar voice.
Looks like the cat's out of the bag.
I'm sorry for giving you all those tasks to organize my party, but I wanted to distract you from finding out about the reality show.
I bolted, not wanting to be around them.
No, wait! Goldilocks, let me explain more!
I ran out the door, and to my surprise, they followed me. I stopped and turned to them angrily. Go away! You used me! Winnie stepped forward and put her paw softly on my arm.
Listen, if you sign this contract agreeing to be in the show, you'll make tons of money. Just think about it. You could give your parents everything they've ever wanted. You've told us how much they struggle. They'd never have to work another day in their lives.
Please, Goldie, don't take this away from us. From me. Modeling is my dream.
But it was Teddy's silence that struck me the hardest. He couldn't even look me in the eye. My dad's hands have calluses from years of carpentry, and Mom puts in long hours for almost nothing. But if signing only changes things for me and leaves their quiet life in the woods untouched, then I think I can go through with it.
I promise nothing else will change. I know I was supposed to act like your friend, but I really do feel like we are besties.
Really?
Really. Also, you'll be the most popular girl at school because everyone loves a celebrity. It's what you've always wanted, to fit in somewhere.
I mean, I guess so then.
Wait!
No, Teddy, don't.
Once this thing airs, everything will change for you. The paparazzi will be camping outside your parents' house, hoping to catch you on a visit.
Oh no, the trees, the woodland, it'll all get disturbed.
Come on, who really cares about nature? Goldie and her parents would have better lives. They could even add a pool in the backyard. Aren't you curious about how much their lives could change? Just sign the contract.
I thought about telling Mom and Dad they could finally live in luxury, but would they really want that? Would I? No, because the woods don't deserve it, and I won't be the girl who traded everything real for fake friends and a pool I never wanted. I'd rather be alone and live in the forest. I ran off. Behind me, I heard the roars and cries as Winnie and Rupert realized their TV reality dreams were over. I had reached the forest when I heard someone behind me. It was Teddy, now out of the bear costume, who'd followed me all the way here.
Just hear me out, then I'll go. I'm sorry, Goldie. Hurting you was never my intention. The producers of the show wanted to bring something different to the cast. Not an actress or model, but a person living a simple life. It was decided it would be kept a secret from you, because you might not have agreed to be on the show otherwise. I know it's wrong, and you shouldn't have been made a part of this without your consent. I only agreed to do the show because my dad thought I needed to experience life without butlers and chefs, but I never expected to meet someone like you. Your background makes you so special. I got so nervous around you, I couldn't think. Like when you asked me to fix the Wi-Fi.
Turns out Teddy's dad is the freaking king of Norway. Anyway, a family out on a picnic had caught me on camera talking earlier to Winnie, Rupert, and Teddy in their Teddy costumes. The footage soon went viral, and the internet was buzzing about the girl who befriended 3 bears who had escaped from the forest. Prince Theodore, yes, Teddy, reached out after it all came out, and before I knew it, we were dating. Our families soon met, bonding over my mom's homegrown meals, hikes, and a few glitzy parties. But the best part? The king renewed his love for nature and promised to protect my parents' land. So, when you hear the tale of me and 3 bears, just remember, sometimes a little curiosity leads to discovering that high school friends can be as ferocious as grizzly bears.
Hey there! My story is a little different from the stories you might have seen on MSA. Wanna know why? 'Cause it has a ghost in it. I'm Beatrix, and unlike other kids who are born crying, I was born smiling. Yep, and that sort of freaked out my mom and the doctors. Come on, little angel, it's time to cry. But instead, I cooed and laughed. Mom had so much fun playing with me and making me beatbox. That's the reason she named me Beatrix. Needless to say, growing up, I had a great life, and my parents absolutely adored me. They made me feel like I was the center of their universe, especially Dad. We were like 2 birds of a feather. He was an amazing singer and owned a studio. He often took me there, and I was always in awe of the place.
Daddy, can I be a singer too when I grow up?
You already are, kiddo. In fact, you're so good, you even make crying sound like a melody. I always thought that nothing would ever break us apart and our family would stay together forever. I was so wrong. One day, Dad told Mom he had taken on some debt and was unable to pay it back. From that day on, they started fighting over the smallest of things and soon ended up getting divorced. Dad left the city and never looked back. I was heartbroken and hoped he'd come back for me, but he didn't come, even on my birthday. I felt shattered.
Mommy, why didn't Daddy come? He promised he'd come for my birthday. Please call him.
I did, sweetheart. He must be busy. You have me. Come on, let's cut the cake.
No, I want Daddy, or else I don't want this cake at all.
After that day, I was asking Mom for Dad all the time, but he changed his number. And then to make things even worse, she married again. I was nervous at first when I met my stepdad, but it turned out he was an absolute gem. Not only did he paint my room in the exact color I wanted, but he also treated me to ice cream every day and spoiled me with all the things I asked for. Every night when Mom used to tuck me in bed and sing me a lullaby, he'd come too. Life was finally good again. And then my half-sister Jennifer was born. Mom and my stepdad only had eyes for her, and it seemed like it was all Jennifer all the time. I started to get jealous of her, but one time when she was crying and Mom and my stepdad weren't around, she gave me the most beautiful smile ever, and I melted.
Aw, aren't you the cutest thing in the world?
I tried to lift her, but Jennifer ended up crying again, and right then my stepdad stomped into the room. He looked really pissed. I just put her to sleep. Did you wake her up? Did you make her cry?
What? No, I was just...
Don't yell at her. She's just a kid. Then they started fighting over me all the time. When my stepdad said I was always causing trouble and should be sent away to live with my real dad, I felt like someone punched me in the gut. That's when I felt like I wasn't a part of my own family. But I kept quiet and didn't complain. And since no one even knew where my real dad was, I wasn't sent away. But then I noticed something strange was happening. I couldn't go outside anymore. Mom even had to homeschool me for a month. Thankfully, I grew out of it eventually with Mom's help. And as Jennifer grew up, she loved being around me. We were pretty close, even though she was competitive and wanted Mom's attention all the time. Like, when I'd come home from school and run to hug Mom, she'd jump in and hug her first, then talk to her and keep her busy until I gave up and would go to my room. I didn't mind because she was still very small. But one day, she broke Dad's phone by accident when we were playing with it.
Beatrix, please don't let them know it was me. It was an accident. Please, please, please. I don't want them to be mad at me.
I couldn't see my baby sister that way, so when Mom entered the room and saw Jennifer crying, she assumed I had done something. Mom, we were playing, and I accidentally broke Dad's phone. Why can't you be more careful, Beatrix? Why are you two in his office anyway? Don't you know how angry? At that exact moment, Dad rushed in and turned as red as a fire truck. He began yelling at me and Mom. Look at what your daughter did! I told you she's only trouble! Your daughter? Oh, wow, that hurt. After that fight, I began distancing and avoiding my stepdad every time I saw him. Since at home I had so many problems, school was a relief. There I was part of the music club, and singing always felt like a joy. One time when I was in 12th grade, I was performing in a school play, and the lead had to sing a lullaby but forgot the words. I didn't know them either, but I jumped up and sang the same lullaby Mom used to sing me when I was little. When I was done, there was silence. Oh, shoot, I must have sounded bad. But then, all of a sudden, there was a thunder of applause, and I was stunned. Oh my God, Beatrix, you sounded so amazing! Oh, stop, you're just being nice. Wait, who are you? I'm an ad producer, and I'd like to work with you. But before I could even finish my sentence, the man handed me his card. I called him a couple of days later, and then I found out he wanted me to sing a jingle for a Christmas ad. It was so much fun. When I got paid, I went to Mom and told her I wanted to take her out for dinner, but she seemed so occupied. That's very nice, honey. But I have to go out with your sister tonight. She got 15th position in her class in the exams. Oh, wonderful. Okay, I'll come too. Well, you know how she is. She said it's a mom-daughter thing only. We'll go out some other time. I hope that's all right. Sure. It was pretty clear that Jennifer was more important to her than me. Mom never made the time to go out with me, even as I finished high school and moved out to my own apartment. After a few years, I started to get lots of attention for my singing, and people were totally loving it. I worked hard, and eventually I got a huge show in New York. I was so psyched about it and invited Mom and Jennifer, but minutes before I was supposed to start, Mom said they couldn't come. When I got on stage and saw the crowd and the 2 empty seats in the front row, I suddenly got really nervous and forgot the lyrics. My brain went blank, and since I was on the stage for so long and still hadn't performed, the audience started booing me. I felt my heart sinking, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. That was supposed to be my big break. Everything is ruined now. It's not, Beatrix. You just need to take it slow. Trust me, you'll be on the stage again soon. Everything will be okay. I wanted to believe her, but right when I was about to step out of my hospital room, I froze at the door and couldn't move. Honey, what's the matter? I don't know. I'm too scared to leave. I hurried back to the bed and refused to move. After talking to the doctor, I was diagnosed with a condition called agoraphobia. It was just like when my dad left. The stage incident triggered the condition I already had but forgot about. It meant I had trouble being in crowds and open spaces. It had been months since I left my home, and Mom was worried sick for me. She suggested I move into the house next to hers. It had been empty for years because the owners had left town. I was fine with it, as long as it was kept locked and I could stay inside. Mom and Jennifer were the only ones allowed in. My stepdad never visited. Jennifer was incredibly understanding, and we grew even closer. Mom came over every day, always spending time and taking care of me. One day, after she left and I was alone, I heard the sound of a door creaking open. I got up to check all the doors in the house and found the back door completely open. That was weird. I remember locking it. Soon after that, weird things started happening. Like, once I noticed the stove was on, even after I was sure I had turned it off. And then my shoes went missing. What was happening? Was I going crazy on top of everything else? I told Jennifer, and she thought the unthinkable. Maybe my house was haunted. I didn't want to believe it, but I couldn't explain it. One day, Jennifer brought over a Ouija board. Why did you bring this?
Well, if there is some ghost here, we need to communicate with it and ask what it wants so we can go away.
I wasn't too sold on the idea, but I thought I might as well try. Yeah, just like those stupid kids in horror movies. In just a few minutes, it turned out to be a very bad idea. I thought Jennifer was moving the pointer, but she swore it wasn't her. And it definitely wasn't me. It spelled out, "Get out." Huh. Awesome! I was even more scared now, and I couldn't move or even leave the house. I was stuck. Things died down for a little while, but one day while I was watching TV, the volume got super loud and the channel changed by itself. I was terrified and ran out of the house without thinking and immediately ran into the most beautiful delivery guy I ever saw. "Are you okay, miss?" I thought maybe someone was in your house. I can check if you want. I just nodded and followed him into the house, and after 10 minutes, he assured me that no one was around and nothing was wrong. "I work around here a lot. If you have any problem, let me know and I'll help you, okay? I'm Easton." From then on, Easton came to visit me every once in a while. We would sit near my door and talk. I told him about my agoraphobia, and he would bring me things that I couldn't get for myself. He was so thoughtful and sweet. One day, when Easton and I were talking, Jennifer came to visit me. The three of us had a good time. Once he left, I could not stop talking about him. He's so kind and sweet. You know, we like the same pizza, and we both love the Marvel movies and be an Easton sitting in a tree. Kissing. No, what are you talking about? You have a crush on him. It's so obvious. Oh no, it's true. The day Mom was supposed to meet him, I invited her and Jennifer, but he called and said he had to work late. Mom seemed disappointed. I went to get them some snacks, and when I got back, I overheard Mom and Jennifer talking, and Mom was crying. I don't know how I can help her. I've never seen her this happy.
But Mom, you should know about it. That Easton does not exist. She's maybe hallucinating, going crazy.
What in the chocolate fudge? Beatrix, honey, what do you mean he doesn't exist? Jen, you saw him.
Bea, I'm sorry, but I didn't. I was pretending for your sake. There was no one there that day.
If Easton wasn't real, then who was I texting a while back?
That was me. I put in my number when you weren't looking.
Could it be true? After everything, I thought maybe she was right. Maybe I really was losing my mind. Mom consoled me for hours until I finally calmed down. Then we made an appointment to meet the doctor the next day to see if I really was going cuckoo. Just a week later, I was trying to get ready when a diary fell out of my cupboard. I went pale when I saw what was written. Easton used to live here all those years ago? This freaked me out so much that when the doorbell rang, I screamed. I was shaking as I opened the door. But the minute I did, I went pale with fear. It was Easton, standing right in front of me. Beatrix, I'm sorry for not showing up last week. Stay away from me. Why are you haunting me? What do you mean? What's going on? You're not real. You're my imagination. Or a ghost. That explains all the weird things that's been happening. The stove, the TV, the weird... What? Of course I'm real. I don't know what you mean. I began screaming and yelling for Mom. And pretty soon she rushed to me with Jennifer and stepdad following behind her. The minute they saw my frantic state, they went pale, especially Jennifer. Mom, I can see Easton, and I'm scared. I think he's a ghost. Honey, I can see him too. Of course you can. I'm a real human. What's going on here? I don't understand. Jennifer, we met too. What's going on? We all turned towards Jennifer, and as if on cue, she began crying and wailing. It was all about Beatrix. She's my mom, too. Ever since she got that condition, she's been with you, not me. I've done things to try to make her angry at you and happy with me, but it never works. Jennifer, how could you do this to your sister? You made her think her house was haunted? It ain't my fault she's so dumb, believing there was some ghost. Stupid Beatrix. How dare you do all of this? All I've been is nice to you. And you're so ungrateful. But Mom, Dad, I did this all because I love you and want you to myself. Enough. I can't believe you could stoop down to this level, Jennifer. You're the one who has a problem. And this is all my fault. I'm sorry, Beatrix. If I had never behaved that way towards you as a child, Jennifer wouldn't have grown up hating you this way. Easton just stood there, shocked at the entire situation. After talking to him later, we continued to stay friends. Mom and Dad helped me get through my agoraphobia and get better. Jennifer was sent away for therapy and treatment. With my parents' support, I was able to turn my focus back to music. It took a lot of hard work and dedication, but eventually I was able to start performing again. Mom, stepdad, and Easton were all there in the front row when I went on stage again. And when the show was over, Jennifer surprised me with flowers. She was finally better.
I'm sorry for everything. You were always a great sister. I was selfish.
No more ghost stuff?
Never.
Good. Let's go to my not haunted house and celebrate.
Whatever our souls are made of, his and mine are the same. When I was 8, my dad left my mom, and my Nana was furious. She yelled at my mom, "I told you not to marry a Sagittarius, but no, you think I'm just a babbling idiot." Then Nana turned to me and said, "Make sure you never fall in love with a Gemini. A Gemini and a Cancerian can never be soulmates." What's that, Nana? She gave me a book on astrology. Here, this will tell you everything you need to know. Hi, my name is Flora, and ever since I saw my mom crying bitterly over my dad, I've been on a mission to find my soulmate. By 16, every guy in school had asked me out. 20 of them even said they loved me. One said, "You're so perfect, Flora. I want to marry you." But I knew better than to trust an Aries. Thank you, next. After I turned down every guy in school in search of the one, I just knew I was destined to die alone. But little did I know everything was about to change. One day when I went to the chemistry lab after cheer practice, I saw a huge crowd. For once, it wasn't boys lining up to ask me out. "Hello, excuse me, coming through." When I finally managed to get into class, the teacher told me to sit with some new guy at the back. "Since you're the teacher's assistant, I think you'd be best to help Mr. Tyler catch up on whatever he's missed." One of the girls whispered, "Really? Her? Why does she have to get everything? I can help him all day, every day." Curious to know what the big deal was, I looked over at him and immediately my heart started to beat like crazy. It was Tyler, the lead singer of a local band. And right now, he was looking at me and smiling. My heart. But the boy really did need all the help he could get. He couldn't even get a simple formula right. I had to show him 5 times before he finally got it. And when he did, he turned to me like an excited child and said, "Oh man, you're so cool. You want to come the next time I play live?" I nodded, thrilled. After school, I found myself looking for him. It wasn't hard. Just follow the yellow brick road of screaming groupies. I found him in the middle of a huge crowd. The minute he saw me, he grinned and waved me forward. "Girls, girls, please let the pretty lady pass." My heart did a somersault. Everyone around me turned red with envy. As I walked forward, I almost felt like I was walking down the aisle. "I do, Tyler, I do." But just then, someone said something that made me stop dead in my tracks. One of the girls yelled, "Tyler, I'm a Gemini like you." It was as if the whole world was collapsing around me. A stinking Gemini? I could practically see Nana's disapproval. So I did what she would have wanted. I turned around and walked away. I ran to the library. Maybe reading would help. Suddenly, my foot caught something and I tripped. "Whoa, are you all right?" I slowly opened my eyes to see who my savior was, and for a minute, time stood still and we stared into each other's eyes. I got up clumsily and apologized. He smiled and introduced himself as Harry. "It's my fault, really. Some of the girls found out I'm Tyler's stepbrother and they won't stop asking me for his hair." I laughed and said, "Yeah, I don't know what they see in him, except for the perfect face and the perfect voice and the smile and the eye." Before I could say anything else, Tyler barged in. "Flora, Flora." He stopped mid-sentence and his smile faded as he looked at us with shock. The way he looked at me made my heart pound. I found myself moving even farther away from Harry. "I got your ticket for my show." Uh-oh. I jumped to my feet and grabbed it from his hands, running out with a hurried, "Thank you." I couldn't even look him in the eye. Why did he have to be a stupid Gemini? Harry ran after me and said he'd walk me home. When we got there, Nana opened the door and practically pulled him inside. "This is the first time our Flora has brought home a boy. You must be really special." I dragged him to my room and told him to wait as I got him some snacks. But little did I know what was happening in my room. Well, 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 what do we have here? My ticket to win her over. When I got back, he was looking at my book of horoscopes. "You really believe this stuff? It's been true so far." He chuckled, and I ended up telling him about my mom and dad. He listened with the saddest look in his eyes and then suddenly took my hand. "I know this will sound crazy, and maybe you don't believe in all of this, but I feel like I've been looking for you forever. I think you're my soulmate." I gasped and pulled my hand away, and he suddenly looked embarrassed. "Maybe that was too soon, but you should know I plan to win you over." With that, he ran out. Had he just said the S word? Had I finally found the one? I swear I'm going to take her from him. She's mine now. Over the next few days, I felt like I was bumping into Tyler and Harry everywhere. Harry was sitting next to me in bio, and Tyler was my lab partner for chemistry. Harry was the sweetest. We could talk about things for hours. We liked all the same books and the same music, and he even liked pineapple on pizza. To top it all off, he told me he was a Taurus. There was no one better for a Cancerian than a Taurus, and this one seemed to be tailor-made for me. But then there was Tyler, who always did something to make my heart flutter. One day, as I was sitting in the cafeteria reading a book, he sat down across from me. The entire cafeteria fell silent as everyone started to whisper about us. "Do you mind if I join you?" His voice was so sweet that I found myself nodding. He grinned at me like a kid and started chattering on about his day. I listened, oddly fascinated. As he talked, I found myself looking deep into his gorgeous, warm, brown eyes, and I realized in horror that I definitely had a crush. Just then, someone asked, "Would you mind if I join you?" I looked up to see Harry smiling down at me. Yeah. But as soon as Harry sat down, Tyler got up and marched away. Looking at him go, I felt my heart sink. What was wrong with me? Harry laughed and said, "He's such a Gemini." I nodded miserably. Tell me about it. A few days later, Tyler messaged me, "Hey, I hope I'll see you at the concert tonight. I'll be waiting." So of course, a few hours later, I found myself dressed up and ready to go. Nana called from downstairs. "Flora, there's someone here for you." I gasped. Was it Tyler? I ran downstairs and stopped in my tracks. Oh. It was Harry. Of course, Tyler wouldn't come to my place to pick me up for his concert. How stupid was I? And besides, why should it make me mad? He wasn't my soulmate, but Harry could be. Harry said he had a feeling I'd be going to the concert alone, so he came for me. Of course, trust Harry to be a steady, thoughtful Taurus. At the concert, as I had a VIP ticket, I was in the front row. Tyler, who was already on stage, smiled at me. That is, until he saw I wasn't alone. But near the end of the show, Harry disappeared, and when Tyler went off for a break, Harry suddenly appeared on stage. Perks of being the lead's brother, I guess. Then to my surprise, he yelled, "Guys, I'm Tyler's brother, and while he's off stage, I have an announcement to make. There's a girl here tonight who I've known for many months now, and from the very first day, I knew she was the only one for me. My soulmate, Flora." In a matter of minutes, I found myself on the stage as Harry got down on one knee and asked me to be his girlfriend. Officially! From the corner of my eye, I saw Tyler rush over. My heart was pounding, and an image of my mom crying flashed before my eyes. I'd been looking for a soulmate for years. "I will! Yes, I will!" Harry jumped in delight and kissed me. The crowd went wild. As Harry led me off stage, he stopped next to Tyler and said, "Thanks for letting me be on stage, man." I took a quick look at Tyler's face, and for a minute, I wondered if I had done the right thing. He looked devastated. After that, I suddenly felt queasy, so I told Harry to drive me home. The next few weeks were amazing. Harry came over every day with flowers and drove me to school. He was treating me like a real princess, and even Nana approved of him because he was such a Taurus. That is, until he wasn't. You see, slowly, Harry started acting mean and rude. This one time we were on a date, and he yelled at the server. When I tried to calm him down, he said, "Be quiet, you stupid girl, and don't interfere in a man's business." I was so mad I walked out. He camped on my lawn that night till Nana forced me to forgive him. Another time, he took me out and tried to feed me shrimp. I'm allergic to them. I can't eat this. What's wrong with you? Why are you always so dramatic? I'm trying to be nice. Don't be mad. I suppose a bit won't kill me. I ended up taking a small nibble and took a small trip to the ER. One day he promised me he'd come to my cheer practice. Not only did he ghost me, but someone told me he'd invited a girl to watch a movie at his place. That jerk. I rushed over to his place. Just as I got there, I saw Tyler pull out of the driveway. I tried to talk to him. "Tyler!" But he ignored me and stormed out. The housekeeper who opened the door pointed to Harry's room and walked away. But Harry wasn't in his room. As I waited for him, my eyes landed on something. It was my diary. I ran over and picked it up. I'd been looking for it for months. What was it doing here? Harry returned then with a girl. The smile disappeared from his face as I asked him what this all meant. He laughed and said, "So, you finally found it. That's for the best, I suppose. I was planning on breaking up with you tomorrow anyway." For a minute, I felt like I would pass out. What did he mean? But why? Why do you have my diary? He laughed like a maniac again and said, "You really are the dumbest smart person." Then he said something that horrified me. He said he'd never been interested in dating me anyway. He'd only chased me because Tyler liked me. I'm so tired of always playing second fiddle to my jerk stepbrother. He's always getting things I want, so I took what he wanted for once. But now that he's going to London tonight, I don't have to keep up the stupid act. Hearing him say all that was making me angrier by the second. I grabbed stuff from his desk and started throwing them at him. "Are you even a Taurus?" "That's the only thing I didn't lie about, sweetie." I was shocked, but I didn't have time for this. I had to find Tyler before he left. I hopped into a cab. If I hurried, I might catch him outside. Throughout the ride, I kept wondering how someone who was my soulmate, according to Nana's book, could turn out to be so mean and vicious. Was all this really useless? Was Nana wrong? After driving for a grueling 20 minutes, all thoughts of soulmates and horoscopes fled my mind as I pulled up at the airport and saw him. He was at the entrance. I jumped out. "Tyler! Tyler!" Everyone stared except him. For a minute, I thought he would keep walking, but just then, he turned and looked at me in shock. I told Tyler everything Harry had done, and he looked as shook as I felt. Harry would never. Then I showed him my diary. He looked like he was about to puke, but he did make me realize something, Tyler. It's not him I love, it's you. Tyler looked at me sadly and said, "You made your choice, Flora. I know my brother wronged you, but I guess we missed our chance, and I have to go now." A gorgeous blonde suddenly ran over to us. "Babe, Tyler, we'll be late." I looked between them in shock. "Please let them be siblings. Please be siblings." But she turned to me and said, "If you don't mind, please, my boo and I have a flight to catch. We're starting college together." With that, she dragged him away as I stared in horror. Then I started to cry. I had been so focused on finding my soulmate that I didn't see the love of my life staring me in the face, and now he was leaving. I'd learned my lesson, and the minute I got home, I threw out all my astrology books. Who cares if some idiot is telling you which horoscope to be with? They don't know if a person is a jerk or not. They say if you truly love someone, set them free. Set them free. If they love you back, they will come back to you. But weeks and months passed, and I didn't hear a peep from Tyler. I decided to focus on my SATs instead so I could get into a good college. Then the day of my high school prom arrived. The whole week, I'd been finding love letters and roses and locks of hair in my locker. The football jocks kept saying that as a cheerleader, it was my duty to date at least one of them. The chemistry nerd said that since I was so good at schoolwork, I could only truly bond with one of them. In fact, even Harry showed up outside class, asking if I wanted to go with him. I practically threw my shoe at him. How dare he even think he had a chance? I obviously turned everyone down and decided to sit at home and miss Tyler. But as I wallowed in self-pity, the doorbell rang. I went to check and gasped, "Tyler!" I slammed the door shut. Was I dreaming? I pinched myself and carefully opened the door again. He was still there. He held up a single rose and said, "Flora, I don't know anything about soulmates, but I can't stop thinking about you. No girl could distract me, and God knows I tried. Now I really want to get to know you better, so will you go to prom with me?" I jumped into his arms and kissed him. The next day, he returned to London with a promise. "As soon as I'm done with my courses, I'll come back to you." I looked at myself in the mirror. I couldn't believe I was graduating college. Nana yelled, "Hurry up, we don't want to be late for your graduation." Outside, Mom and Nana were waiting for me. They weren't alone. With them was Tyler. "Congratulations, you beautiful, beautiful girl." I ran over to hug him, and quickly he got down on one knee and said, "Marry me, Flora. I can't live without you." That was 10 years ago. Even though we're not exactly alike and we fight sometimes, I know that if ever there was a soulmate for me, it was him, Gemini or not. We even have a little girl, Daisy. Mom, there's a new kid in my class and he's the weirdest. I bet he's an Aquarius."
It was the happiest day of my life. I was finally going to his concert.
We were trudging back home when I met you in the car. Saw nothing, heard no nothing in my heart. Whoa.
Hi, I'm Stacy, and this is my crazy story of spying on my crush and finding out his biggest secret and the love of my life. After the concert, as we made our way home, my friend stopped in the parking lot to take pictures. "Hey, get off! That's Russell's car!" I noticed she'd left a speck of dust on it, and I started to clean it off. "Oh gosh, Stacy, get a life. It's not like he'll ever notice you." I turned around to see Maya, the school queen bee, looking down on me. I told her she was wrong. "We're totally friends." "Are you now?" "Then I don't suppose he'd mind giving you his jacket, would he?" "He wouldn't mind at all." "Great then. Ask him to lend you the one he was wearing tonight and bring it to school tomorrow. Or else." With that, she was gone. Oh no. What was I going to do? Stupid. I was so mad at myself for playing right into Maya's hands. Just then, I saw it. The key to my reputation, my only salvation. I knew what I was going to do. The trunk of the car was unlocked, and I climbed in. From there, I got into the back seat and grabbed his jacket, and immediately I decided to smell it. It smelled just as I imagined, like expensive cologne and aftershave. I couldn't believe I was in the back seat of Russell's car. I would tell our grandkids about it. Just then, the car beeped. Horrified, I looked outside the window and saw Russell heading towards me. I had to hide. He was too close for me to get out. I had no other option but to crouch down and pray he would just take something and leave. To my utter horror, though, he got into the car and started to drive. Oh no, I was sure I would get caught now. Just as I was thinking of letting him know I was in his car, he got a phone call. "Hey baby, I'm on my way to pick you up. Can't wait to spend the weekend with you." I felt my heart drop.
Russell had a girlfriend. I should have known. Someone so perfect couldn't possibly be single. From the conversation, I learned he was going to a cabin just outside of town with his girlfriend to spend the weekend. Then something even worse happened. Russell put on some music and started singing. That voice was not Russell's. Well, it was Russell's, but it wasn't his onstage voice. His onstage voice sounded like all the angels had come together to throw a rockin' party. This sounded like a walrus dying and giving birth at the same time. While I was still reeling from the discovery that Russell was nothing but a catfish, he received another call. This time, he didn't answer immediately and held his breath. I could tell, even from my hiding place, that he was tense. When he finally answered, the voice at the other end sounded robotic.
You got my money?
The turnout at the last event wasn't as big as I'd expected. I'm a little short. I need some time to figure it out.
You have until Tuesday.
In the back seat, I was freaking out. I'd only wanted a stupid jacket. I did not want to know my future husband was a catfish who couldn't sing to save his own life, and he was involved with criminals. Finally, Russell started slowing down and pulled the car to a stop. Thank God. Maybe he'd leave and I could get out. Just then, he reached over to the back seat to get his jacket and jumped when he touched me instead. Not quite the electric moment I'd imagined our first touch to be. Who the hell are you and what are you doing in my car? Before I could even say a word, he glared at me. Stay down and don't even breathe. The car door opened and his disgustingly gorgeous girlfriend hopped in. Then he started making out with her. This was just getting better and better. After what seemed like forever, he started the car and his girlfriend asked him to sing for her. Babe, we've been over this. I've told you that singing for you makes me feel cheap. I don't want to ruin the beauty of what we have. What nonsense. Finally, we reached the cabin. I was thrilled when they got out, but my problems weren't over. Just as they got out of the car, someone else got inside the car. The person started singing along to the songs that had been playing before, and I almost passed out. It was an angel's voice. This was Russell's onstage voice. Who was this guy? Oh God, cramp in my leg. I let out a small scream and the car came to a screeching stop. Who are you? Why are you in my car? How many cute boys were going to ask me that today? And boy, this one was a hunk. I'm from Russell's school. This is all just a mistake, okay? Please don't tell anyone. He looked a bit worried. You heard me, didn't you? I won't tell anyone. I just want to go home. He nodded slowly and started driving again. We got to the cabin. He got out, and I waited for a minute before opening the door. As soon as I stepped out, I was pushed to the ground. Glaring down at me was Russell. Come inside. We need to talk. A huge bodyguard outside gave him a slight nod, but completely ignored me. The other guy, the real singer, was nowhere in sight. Russell led me to a private room and turned to me angrily. So, they sent you to spy on me. Who set you up for this? Russell, I have no idea what you're talking about. I wasn't spying on you. I was just trying to steal your jacket, but it was a dare. Maya dared me. He didn't look convinced. Just then, his girlfriend showed up and accused Russell of cheating on her, but he told her to shut up. She just stared at him in shock. Which one of you is involved in this? I need to know right away. I'm sick of this drama. She looked just as confused as I felt, but Russell locked the door. He said nobody was leaving the cabin until he knew who was blackmailing him. I told him I didn't know anything and begged him to let me go because my parents would be worried by now. His girlfriend started crying and asking him what was wrong. Then she turned to me. You witch, what have you done to him? He's never talked to me this way before. Just then, the door flew open and a man walked in. What's going on here? Russell jumped. Dad, it might be one of these girls. His dad quickly interrupted him and laughed. You didn't tell me we had guests over? I'll have arrangements made for them. He ordered the butler to have rooms set up for us for the night since it was too late to go back. A while later, while we were having dinner, Russell kept staring daggers at me. Apparently, he no longer doubted his girlfriend because she kept giggling and blowing kisses at him. Dumb bimbo. His dad turned to me and asked me how I knew Russell. But before I could say anything, Russell yelled, She knows! She knows! Immediately, the color drained from his face and he jumped from his seat. You good-for-nothing moron. You told her? Does the other one know too? He turned from Mr. Nice Guy into a monster in seconds. He started yelling at all of us and ordered me to go to my room. I had to get out of there first thing in the morning. As I ran out of the room, I bumped into someone and fell down. Oh, hi, it's you. He quickly shushed me and pulled me up. Hey, yes,
It's me. But don't let his dad know you know me. He was still holding my hand, and I was pretty sure I wasn't imagining the sparks between us. Just then, Russell's sister burst in. What the hell do you think you're doing? Get away from him. Hey, chill out. She fell, and I was just making sure she wasn't hurt. I'll just show her to her room. I could feel her eyes drilling holes into my skull as I walked away quickly. On our way up, he introduced himself as Aaron. He said he was the son of the butler. Russell and I, we grew up together. We used to be great friends. Just as he was about to leave, the power went out and I screamed. I hated the dark. Aaron, are you still here? Oh my God, don't leave. I'm right here. He took my hand and led me to a nearby couch. We sat huddled next to each other in the dark. I really hoped the power wouldn't come back anytime soon. Suddenly, he started humming. I couldn't keep that question in anymore. Why would you let Russell take credit for your singing? Are you crazy? Do you not know how famous— He told me to keep it down and was silent for a bit. Even though I don't really know you, I like you and I think I can trust you. Then he told me that Russell's dad had been kind to his family all their lives, and in return, when he heard him singing, he asked Aaron to be Russell's voice. I guess I didn't really know what I was signing up for until much later. It kind of sucks that every pretty girl goes gaga over my voice, but falls for him. The power suddenly came back on, and we both nearly jumped when we saw Russell's sister standing in the doorway. How long had that creep been standing here? Aaron? You're needed downstairs, and Dad wants to see you first thing in the morning. When I went downstairs the next day, I saw Russell sulking on a couch and his girlfriend on another. As soon as she saw me, she jumped into his lap and started kissing him. Thanks for the morning makeout show, guys. Now, show me where I can throw up my breakfast. Where's your dad, Russell? Don't talk to him. Okay, psycho. Can you ask Russell where his dad is? Before she could scream anything else at me, Russell pointed towards the library. I knew I wasn't going home today. Russell's dad still looked furious. As soon as he saw me, he coldly said that they couldn't let me go just yet. You see, you know Russell's secret, and you were spying on him. Someone has been blackmailing him, and it could be you. I tried to protest, but he just wouldn't listen. He said he had called my parents and told them I was at their cabin and safe. Then he gave me till Monday to confess. After that, it'll be you and the cops. Till then, Aaron will watch over you. He sounded utterly crazy to me, but at least the last part didn't sound bad at all. Maybe Aaron would help me get back home. Just then, Russell's girlfriend skipped past me into the room. As she closed the door, I heard her say something that left me shook. This girl is perfect game. Russell will buy it in a minute. Who were they talking about? Me? Were they trying to make me game for something? Were they blackmailing him? Just as I was going to look for Aaron, I heard a scuffle. I went to check and I was horrified. Russell had Aaron pinned to the wall and was glaring at him. It's you, isn't it? Aaron was trying to break free and it looked like he was trying not to punch Russell. Let go, man. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Hey, get off of Aaron. Suddenly, I felt someone pulling me by my hair. Ow! Get off of my man. Hey, back off. He asked me if I was okay, and just as I was catching my breath, Russell's sister barged in. What the hell? Why are you clinging onto Aaron for dear life every time I see you? This witch wants all the boys after her. Why is she even here? She's here because she was spying on me. Probably for Aaron. Oh my God! It was just a stupid dare. What is this madhouse? Russell's dad burst in next, and he looked like he was about to pop a vein. What is all this stupid drama? Russell, have you forgotten what a serious mess we're in? Break it up. Aaron, take this girl to her room. Once inside, Aaron told me the craziest thing. He said that Russell never wanted to be a celebrity. He was never okay with the idea of taking credit for someone else's work. It's his dad. He loves the money. He couldn't care less about his son's happiness. Suddenly, I found myself telling him about what I'd overheard between Russell's girlfriend and his dad. Aaron didn't look entirely surprised. He said he would expect something like that from him. Then he said we had to help Russell. At this point, I didn't even want to look at Russell. But when Aaron said he had to expose Russell's dad, I couldn't say no looking into his beautiful eyes. We decided on a plan. Before everyone gathered for lunch, I found Russell's girlfriend alone and demanded to know why she was doing this to her own boyfriend. She looked at me like I was crazy. I told her I knew everything and that I wasn't buying her dumb bimbo routine. Suddenly, she started to laugh and said, "You're a smart one, aren't you?" I'd been hoping she would admit to something, but she just shut up until Russell came in and then she jumped into his arms. Dang it! I turned off the recorder. I went looking for Aaron and found him in the kitchen. No luck. I couldn't record anything. It's okay. You're smart enough to catch her another time. Then he pulled me in for a kiss. I was thrilled and I kissed him back. I knew it. Russell jumped from behind the fridge. I knew the two of you were plotting something behind my back. We both tried to explain, but he wouldn't listen. He said he knew neither I nor Aaron could be trusted. Suddenly, I lost it. I flew across the room and slapped him. Will you please just shut up and listen? He nodded, stunned. Then Aaron and I told him about what we'd heard. He looked at us in shock and screamed. He ran to confront his dad and his girlfriend, while Aaron and I followed. I don't trust any of you. Not you, not you, not you, and certainly not you. He said he knew whoever it was in the room. Aaron and I swore we hadn't done it, while his dad simply asked, how could I ever possibly hurt my own son? Russell simply burst into tears. He said ever since his mom had left, his dad had treated him just as a money-making machine. Now that I'm turning 18, you thought you'd blackmail me, didn't you? Russell's dad hugged him and swore he only did everything for Russell. Oh yeah? Then what about what I heard, huh? His dad glared at me and said they were talking about a model they had signed up to perform with Russell to get a bigger audience at his next concert. Then I told him again how I ended up in the car. This time, he either believed me or just didn't care and simply asked Aaron to take me home. Just as we were about to leave, he made a decision. Aaron, I'm quitting. From now on, you sing your own songs. Aaron smiled at him and reached for my hand. Suddenly, the door flew open. No, no, no. Aaron? How could you possibly be with her after everything I've done for you? I made him quit for you! Everyone stared in shock as Russell's sister came into the room crying. She said she'd been blackmailing Russell with the help of Aaron's dad. We were so mad to see poor Aaron cheated like that, so we decided to help him. His dad promised I could marry him if I helped. Now you have to marry me, Aaron. Well, after that, things settled down pretty quickly. Russell gave up singing and picked up what he really liked doing. Fixing cars. Russell's sister finally gave up her dreams of marrying Aaron, even though it took a while. Thankfully, everyone kind of forgave Aaron's dad. Aaron himself stopped taking Russell's money and started singing in small cafes, and he was gathering a following of his own. But he kept telling them he'd already given his heart to someone else.
One night, I was deep asleep when a sound outside my window woke me up. Naturally, I was scared someone was trying to rob us, but it was actually something way more irritating. I opened the window and I saw my sister with her boyfriend. It made me feel kind of jealous, and I decided to be petty and tell on her. I quietly went to my mom's room and woke her up and started telling her that my sister was outside with some random guy. Nonsense, my mom snapped. Your sister is fast asleep in her room. I insisted, and we ended up going to my sister's room and saw that the bed was empty. There was a sudden bang downstairs, and both of us ran to find the source of it. It came from the kitchen, and we found my sister in there. There was glass all over the floor. She said she dropped a glass while getting herself some water. My mom was furious and started shouting at her. Do you know what time it is? You were out with your boyfriend, weren't you? Don't try to deny it either. Your sister saw you. My mom started calling her names and getting really mean. But my sister didn't change her story. In the end, Mom grounded her for a whole month and stormed upstairs without another word. My sister looked at me with such rage in her eyes. I thought she was going to attack me. She hissed and turned away. The next day, my sister wasn't any happier. Every time she passed me, she glared at me like she was trying to kill me with her eyes. I wanted to get away, so I decided to go to the grocery store with my mom. When we arrived, while she was busy finding all the stuff on her list, I decided to have a walk around by myself. I got a little distracted and accidentally walked into the back of a man. I was ready to apologize, but when he turned around, I saw it was my dad. I was sure he should be at work. Maybe he was on a break or something? Sorry, Dad. I wasn't looking where I was going. Dad looked a bit startled for a moment. He looked around in all directions nervously. It was really strange. But finally, he seemed to relax and smiled at me. No need to apologize, my princess. Hey, how about we head back home? Well, Mom's here. Should I go get her? I asked. No, he said pleasantly. It's fine. I saw her before, and she wanted me to take you home. She'll catch up with us. Maybe I'd been bugging Mom? I didn't know, but I followed Dad outside to the parking lot anyway. Except it all got even weirder. He had a totally new car I'd never seen before. Did you get a new car, Dad? Yes, I actually bought it this morning. Do you like it? Get in quick. Your mom won't be happy if she has to wait. What on earth are you doing? Get away from my daughter, you freak! I swear I'll call the police! I ran back towards my mom. Mom, what's wrong with you? Everyone's looking. I was just going home with Dad. I turned to talk to Dad, but he was speeding out of the parking lot. What was happening? My mom was furious, demanding an explanation about why I was getting into a stranger's car. She wouldn't listen to me when I tried to say it was just Dad. Then she dropped a bombshell on me. Honey, that wasn't your dad. Your dad's at work. That man didn't even look like him, Mom said. I stared at her, wondering if it was all one big joke. But Mom looked deadly serious, and I started shaking and crying. What was wrong with me? They looked exactly the same, I was sure. After we got home and talked about it, my mom was so concerned that she decided to take me to a doctor. The doctor gave me a lot of weird tests, and I had to talk to other medical professionals too. But it only took a few days for the psychiatrist to diagnose me. Prosopagnosia. What a mouthful, right? To put it simply, I suffer from face blindness. I couldn't tell different faces apart from each other. People could easily end up looking the same to me. I couldn't believe it. I'd never had this problem before, or so I thought. I started to wonder whether I had confused people in the past, and it just hadn't been an issue until I was in danger, like at the grocery store. Unfortunately, there was no cure, and I was told I'd have to learn to live with it. My mom told everyone the news. I could only stand there and try not to cry. My mom had taken the news really well, and was as sympathetic as she could be. The rest of my family, not so much. My sister scoffed and rolled her eyes. I could have told you she was crazy. You didn't need to pay anyone, she said. My dad was the worst though. He smashed his glass on the floor and wouldn't even look at me. He looked so disappointed. My mom told him to calm down and think about his daughter. And what about me? He roared. My daughter is abnormal. Do you know how embarrassing that is? I ran off crying, but I could hear the entire fight from my room. My dad was yelling about how he never loved me and always knew there was something wrong with me. My mom told him to shut up and that I was just special, but he was too stupid to notice. My sister didn't say anything, but I could hear her laughing. At least someone was getting a kick out of this. In fact, she seemed pretty happy about the whole thing. At least I had my mom, or so I thought. My dad and sister quickly ganged up on me. My sister cut her hair like Mom and wore her clothes to confuse me. And it worked. The next day, she walked over to me in her mom costume with an evil smirk on her face. She came close and whispered in my ear, "Hey, idiot. Guess what? I love your sister more than you." I started to cry hysterically and asked her why. "You've just always been such a disappointment to me," she said. She started to laugh in a way that seemed oddly familiar, but I couldn't place it. Before I had time to really think, Dad walked in. I told Dad that I was sorry for everything, but he just rolled his eyes at me. "It's fine, I guess. I always knew you'd be a problem," he said. "By the way, since there are no secrets between us anymore, I guess it's time we told you about our open relationship." Pointing at my mom, he said, "No need to tell her when other women are here. We all agreed to it. Not that you could tell your own mother apart from some random woman off the street." He and my sister both laughed before leaving the room. These people were stupidly evil. Shamefully, I really thought it was my mom who spoken to me like that, and I felt so betrayed and hurt that I didn't want to speak to her again. Every time my mom tried to approach me over the next few weeks, I avoided her. I couldn't take her insulting me again. Mom worked every night, so not seeing her wasn't particularly challenging. And from then on, every single night, my dad brought a new girl home. He made me stay in my room and told me my mom was totally fine with it all. Of course, it was all a lie. My sister would even put on her mom disguise and tell me that she didn't mind the random girls in the house. I felt trapped in a nightmare. I just accepted things as they were. Even though I was angry at my mom back then, I still had guilt deep inside me. I knew something was wrong, but I couldn't quite figure it out. My mom had never been mean to me before, and I just couldn't fully believe she'd be okay with Dad bringing girls home. I needed to know the truth. I confronted my dad about it and told him he should stop. He got annoyed and told me I didn't understand. He asked me how I could even tell they were different girls since I was face blind. "I can still tell voices apart," I said sadly. "If you say so," he said before walking back to his room to go to bed. I felt defeated at first, but then something dawned on me. I may not be able to trust my eyes, but I could trust my ears. I just needed to listen to voices more carefully. With a little practice, I could be normal again. I was jumping for joy when I saw something that nearly broke my brain. "Why are you jumping, honey?" one of my moms asked. There were 2 moms in the room. I must have gone white as a sheet as one of the moms told me I should go to bed and get some rest. Then she left. The mom who stayed behind started laughing. "I see you just noticed my little haircut, you idiot." "It was my sister. It was you the whole time?" I shouted. "Was it? Maybe sometimes. It's not like you can even tell the difference," my sister said. I was going to fix this whole mess. We all sat down and ate breakfast the next day, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't tell them apart. Their voices were different for sure, but I couldn't pin a voice to a person. My sister definitely had a distinct laugh, but her regular speaking voice wasn't much different from Mom's. And when I couldn't tell who was speaking, I couldn't train myself to know who was who. But then I thought, sure, their voices were similar, but their personalities weren't. That was it. My sister was rotten to the core, you see. And not just with people. My sister was also very mean to animals. She hated puppies and she hated kittens. Not like my mom and me. I decided to borrow the neighbor's puppy for a few hours. When I walked into my house, I could already tell my plan was working. One of my moms looked over with disgust and walked out. The other ran right up and started petting the dog. I took the next few hours to memorize my mom's voice as she played with the dog. The longer I listened, the more I could identify unique things in her voice. I could hear the difference between her voice and my sister's. Not to mention the girls my dad brought home. I decided to sit down and have a conversation with my real mom. I told her all about the woman and the mean comments and told her if she knew about any of it. I didn't, she said with a serious look on her face. The next day, I was surprised to see her sitting on the couch with my sister, looking nervous next to her. She told me that she decided to stay home for her night shift. It was only about 20 minutes before Dad walked in with his new date. My mom was so angry, she screamed at the woman to leave and started shouting at my dad. She threw a few things at him and told him to get out and never come back. My sister started crying and apologizing, saying that Dad had forced her to go along with everything. I didn't believe a word of it and told my mom that my sister had enjoyed tormenting me. My sister, who usually thought she was so cool and scary, was reduced to a blubbering mess on the ground, begging my mom not to kick her out. My mom agreed, but on one condition. She picked up a bag of stuff from behind the couch and told my sister to follow her. My mom took my sister into the bathroom and she came out with a green mohawk. Perfect, my mom said. Now Susan will always be able to tell us apart. My sister was humiliated, but it was true. I would definitely know who was who now. This should have been a happy ending for me, but my mom did have one flaw. She would never be able to live without a man in her life. And it wasn't long before one showed up. As expected, my mom brought home a new guy a few days later. And he really was something. He wore tattered old clothes and had a tattoo of a chicken wing on his shoulder. I had no idea what my mom saw in him, but maybe my sister knew. See, whenever my mom went on her night shift, my sister and my mom's new boyfriend would disappear for hours. At first, I thought it was great to be left alone. Then, I realized it was very suspicious. I told Mom about it, and she kicked him out and sent my sister to live with my dad at the motel he'd been staying at. A few weeks later, Dad came back, full of apologies and begging to be taken back. My mom crumbled. I guess she really couldn't survive without a man, so she agreed to work on their relationship. I asked my dad where my sister was, and he just looked confused. "What are you talking about?" he said. I felt super bad. She was a mean person, but there were worse people in the world, like the man who tried to kidnap me. I didn't want her to get hurt. I decided to look for her myself. I told my mom I was worried, but she only seemed to care about my dad now. I wondered about my mom's ex, the weird guy with the chicken wing tattoo. Maybe it was something to do with him? I went to the police station, and an officer told me we could go to the man's house and see if my sister was with him. I tried to explain my face blindness problem and that I wouldn't actually know if the girl was her. And what if she didn't want to admit who she was? The officer wasn't sympathetic and told me to deal with it on my own in that case. He said that runaway kids weren't his problem. "Go play Sherlock Holmes if you want," he said and walked away from me. Luckily, it was pretty easy to find the guy's address. His house was exactly what I expected it to be. It was a total mess, and there was loud music booming everywhere. There were also lots of women inside. The door was unlocked, so I let myself in. There were so many women with strange haircuts and outfits, I didn't know where to look. I shouted for everyone's attention, and they all looked at me. "Hey, Rachel, if you're here, I'm sorry, and you can come home now. Forgive me. Please, sis. Say something," I pleaded. One of the girls approached me and said, "What are you talking about, idiot? There's no Rachel here. Can you just leave?" I went back home and asked my mom for help again because I couldn't find my sister anywhere. That's when my mom finally snapped. "Honey, I've tried to be patient with you. I just can't take this anymore," Mom said. "Take what?" I asked, confused. "All these games. It's not funny. You almost cost me my marriage, and for what? Now all of this?" Mom explained. "What do you mean?" I asked. "You don't have a sister!" My mom yelled, holding her head in frustration. What was she talking about? Of course I did! I pulled out my cell phone and checked my sister's number. She hadn't answered before, but maybe I could leave a voice message? Except now it said the number didn't exist. I ran over to my room and looked for any of her stuff, or photos, or something, but there was nothing. Her room was totally empty. I turned my computer on and searched frantically for her social media accounts, but they were all gone. I even ran into my mom's room and pulled out the family photo albums. She wasn't in a single picture. I was crazy, wasn't I? I'd been crazy the whole time. Or maybe there was something else happening here. Whatever it was, it had to be something dark.
Hi, I'm Olivia from Ohio, and my crazy story will make you rethink your circle of friends.
But before we get started, don't forget to like and subscribe. My mom screamed perfection. And I know what you're thinking. Every kid thinks their mom's perfect, but mine actually was. She was a successful lawyer, had won multiple awards, and everywhere she went, people would trip over their shoelaces to get a glimpse of her. Next to her, I looked like an ogre that no one noticed. People didn't even believe I was her daughter. When I was 10, Mom and I were taking a stroll in the park when this man walked up to us.
I was watching you from across the park, and I have to say, you're gorgeous. Do you mind grabbing a cup of coffee?
Thank you, but I'll pass. You see, I'm with my daughter.
It's so sweet of you to adopt this kid and call her your daughter. Goes to show that you're more than just a pretty face.
And you're a bigger moron than you look. I kicked the man hard in his shin, and he started whining like a baby. Mom apologized, dragged me back home, and gave me a big lecture on being polite. But I didn't care. All I wanted was to look pretty like Mom. So the next morning, I woke up early, took a pair of scissors, and gave myself a haircut. I thought I looked pretty amazing, until Mom saw me and screamed like a banshee.
What have you done, Olivia?
It's cool, right? Now I look just like you.
You look like a shaved raccoon.
Mom rushed me to a hairdresser who tried his best, but there was hardly anything left for him to do. The next day at school, everyone pointed and laughed at me. It was so humiliating. Things didn't change much even as I grew up. I was an A-grade student, but wasn't half as popular as the pretty girls in my school. Then one time in 9th grade, I saw this MSA video where this girl used makeup and it totally transformed her face. And I was hooked. I saw a bunch of makeup tutorials to get my look right, and when I was done, I looked like a totally different person. Mom and I had a wedding dinner to attend that night, and people couldn't stop complimenting me.
Oh, you're so pretty, like a fresh lily, just like your mother.
I'd never felt so visible, and it was all because of makeup. It made me feel so pretty and confident. I got better and better, and by 16, I started my own YouTube channel where I taught makeup. One of my videos went viral overnight, and I got famous. Girls in my school flocked around me asking for makeup tricks. That eye makeup you did was flawless, Olivia. Your foundation technique is to die for. Make a TikTok with me, please. The girl pulled me into her camera's frame, but just then someone pushed her away. It was Mia, the head cheerleader and the most popular girl in school. Ew! Please don't drag Olivia into your dirty TikTok videos. She's a YouTuber. She's literally royalty. Hi, babe. You know who I am, right? Let's hang out for lunch. And by the way, cute dress. I was stunned as Mia led me to her table and introduced me to all her friends. One of them was Max, the school football captain, and my all-time crush. He pulled out a chair for me.
You know Oliver.
Olivia.
Potato, potato. Anyway, you know, I'm something of a YouTuber myself. I'm a fashion stylist, art curator, singer, songwriter. I do it all. I work very hard.
That's amazing. My mom says hard work is the key to success.
Oh no, sweetheart. I mean, I work very hard on myself. It takes effort to look so flawless. Want to go on a date with me?
The most popular guy in school was asking me out on a date. So obviously, I said yes. Max and I hung out a bunch of times, and I was totally crushing over him. At school, I was finally in the cool league now. Mia and I went shopping, to parties, skipped school for movies. It was so much fun. But between hanging out with friends and making YouTube videos, I could hardly concentrate on my studies and failed a test. Mom found out, and she wasn't too happy.
Skipping classes? Flunking tests? What's happening to you, Olivia?
Relax, Mom. It's just one test. Besides, it's high school. I'm supposed to have fun.
You're also supposed to be getting into college, and I don't see that happening with these grades. You're acting like a totally different person.
And maybe that's not such a bad thing since I'm tired of living under your shadow, Mom. I'm my own person, and I know how to make my own decisions. Saying that, I rushed to my room. I felt kind of bad for being so rude to Mom, but I was too mad to apologize. But Mom didn't give up, and the next day at school, she asked one of my teachers to assign me a tutor to help me with my studies. I was waiting for my tutor in the library when a really nerdy girl walked over to me. You're Olivia, and Grace, your tutor. Let's start. Grace pulled up a chair, and I couldn't help noticing her mismatched shoes. Yeah, I know my shoes don't match. It's just the other one was wet and I was in a hurry. And before you ask me, yes, I only own 2 pairs of shoes because that's all you need. Now, let's start with science. Grace and I worked all afternoon, and I could tell she was really smart. We were just wrapping up when Mia showed up with Max. OMG, this is your tutor? Where did you get that dress? It looks like it was made out of your grandma's curtains. Wow, what a cool guess. She was giving her curtains away to Goodwill. I told her I could get a use out of them for another 10 years. You're such a dork, man. Right, Olivia? Yeah, totally. I shamefully joined in as Mia and her friends made fun of Grace. I thought Grace would act out and throw a book at us or something, but she simply smiled and walked away. Later that day during gym, everyone was in the pool while I just sat outside and reflected on how I'd behaved with Grace. She was trying to help me, and I'd been a jerk to her. I was lost in my thoughts when Max walked up to me.
You're not coming in?
No, I'm scared of water.
Oh, don't be a scaredy cat.
Saying that, Max started pulling me into the water. I wasn't ready for him to see me without my makeup on, so I started pulling away, but he just laughed and splashed water on me. My heart started beating faster, and I was about to pass out when Grace came to my rescue. Let her go, you moron. Grace took me to the bathroom as I tried catching my breath and shoved a paper bag into my hands. I don't want to throw up. Just breathe in and out. You just had a panic attack. Oh wait, you know what? My mom had this super amazing way of dealing with panic. With that, Grace hugged me tight and started rocking me back and forth. Snuggle, snuggle up, little baby, no need to fear. Mommy's here, we'll soon be out and you'll be free. Okay, I'm fine. Thank God my makeup is waterproof, or it would have been a disaster. That's what you were worried about? I thought you were scared of water. Thanks for saving me. And listen, I'm sorry for acting like a jerk earlier. I was mad at Max for days, but he apologized a million times, so eventually I let it go. Grace and I continued hanging out for our tutoring sessions and slowly became friends. Even my grades were up again, and Mom couldn't be happier. I'd never met anyone like Grace before, and I was fascinated. While everyone dressed up in fancy clothes, Grace would wear what made her comfortable, no matter how silly she looked. While we shopped for expensive stuff from malls, Grace made her own jewelry and hardly ever used makeup. But I could tell Mia hated Grace. She was always passing death glares at Grace and hardly missed an opportunity to comment on her hair or clothes. Then one day, I invited Grace over for lunch at my table. We were eating when Mia spoke. Guys, so you know how my mother is a tea leaf reader from India, and she was amazed by my reading yesterday. She says it means I'm either going to be very rich or very famous. As if. Excuse me? You have a problem with what I said? Logically, yes, I do. How can crushed wet leaves predict your future? They can. I have photos. You can see it's clearly written that my future is... I guess your future's garbage because that's what I see here. You know what you should really see? A mirror. Maybe that's when you'll know what a freak you are. Why do you hate me so much? Because you're a nerd and a loser, and I don't understand why you're even sitting with us. All I am is different, and maybe you're too close-minded to handle something you don't understand. There she goes with that psychology talk again. All I hear is blah, blah, blah. Told you, Olivia, she's a certified weirdo. You're so unreasonable. An unreasonable jerk. Mia got furious and pushed Grace off her chair. Grace fell and broke her glasses. She then got up and pushed Mia away, and the two of them got into a huge fight. It took all my strength to pull them away. I dragged Grace to the side. What is your deal? She hit me first. You insulted her. She called me a weirdo. I thought you didn't care about what people said. I don't, but I also don't like being humiliated publicly. You want Mia to like you so bad, you don't even have the courage to take my side even though I'm right. That's not true. Tell yourself that. Grace stormed off, and after that day, she simply stopped talking to me. She canceled our tutoring session and totally ignored me in class. Meanwhile at home, Mom told me something shocking one day. Apparently, one of her clients was suing her for presenting false evidence in a case, and Mom ended up paying really heavy damages. Mom and I had savings, but with the rent, school fees, and other expenses, we needed to figure out a way to get some money in. That's when Mia gave me a way out. My aunt's starting a herbal makeup line, and I'm sure she'll pay you a lot of money to endorse her products on your channel. If you want, I can talk to her tonight, and we can start shooting ASAP. Sounds great. Thanks, Mia. Of course, darling. What are friends for? The next day, I met Mia's aunt, and she agreed to pay me $1 million for the endorsement. We started shooting right away, and everything was on track. The video was uploaded a week later, and everyone loved it. The money I got was enough to get Mom out of trouble, and she was back in business. But a week later, I woke up to people screaming outside my house. I checked my phone and was shocked to see people calling me a liar, a cheat, and I was facing a lot of hate on social media. My heart sank reading all the comments. Apparently, Mia's aunt used cheap chemicals in her skin line, and people were complaining of severe skin issues. I immediately pushed an apology video saying that I had no idea, but no one believed me. Since Mia's aunt wasn't answering my calls, I rushed to Mia's house to get an explanation when I saw she was having a party. I instantly spotted her on the porch making out with Max. What the heck, Max? I thought you liked me.
I did, but then I saw what a fraud you are, and I don't want your tainted reputation ruining mine.
I'm not a fraud. Mia's aunt is, and now she's not even answering my calls. And you, Mia, go on record and tell my followers that I had no idea those products were harmful. And why should I do that? It's not my problem that you didn't do your homework. You should have checked those products before endorsing them. I trusted you. We were friends. And I did you a favor as a friend. But yeah, that aunt of mine's always been kind of shady. She wanted me to be the face of her fraud line. Imagine the horror if I would have said yes. Aunt needed someone stupid and popular enough to spread the word about her brand, and you stepped up. Now, if you're done, you're interrupting my date, and I'd like you to leave. Mia went back to kissing Max, and I was furious. I noticed a cat litter in the corner of the kitchen, and I picked it up and dumped it on Mia's head before storming out of the stupid party. I was in the parking lot when I saw Grace waiting for me. What are you doing here? I wanted to make sure you were okay. And look, I recorded the whole conversation with Mia. Upload this on your channel, and everyone will know what lying pieces of poop Mia and her aunt are. And then what? I know how horrible cyberbullying is, and I don't want another person to go through it. So you're just gonna let this go? Nope. We'll show this video to the police and let them take action. And after it's all behind us, there's something else I want to talk about on my channel. I've spent my entire life feeling invisible and not good enough, and makeup was my way to get noticed. But I just attracted shallow, awful people like Mia and Max. The only people worth having in your life are those who don't make you feel like you need to be someone else to be accepted by them. Did you hit your head on the way out? You're sounding like me. Well, you're the one who showed me that originality is our biggest superpower. So that's what I'm going to do. I still love makeup, but I won't lose sight of who I am as a person anymore, and I won't hide behind it. If I can become popular once, I can do it all over again. You with me? Always. Great, because I'm gonna need your help. And your macaroni necklace too.
I never knew why, but I always seemed to annoy my parents. It wasn't as if they didn't like kids. They absolutely adored my brother John. He was always being showered with expensive gifts. In my case, they never even remembered my birthday. On my 10th birthday, I came downstairs and saw a tiny wrap box on the kitchen table. I ripped it open, only to have Mom walk in and snatch it away from me. "That's not for you! Look, she's torn the wrapping!" Just then, John walked in, and they were all smiles. They handed the box to him, and inside was a key to a Porsche. He screamed in delight and followed them outside. He jumped into his new car. "Mom, Dad, let me take you around the block with this baby." And they were all off together. John was failing high school and was mostly just partying with girls, but that never seemed to bother my parents. Last Christmas, he brought 2 gorgeous girls home, and my parents looked like they couldn't be prouder. I had the duty of serving everyone drinks and food.
I pretended to trip up and spilled an entire tray of drinks on John and his guests. Mom sent me to my room, and I was more than happy having dinner on my own. A couple of weeks later, he turned up with another girl, Alina, and said they were in a serious relationship and she was moving in with us. I wasn't even allowed to have friends over to study with. If I ever wanted to ask someone, Mom would say, "Are you too stupid to do your work on your own?" And here my parents were, welcoming Alina with open arms. To my horror, I heard Mom say, "Oh, John probably doesn't have enough closet space. Why don't you put your things in Gwen's closet? She can put her clothes under her bed." As I started cleaning out my closet, I said, "You know, this is Whisker's favorite sleeping spot. I hope he doesn't scratch all your pretty clothes." Alina shrieked, picked up all her dresses, and ran off. Later that year, my brother and his dumb girlfriend became proud parents to little Mike. My parents practically sobbed with joy at being grandparents, and I became the official babysitter. Anytime they were heading out to a party, they'd dump the baby on me and tell me they'd be late, which usually meant I'd be staying up till 2 trying to juggle schoolwork and diapers. To make matters worse, Alina was a mess. Mom ordered me to do everything she asked, and she had me running around constantly because, as she said, taking care of little Mikey is so exhausting. One time, she sent me to get her favorite Chinese takeout, and suddenly the paper bag ripped and all the food boxes fell out. I stood there staring at the mess for a minute, and then I just scooped up the noodles from the pavement and put them right back in the box. She didn't have to know. She popped into my room one day to try on one of her designer dresses, and she started crying when she couldn't get the zipper up because she'd gotten so fat. I helped her out of it, but inside, I felt so happy. Served her right for stuffing her face all day. One day, while Alina was taking one of her many naps, I was watching over Mike, and he just wouldn't stop crying. John barged into my room and snatched him from me. "Seriously, why are you so useless? You can't even get a baby to be quiet." That was it. I was done with the thankless job and these selfish people. I decided that things had to change now. Anytime they tried to leave Mike with me, I would say I was too busy with exams and projects and lock myself in my room. I started having my friends over too. One time, while a friend called Stella and I were working on a project, Mom walked in and said rudely, "It's getting late. It's time for Stella to go home." I took Stella's hand and walked up to my room, slammed the door, and started playing loud music. And guess what? My parents said they'd had enough of me. They sent me off to live with one of my aunts. She was in her late 20s. I thought anywhere was better than my house, and I was almost looking forward to it. But I was so wrong. My aunt's ex-husband had been in the army, and I guess that's where she got her military discipline from. She had stupid rules for everything. I turned up for dinner 2 minutes later than 8 on the first night, and she said I could only eat salad. She had a list of chores I had to manage with school every day. I had to obey her rules, otherwise I'd be homeless. The only good thing about being there was that her stepson, Paul, lived with her. He was just a couple of years older than me, and boy was he handsome. He seemed glad to have my company, and we became friends pretty quickly. He would ask me to join his buddies whenever they were over. I totally wanted us to be more than just friends, of course, and it was so exciting to live in the room next to my crush. Stella was over at my place one day, and I told her I'd written a song for Paul. I sang it for her, and she absolutely loved it. Well, at least someone got to hear it. The next day at school, people seemed to be looking at me a lot more than usual. A girl from my class said, "Wow, I had no idea you had such an amazing voice." Another said, "Oh my god, why haven't you auditioned for American Idol already?" Wait, what? Another girl pulled out her phone and said, "Have you seen the views on your video yet?" I looked in horror at myself singing in my room. I couldn't believe Stella had recorded me and uploaded the video to YouTube. And it looked like everyone was loving it. The video went viral. Suddenly, every girl wanted to be me, and every boy wanted to be with me. I could see the admiration in Paul's eyes, too. If only he knew he was the inspiration. Jacob, one of the most popular jocks in school, came up to me one lunch. He leaned on the table and said, "Want to go out with me sometime?" I said casually, "You're going to have to impress me first." I made a dare, and the next thing I knew, Jacob had jumped up on the table and was taking his jersey off. Everyone in the cafeteria had turned around, and there were loud cheers and claps from the audience. Boy, He was totally ripped. But I looked at him and said, "Nah, I've seen better." And with that, I walked away. Jacob hadn't even noticed my existence till I became popular. He totally deserved it. Soon enough, though, I got a call to go to the principal's office. The principal glared at me as I walked in. I knew she only liked the nerds. She called my parents, and of course, they had nothing nice to say about me. She warned me that if I wanted to stay in the school, I'd better follow the rules and be a good little girl. I felt so angry. I was so tired of everyone's rules. I got up from my chair and said, "Please don't talk to me like I'm a kid. I'm literally the most popular girl in this stupid high school right now." The principal looked absolutely furious. She said, "This is my last warning. Behave or you'll be expelled." This wasn't over. The principal needed to treat me with respect. I was going to find a way to bring her down. The chance came sooner than I could have hoped for. And it was so much better than any of my original ideas. My aunt had sent me to get food from her favorite restaurant one evening, and I stopped short when I looked in through the window and saw two women kissing. It was the principal and our science teacher. Last time I checked, that was definitely against the rules. I quickly whipped out my phone and made a video of the two. That video was an overnight sensation. The principal and the teacher were both forced to quit, and everyone was ecstatic that we were rid of the horrible principal. And I was the one who made it happen. I was crazy popular now. One day in the science lab, I caught Alexa staring right at me. She smiled at me when our eyes met. Alexa was really popular. The lab instructor told us to pair up, and she quickly came to my side. We became friends and started hanging out a lot. At one of her parties, I told her she looked really good, and she blushed. She took my hand and led me to the dance floor. I could tell she was really into me, and to my shock, I realized that I might be a little into her too. I invited her to my aunt's one day. Paul and some of his friends were watching the game and asked us to join them. My aunt walked in with some snacks, and she instantly seemed to warm up to Alexa. I had never seen her look so affectionately at anyone. Alexa and Paul really seemed to hit it off too. And after a while, I felt a little bit left out of their conversation. Soon after that, Alexa started hanging out with me less, and whenever I'd call, she'd say she was busy. Paul seemed to be home less often too. I wondered if the two were hanging out together without me. One day, when I got home from school, I heard laughter from the lounge. It was Alexa and my aunt. Alexa said, "Hi, Gwen. I was just here to see Paul." I didn't care if my aunt liked Alexa better. I just couldn't afford to lose Paul. I decided to tell him how I felt about him. The next evening, I texted Paul to meet me in the garden after dinner. He seemed really surprised to see me all dressed up. He said, "Hey, Gwen, what's going on?" I took his hand, looked deeply in his eyes, and said, "I'm just a girl, standing in front of a boy, asking him to love her." I closed my eyes and leaned in to kiss him, but I suddenly felt him gently push me back. Paul looked completely shocked. He slowly said, Gwen, I'm a boy who's into other boys. I thought you would have figured that out. I have a boyfriend, actually." I ran away from the scene as fast as I could. High school was about to end, and I didn't want to live with my aunt anymore. Things were really awkward with Paul since that night. And besides, I was making enough from my YouTube singing videos to afford a small apartment on my own. One afternoon, the doorbell rang, and I was really surprised to see that it was Alina. She'd lost a ton of weight and looked fab. She said she needed my help, so I reluctantly let her in. She said, "Your jerk brother cheated on me." She and John had broken up, and my parents had sent him away to join the army. They were taking care of Mike. Since Alina's parents had stopped talking to her after she got pregnant, she had nowhere to go. She begged me to let her crash at my place till she could figure something out. I could hardly say no to that beautiful face, so I agreed. I thought I'd hate having her around, but I guess not being with my brother made her less of a jerk. In fact, she was going out of her way to cook my favorite meals and kept the house clean. I realized she was really good company. She was great at styling and helped me look amazing for my videos. One evening, I came home to a candlelit dinner for two. Alina looked stunning. Suddenly, she pulled me in for a kiss, and I kissed her back. We were super happy together. Our video series became more and more popular, and we were now a famous YouTube couple. We were making really good money, and we moved into a bigger house. Alina asked me one day if I'd have dinner with her sister. I knew she really missed her family, so I happily agreed. When her sister arrived at our table, I almost fell off my chair. It was Alexa, and she was with someone. It was my aunt. Needless to say, that was one awkward dinner. I just wanted to put the past and these people behind me already. I spoke too soon. Just a few days later, I got a text from my brother saying he wanted to come see us. I was curious about what he wanted, so I invited him over. The next day when he turned up, he looked around the house and said, "Wow, Gwenny, you've done really well for yourself." Just then, Alina walked in and sat down next to me. John looked a bit angry. I said, "Yes, as you can see, I have a much better life than you. I have everything you could possibly want." He forced a smile and said, "Well, yes. So here's the thing. I have a great business plan. I need $100,000 for it, though. Can you lend me the money?" Why was I not surprised? I said, "I'd rather throw the money in the gutter than give it to someone as selfish as you." That seemed to be too much for him. He jumped to his feet and shouted, "No matter how rich or famous you get, Mom and Dad will always like me more. You will always be alone, no matter what you do." With that, he stormed out. I smiled at Alina and pointed to the camera that had been running the whole time. I uploaded the video to my channel and told my viewers all about how my family had mistreated me. A few weeks later, my parents showed up with Mike. Turned out, John had sunk all their money in a stupid business investment and had come to ask me for money to pay his debts. He couldn't get a loan from anywhere, and they had to sell their house. They cut ties with him completely now and begged me to help them. I couldn't forget how they treated me, but I was better than them. Plus, they had looked after Mike all these years. I forgave them, and Alina and I moved them into a separate wing of our mansion. At our grand New Year's party, Alexa came by looking absolutely stunning. Apparently, she was no longer with my aunt. She kept flirting with me all evening and was conveniently by my side when it struck 12. She said, "I guess I'll have to kiss you now." I pushed her aside and walked off. I joined Alina on the balcony and took her hand. I said, "The best thing to happen to me is you." She smiled and said, "My life with you is just perfect." And we kissed under the stars.
Hi, I'm Chloe, and I'm from Portland. Please do like and subscribe, and I'll tell you what, if you do, I might invite you to my show when I become a famous TV presenter. So, picture your best friend. Got it? Well, now imagine them gone. Gone as quick as a badly rated Netflix series. Ever since I can remember, my best friend was Jade. Literally, we started our lives side by side because our moms were next to each other in the hospital. They became best friends, so it was written that we'd be best friends too. We were practically inseparable, the dynamic duo of mischief. You could say at times I got a little hot-headed, and Jade would always try to calm me down. One time in kindergarten, our grand cardboard castle faced a royal crisis when this boy refused to let us princesses in. "You shall not pass, as I am king." "Yeah? Well, you're only a king if you wear a crown, and I'm about to knock yours off." "Wait, you'll get in big trouble." "You're right. Much better to do a liquid siege." And Jade reluctantly helped me pour water all over the castle until it became soggy and collapsed on his head. Growing up, I wanted to be a famous TV presenter. Think Jimmy Fallon or Ellen DeGeneres, but funnier and cooler. Although Jade hated doing it, she always listened to me no matter what. "You're the K-pop star of the moment. Everybody wants to know your deepest and most personal secret. Please, say it looking straight at the camera. If you can cry, that would be great too. Don't you want to interview the president instead? Does he have a new double padlocked Balenciaga bag? I think not." One time, when we came home from school, our moms were arguing loudly. They stopped when we walked in.
"Oh, hi kids. Good day at school? Jade, we're going.
But
now."
And just like that, they stopped talking or going around each other's houses. Mom, come on. Whatever it is, it'll blow over, right?
She's just not the person I thought she was. Jade and I didn't pay much attention to them. We had to deal with the usual high school stuff. There were heartbreaks.
He asked Bailey to the dance. Bailey! You can do better. I heard he doesn't bathe. Paranoia. What if I freeze and no words come out? Then I pee myself and everyone laughs at me? You're just getting a soda. Complete meltdowns. How am I supposed to remember all this stuff? This is just torture. You could be the first person to sue the school. Nah, who cares? I'm gonna be rich and famous anyway. Jade was always there for me, and I figured we'd be besties forever. But as it turns out, I was wrong. One day, I raced to school because I wanted to show Jade my updated show reel, but she wasn't in. So I texted, and I could see she read it, but didn't reply. It's cool. She's probably ill. Or maybe her mom took her out of school again? Oh yeah, she does that sometimes. For yoga or something. And Jade hates it. Anyway, by the evening, still no reply. Not even a quick, hey, I'm alive text. The next day, she wasn't in school either. Or the next. And nothing was on her socials. Not that she posted stuff anyway. Did aliens abduct her? Is she going through a phone detox? Did I do something wrong? I have to find out. By the time I got to her house, I was angry and preparing what to say. See this friendship bracelet? Given that you don't care about our friendship, I'm gonna rip it off and burn it. But when I went to knock on the door, I realized it was already open. To my shock, the place was empty. I mean, furniture gone, belongings gone, even wallpaper gone. It was as if nobody had ever lived there. I ran up to Jade's room, completely empty too. Then I heard the door downstairs open and bang shut. Someone else is in the house. I sneaked a look over the banisters and saw this scary-looking man with a shaved head and a daisy tattoo on his hand. He was stuffing some paperwork in his pocket and knelt by a section of an open floorboard.
I got it, boss.
But just then, I stubbed my toe, and I couldn't help but make a noise because of the, oh yeah, excruciating pain. I heard the man start to come upstairs, and luckily, I knew that there was a way out of Jade's bedroom window via an oak tree. My heart was pounding as I climbed down, and when I looked back to the house, I saw the scary man scowling at me from Jade's window. I ran home so fast and told Mom everything. Jade and her mom have gone. What did you and her mom fall out about? It was nothing. People change and grow apart. It's how it is. I thought that was really weird as they'd been as close as Jade and I could never imagine falling out with Jade like that. Soon after that, I was taking out the trash, and there I discovered a scrunched up lyre with daisies on it, just like the tattoo the scary man had. I didn't say anything to Mom because I knew she'd make me stay away from it. But hey, a good presenter is always ready for action. The website on the flyer was a place called Harmony Farm. It looked like one of Jade's mom's yoga trips, but weirdly, there was no phone number or address. A place called Harmony Farm can't be that bad, can it? I figured Jade was okay and would be back in contact soon. After all, we are best friends. But weeks went by and still no contact. I was angry, but when this bully tried to trip me in the canteen, I didn't unleash my inner Hulk with the help of an image of Jade scolding me. No, you'll get in trouble. Then, Mr. Triple-Lot turned lunch into a chaotic circus with flying milkshakes and frosted donuts in all directions. Enough is enough. Hey, knock it off. People just want to have lunch.
What's it got to do with you, weirdo? You're such a weirdo. Always talking alone and interviewing a mirror. No wonder your friend bailed on you.
Oh, that was it. I grabbed his tray and sent it on a gravity-defying journey to the other side of the canteen. Cue the applause. Yep, I was a hero. But of course, heroics come with consequences, and boy did I get in trouble. First detention, and then Mom. I'm so disappointed. This must stop. Jade's moved on, and so should you. Mom is right. She ghosted me. If Jade wanted to break our friendship, so did I. I took down every picture of us and burned our friendship bracelet in the backyard in some sort of ritual of detachment. And the perfect distraction came with my big TV break. They were holding auditions in the next town for a new cool teen channel. I am a teen, and I am cool. This is perfect for me. The next day, I went there. It was this tiny warehouse, and the line went on for miles. But hey, no pain, no gain, right? So I stood in line. Thank the heavens I could watch loads of MSA videos, and I had my trusty MSA water bottle. But as I got further up the line, the most shocking thing happened. I saw these two girls about my age and wearing these hideous yellow dresses, talking to some people in line and handing them something. Please, take a daisy. A daisy? Suddenly, a security guard ran over to them.
You two again? What did I tell you? Get out of here!
The girls ran away. I had to follow them. They might lead me to Jade. So I went after them and got onto the same bus. They got off at this remote stop, and I followed. They went through a garden gate, and so did I. Exactly 5 minutes after them, I started filming just in case they went all midsummer on me. Here we are at Harmony Farm, but I don't see any animals suspicious. And that's when I saw Jade watering tomatoes in the same ugly dress. I thought to myself, Chloe, be calm, collected, listen to her side of the story. But instead, I went bat-tail crazy. You ghosted me! And what is with the outfit? Put on a statement necklace at least. Chloe, you don't belong here. Just go. Oh, hi. Nice to see you too. No need to apologize or anything. What happened to all the BFFs forever stuff? You didn't even give me a "it's not you, it's me" speech. That's because it's you. You're so materialistic all the time. I want a simpler life, to be with nature and people like me. I don't want to be best friends anymore. And she just walked away. Fine, she's gonna regret this. The next time she sees me, I will be on TV, and she will still be watering tomatoes. I had to wait an age for the bus, but when I got to the auditions, I looked at everyone there posing like they were famous already. Do I look like that? I can't look that sad. Is Jade right about me? I didn't go to the audition, and when I got home, I looked at my vision board. All designer shoes and red carpets with Jade and me in the middle. Maybe she's right. I realized that we always did what I wanted and never what Jade wanted. Well, there was the time I went with her to help out at a soup kitchen. See, I'm not all about the material stuff. Well, I suppose I did promise to go back and never did. Hey, how was the audition? Jade's in a cult. Why didn't you tell me? Don't try to deny it. I found the flyer in the trash. Calm down. Jade's mom tried to convince me to go, but she got furious when I refused. That's it. That's it? No, that's not it. We need to get an army together and get Jade out of there. Let Jade be. She's where she wants to be. I tried to listen to my mom, but that night I couldn't sleep. I needed to apologize to Jade. When dawn broke, I went back to the farm. I knew she never wanted to see me again, and I would respect that, but I had to get this off my chest first. Luckily, when I snuck in, this big meeting was in progress, and someone was on stage. Jade was bound to be in there, and suddenly I realized Jade's mom was on stage, giving a speech. I couldn't see Jade, so I snuck out the back, and weirdly, I found a door with Jade's mom's name on it. It was this really shabby office with hardly anything in it. No compromising paperwork was in the drawers or behind the books on a shelf. Then suddenly, when I moved a book, something clicked. A secret door! Inside was another office, but this was huge and grand with mod cons. I'm talking Apple products on tap, a walk-in wardrobe complete with designer shoes and bags. Not a very simple life, if you ask me. There were also boxes of people's passports, money, and bank statements for Jade's mom. Wow, this is a lot of money.
What are you doing?
I turned, and the scary man was staring at me. I want to join the cult.
I know you. You were at the boss's house.
Boss? Jade's mom was the boss? Before I could process that, the scary man started chasing me around the desk. I ran out and ended up on stage. Jade's mom looked at me, shocked. Then she smiled calmly.
I gave up on trying to make your mom see sense, but I always had hope for you.
That's a no from me to the weirdy-beardy cult. Sorry. The audience gasped.
You were always so angry, Chloe. You still don't understand that materialism is the only distraction from true bliss.
Oh, is that so? What about your secret office? It's like the Kardashian-Jenner clan threw up in there. And don't get me started on the passports and the small fortune I found. Well, it's small only by Bill Gates standards. Everyone looked confused at Jade's mom, and she looked panicked. Suddenly, Jade came on stage. She had a face that looked like she wanted to do a TED Talk on the benefits of rage. I'd never seen her so angry. There is no secret office. Chloe is lying to get back at me. No, Jade, I promise. I'd never lie to you. We're besties. No, we are not. Why can't you just leave me alone? You know what? Fine, I'll just go. At least I fought for our friendship. I was more than ready to leave that place and never come back. But it wasn't that simple. Jade's mom caught up with me and closed my path. Behind her were loads of Daisy-loving worshippers and the scary man who looked like he was about to whip out some nunchucks.
You think you can just accuse me of something like that and just walk away?
I was thinking that. Yeah.
Well, this isn't your mother's house where you can do whatever you want, you brat.
Ouch.
Here, trespassers and criminals are prosecuted and punished.
I was genuinely frightened. If they could endure wearing those horrendous dresses, who knew what else they were capable of?
The followers began to advance on me. I was completely surrounded. They each grabbed some tomatoes.
Oh no! At that moment, Jade arrived on the scene. Mom, wait!
Oh, Jade, I know you want to be a part of this.
Of course I do. Jade grabbed a tomato. But first, everyone, you should know that your donations have been going to my mom. Chloe, my bestie, was right. Jade showed everyone the bags, the shoes, the passports, bank statements, and money that her mother had hidden. Everything turned to chaos then. Jade's mom and the scary man tried to bolt, but they got catched. Or should I say, catch up. Everyone threw their tomatoes at them. It was brutal. Blood flowed on the farm. Well, maybe it was just tomato sauce. But okay, too many tomato jokes. Got it. I'll stop now. I walked towards Jade. Jade, listen, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to cause all this chaos. No, I'm sorry. Mom convinced me that leaving everything behind was for the best, that our old life was too materialistic. It's all because of you, Chloe. If you hadn't shown up and questioned everything, I wouldn't know the truth. I missed you. I couldn't give up on our friendship either. Then Jade held up her friendship bracelet. BFF, where's yours? Oh, it's in the laundry. I think after Mom gets arrested, I'm gonna come live with you for a while. And you, my friend, need to take an anger management course. Yeah, and to stop obsessing over celebrities and materialistic things. Hi, my name is Diana. I was born into a miserable, poor family as the eldest of 4 girls. And for some unknown reason, my whole family has always hated me. Even as a kid, I knew Dad was kind of a loser. He just sat around in his pajamas all day, barking orders at me. We had an ancient TV set without a remote, and every evening it was my job to stand next to it and keep changing the channels. Even though he was useless, Mom seemed to adore him. In fact, the only person she didn't like was me. When I was 7, Mom and Dad decided to have a proper Christmas for once, and I was really excited. But when I opened my present, I saw my little sister's dirty sweater inside. Ew, Mom, I think you meant to throw this in the garbage. And why would I throw away a perfectly good sweater? Was I supposed to wash it, for your highness? Go do it so you can wear it for the family picture. Mom, it won't even fit me. Not with that attitude. It was so tight on me, I could hardly breathe. All my sisters got brand new sweaters, and I was the only one who looked like an idiot in the family photo. Even worse, when Mom framed it and hung it up on the wall, I saw that I'd been cropped out of the picture. Years passed and they continued to treat me poorly. I slept in a bed I'd outgrown years ago, and my cupboard was a cardboard box. Whenever Mom ordered pizza, she always gave me the smallest slice. Sometimes I started thinking I wasn't even her daughter. On my 13th birthday, I decided to throw myself a party, but of course at my friend's place. I had some savings to buy snacks and a cake, and as I was sneaking out, I bumped straight into my 12-year-old sister, Selena. She grinned and said she wouldn't tell Mom if I let her join me. And I didn't really have a choice. We were actually having a good time until one of my friends mentioned my boyfriend, Zach. Oh no, Mom would kill me if she found out. She always said that having a boyfriend is a red line. I tried to signal my friend to shut up, but she just didn't get it. Wait, you have a boyfriend, Diana? Oh, she doesn't know? Well, your sister is really popular with all the boys, but Zach was the lucky one who finally won her heart. Oh, that's cool. Please excuse me. I have to make a quick phone call. And with that, she shut herself up in the bathroom. This was not going to end well for me. And sure enough, when we got home, Mom was waiting for us, looking like a fire-breathing dragon. Are you freaking kidding me, Diana? He isn't even rich. What are you talking about, Mom? Your boyfriend, Zach. I just looked him up online and he's dirt poor. Dating a loser is the dumbest thing a girl can do. How about marrying one, Mom? Dad is a loser too. Don't try to be cheeky. Dump this idiot and find yourself a rich boy. Do you understand me? Sure, Mom. You're more important to me than any boy. I'll dump him tomorrow. Mom was insane. She had always been against having a boyfriend, and now she only wanted me to date rich boys. But of course, I did nothing of the sort, and I kept dating Zach secretly. I even managed to hide it from my sisters at school, and Mom had no idea. Well, at least until the 9th grade. I knew Mom would be coming to school to meet Selena's teacher one day, so I had to warn Zach to be careful. But before I could, I walked into the cafeteria to find he'd arranged a surprise party for me. He jumped onto one of the tables and announced, "Hey everyone, today is my lovely girlfriend's birthday, and I have something very special for her because I love her so much." Then he came to me and gave me a freaking diamond necklace. Zach, how did you even pay for that? Babe, listen. But just then, someone pushed me aside and snatched the necklace from him. It was Mom. Oh my God, this is a real diamond necklace. Where'd you get that from, boy? It's okay. You don't have to answer that. Diana, my daughter, marry him. And then she put her arms around Zach's shoulders and mine and took us home. And just like that, Mom was happy with Zach and loved him so very much. She invited him over every day and fed him like crazy. Dad seemed to like him too, and the two played video games for hours. It seemed like Zach was really enjoying himself too, because he never left the house. Sometimes he'd even sleep over on the couch at night. But soon enough, it seemed like Zach was becoming one of them. All he did was sit on the couch and bark orders like Dad, while he and Mom made jokes about me all day. I was getting really sick of everything, until one day someone knocked on the front door, and I opened it to find 2 police officers standing there.
Is Zach here, miss?
Yeah, what do you want from him?
We need to take him with us. We think he stole something.
I turned around to look for Zach, but he was already running like a scared mouse. The officers managed to catch him, and it turned out he'd stolen that diamond necklace. So obviously I gave it to the police. I was secretly so happy to be rid of Zach, but Mom went ballistic. Wasn't it enough that you were dating a poor boy, but he's also a thief? Just when I think you couldn't be more pathetic, you surprise me, Diana. Well, Mom, I wasn't born to impress you, and if you're so amazing, how come you didn't land a rich guy and married our dumb dad instead? Just leave me alone. I didn't talk to anyone for weeks. I was so tired of my family. One morning as I was leaving for school, the doorbell rang and I found a sophisticated woman standing outside who smiled and asked if she could come in.
You must be Diana, right?
Yeah, who are you?
I'm your aunt, your dad's sister.
I looked at her and then Dad on the couch. Seriously? You're that guy's sister?
Sweetheart, didn't your mom ever tell you? That's not your real dad.
Wait, what? Just then Mom came running in and she turned pale when she saw the woman. You, what are you doing here?
I'm here to take Diana to see her father.
Everybody, just hold on for a freaking second. I have a different dad? Well, duh. Can't you see how different you look? It's not really a secret. Everyone in this house knows. My head was spinning. I couldn't believe this. So, what does he want with her now, huh? He just abandoned me when I got pregnant with her.
He really wants to meet her, just once. Diana, would that be okay?
I was too shocked to refuse. Mom tried to stop me, but I pulled my arm away and followed the woman into the limousine waiting for us. When I got to Dad's house, I had to pinch my cheeks. It was a huge mansion, bigger than my entire school. My dad was a millionaire? A butler and maids were standing at the entrance, and suddenly they looked like they were about to fall, so I ran forward to help them. But my aunt stopped me.
Oh, no, sweetie. They're bowing. They're showing their respect.
Oh, that was a bow? Someone was showing me respect? That was new. She took me to the last floor and opened a gold door. Then she turned around and left. I stepped in to find a man sitting up in bed.
Diana, is that you? Please, come in. I've been waiting for you.
The man looked really tired, and he smiled warmly at me and asked me to sit down next to him.
I'm very sorry that I never reached out to you before, Diana. I'm sure you can't forgive me right away, but I need you to listen to me. I don't think I have much time to live, and you're my only child. I want you to move in and live with me and your aunt.
I don't even know what to say. Thank you for finally remembering me.
Diana, I understand you're mad. Please, accept my offer and let me make it up to you.
Thinking about my life with my family, this wasn't really a hard decision. I said yes. And just like that, my life turned upside down. I moved in, got enrolled in an amazing school, and had every luxury at my feet. Also, it turned out that the doctors were wrong and my dad got better after a year. I got to know him better and he soon became my favorite person. Years passed and I graduated from high school. One day, I was in the kitchen when I heard a voice from behind me. It was Mom. When she saw me, she went down on her knees and started crying like a little baby. Diana, my daughter, please have mercy on your mommy. Mom, please get up. And what's wrong? I need a kidney. You know how hard it is to get a donor these days, and I can't wait for years. I'm really sick, and I might die soon, my darling. Mom, I'm really sorry to hear that, but I can't donate my kidney. Maybe Selena can? No, that's not what I'm here for. I have a donor. It's Zach.
He's ready to do it under one condition, that you marry him. He's still so in love with you. Mom, are you crazy? I'm supposed to marry him for a kidney? Not forever. Just say yes. And after the surgery, you can leave. Come on, babe. You're the best person I know. Mom started crying again, and my heart went out to her. I didn't want her to die because of me, so I agreed to marry Zach and said I'd divorce him right after the surgery. Dad didn't support my decision and kept trying to talk me out of it, but I said, if I don't help her, I'll blame myself forever. She is my mom after all. But on my wedding day, I was a mess. As I was sitting in my wedding dress and bawling my eyes out, Mom barged in. Why are you crying? Who cries on their wedding day? Mom, just get lost. Is this how you talk to your mom? Rude girl. She was about to spit at my face when I pushed her away and ran out of the room. It all felt like a big, stupid mistake. I didn't love Zach, and I didn't want to marry him. Just then, I spotted Mom and Selena from a distance, and it looked like they were fighting. What was going on with those two? Seconds later, my phone beeped, and I got a message from Selena. Diana, Mom's lying. Zach is a professional thief now, and he's really wealthy. He said if Mom made you marry him, he would give her a fortune. She faked everything. I was involved in this too, but seeing your sad face right now is killing me. Don't marry Zach. Our mom is a psycho. I couldn't believe it. My mom wanted to literally sell me? How awful could she possibly be? I left my wedding and ran away to Dad. My mom is evil and she hates me. I've had enough. I'm not letting her get away with this. Will you help me?
I'm surprised you even have to ask, my darling.
And he hugged me tight. You could say that I was born with a brush and an eyeshadow palette in my hand. I was always obsessed with makeup, and I even sneaked into my mom and dad's room at night to practice on them. A little pink eyeshadow, some red lipstick, and glitter. Perfect. Hi guys, I'm Regina from Seattle, Washington. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. I had a happy family. My dad was in the army and was as big as a bear and as strong as a lion. When I was little, I used to daydream about all the exciting missions he went on.
Daddy is defeating tigers today. He's building a hospital for children in Africa.
Despite how proud I was of my dad, I couldn't help but miss him. Luckily, my mom was amazing too. She worked at a cosmetic store, so she was like my personal shopping assistant and taught me everything about fashion and makeup. But everything changed when I turned 7. Mom fell madly in love with an accountant, and Dad let her go. Will Mom ever come back? I don't like to see her only through video calls.
My baby girl, I know you're sad. But see, your mom is happy and will be happy too. I'll get a desk job and I'll take care of you from now on.
But even though Dad was so sweet, he was an army man and he didn't know any better. So he would wake me up at 5 every morning with a trumpet to go for a run. He could only cook beans and sausage. And when it came to my hair,
the brush is stuck. Ouch! Let's watch a tutorial, okay?
Before I end up completely bald. After a good dose of online tutorials and MSA videos later, Dad finally evolved into a normal parent.
Here's your packed lunch and your PE bag. Ready for school?
Thank you, Daddy. You're the best.
Except when it came to boys. When I was in middle school, one of my classmates gave me a chocolate heart for Valentine's Day, and I showed it to him.
Dad, look! A boy asked me out.
My dad snatched the chocolate and ate it in one enormous bite.
No boyfriend until you turn 21. You'll have time once you're grown up, but right now, you need to focus on your studies.
Okay, Dad. And the day after, the boy who had given me the gift transferred to another school. What if Dad scared him off? I felt furious about Dad and told Mom everything when she video called me. But suddenly, she hung up, and I realized it was because of her new husband, who didn't really like her talking to me. And gradually, she ended up only calling on birthdays and Christmas. I learned to live with it and got busy watching makeup tutorials and trying makeovers. But then, in my junior year, I met Simon, and he was so perfect. It was no wonder I forgot everything else, even my passion. I'm sure Dad'll change his mind when he sees him. Hey, Dad, I'm bringing a friend for lunch today, okay?
Sure, bring her over.
It's a boy. I expected Dad to explode, but he said nothing. Ooh, did he change his mind? But I was wrong. So wrong. When we got back from school, Dad opened the door without a smile and stared at Simon before turning back towards the kitchen. Your dad's kinda scary. Him? No. He's sweet. Fluffy. I dragged Simon into the kitchen. See? He made fried chicken. He likes you. Sit down. Sit down. But after he'd filled our plates, Dad grabbed a piece of chicken tight and, looking Simon in the eyes, he snapped it in half. Simon literally squeaked and shot to his feet. I suddenly remembered I have to water my fish. I mean, iron my plant. Bye. After that, Simon dumped me, and everyone started whispering that my dad was a crazy, dangerous dude. I thought all the guys would stay away from me now, but I was stunned when they all asked me out to prove they were daring and not scared. Ha! See, Dad? Your strategy backfired. It felt like being on The Bachelorette, with everyone trying to win my heart. Too short, too tall. Lame joke. Smells bad. Ew. Yeah, you'll do. But like a dragon guarding a princess, my dad made them all run away. That was until the next year when James transferred to our school. As soon as he walked in, I knew he was the one. Tall, with abs like a washboard, and hair that looked straight out of a conditioner commercial. He was the captain of all the school teams, top of the class, and richer than Elon Musk. Well, a little poorer than Elon Musk. Oh boy, is it even legal to be this hot? I was pretty, but for someone in James's league, I had to up my game. The next day, I woke up at 3 a.m., and after literally hours of careful styling, I was ready. That day at lunch break, I gathered my courage and went straight to sit beside James. Hi, I'm Regina. And I'm amazed. Haven't I seen you on TikTok? You look like a celebrity. Then he kissed my hands like a gentleman. Played cool. Breathe. James asked me out a few weeks later, so I brought him home. There's no point in dating him if he can't get past Dad. Just so you know, my dad can be a bit hyperprotective. Don't worry, he can't resist me. Dad pulled the same tough guy routine, but James was unflappable. When Dad told James to carry super heavy stuff, James did it whistling. Then they got into an eye-staring contest, and James didn't back down. Okay, I'm going to bed. Have fun, you two. Eventually, Dad ran out of ideas. Now that he's survived my dad's trials, we can start dating for real. We had so much fun, but then James started to get a little bit too enthusiastic. Every time we were alone, he tried to kiss me, and I wasn't ready. But I didn't know how to tell him, so every time he got closer, I dodged. During the movie, I spilled soda on myself. Oh, I'm so clumsy. In the library, I sneezed. Oh, allergies. Walking home, oh look, a penny. Ouch. Oh no, are you okay?
No, I'm not okay. What is wrong with you?
He'll understand. Tell him. Can we take things a bit slower?
What?
I like you, but maybe we should get to know each other better.
You know what? I only dated you because everyone said your dad was too scary, but he's not all that.
You're breaking up with me?
It's more like we never even dated since you don't want to kiss me. What a loser.
As James left, I felt my heart break in two. That night, I was too ashamed to tell my dad what had happened with James, and I didn't want him to tell me I told you so. But at dinner, I couldn't hold it in anymore, and I started crying into my soup. Dad got up and hugged me until I stopped. You were right, Dad. I'm sorry I didn't listen.
Baby girl, I don't care about being right. I just don't want to see you hurt. Remember, you don't need anyone. You're a smart girl, and I know you can succeed. But don't forget yourself. Didn't you love makeup? You haven't given me a makeover in years.
Oh, Dad, you're the best. And then I vowed to myself, no more boys. From that day on, I only focused on my life and school. I made friends with a few awesome girls, and I started to go back to my passion, which was makeup and fashion. Once, when our teacher invited the whole class to her wedding, my friend couldn't believe I didn't hire a professional stylist. Your makeup is flawless. Maybe you could give me a little touch-up? Of course. Let me ask my dad to bring my beauty case. When my other classmates saw my friend's new look, they all wanted a makeover too, including my teacher. After that moment, word went around that I would give the best makeovers, and I became the school's unofficial fashion guru. Girls and boys lined up after class to talk to me. Have you tried an autumn palette? Ironic bow ties are for clowns only. You cut these bangs by yourself, didn't you? I liked how makeup positively affected my friend's self-esteem, and I spent all my pocket money on it. I wielded my brush like a Japanese samurai sword. But then one day, a girl came to me with a problem I couldn't solve. I want to go blonde, but the bleach ruins my hair. Is there an alternative? After Googling for a day, I realized that the only way to go blonde was to damage the hair. But what if I can find an alternative solution? Imagine how many people I could help. And so I went down the rabbit hole of research. And when I thought I had found a solution, I got permission from my teacher to use the chemistry lab, even though chemistry was the only class I had failed. Okay, hair sample, check. Dye sample, check. Now, if I put this here, and then a drip of that there… OMG, it's on fire! My hair sample is on fire! A boy in the lab came to help me. Oh, thank you. You saved me. I'm…
Regina, the girl who has a scary dad. I'm Tyrell, and I'd love to know why you were setting fire to my lab.
Your lab?
Let's say I'm the resident chemistry nerd.
I looked at him. Pimples, thick glasses, bad haircut, and oh my god, are those khaki pants? Gosh, this guy really needs a makeover. But I wasn't in the business of giving unrequested advice, so I told Terrell about my research instead. He gave me suggestions, and I realized that my love for all things beautiful was totally rooted in chemistry. Who knew science could be so glamorous? But no matter how much I wanted to learn, I kept messing up with chemicals.
How did you do that?
Instead of getting mad, he helped me fix it. In exchange for all his help, I offered to tutor him in English. Spanish was his first language, so he needed it. And I invited him to my house to do homework. Don't worry, Dad, he's just a friend.
He's still a boy. Door open at all times.
Yeah. Like I could fall for a guy like Terrell. He's not my type. I needed to test all my beauty products, and since Terrell was always around, I convinced him to be my guinea pig. One facial cleanser and haircut at a time, Tyrell turned into a hottie. You can't help yourself from turning frogs into princes, eh? But he's so cute now. No, don't think like that. You said no more boys. The more I tried to stop developing a crush on Tyrell, the more I realized how cool he was, until he walked into the lab with a gorgeous girl at his side. Oh no, he has a girlfriend? Why does this feel so horrible? Hi?
Hey Regina, this is my older sister, and she's an angel investor for women's startups. I told her about your ideas, and she'd like to invest in them.
I was so relieved to hear that she wasn't his girlfriend that it took me a moment to register the rest of the sentence. An investor?
You deserve a lot of success.
But you helped me out a lot.
It's hard to say no to a beautiful and smart girl like you.
Tyrell blushed to the tip of his ears, and I couldn't resist. So I kissed him, and he kissed me back.
I thought I was just a friend.
You can be my friend and my boyfriend.
Really? But your dad…
I'll talk to him. Tyrell was nothing like the boys I had been with before, and I hoped that he could see it too. But when I explained, he refused.
If he really likes you that much, he can wait a few years.
No, that's not fair.
It doesn't have to be fair. Now, didn't I promise to take you to the mall?
If you think you'll mollify me with some shopping, you're mistaken. Dad really seemed determined to make me forget, and he said yes to everything I wanted. But I had other plans. I texted Tyrell to meet us in the garage where we had parked. If I can't convince him by myself, maybe Tyrell will. But when we were in the elevator to get to the car, it suddenly stopped, and the lights went off. I switched on the torch on my phone and pressed all the buttons, but nothing changed. It looks like we'll be stuck here for a bit. Dad didn't reply. He was staring at the floor. Dad, he doesn't look so good.
I'm sorry, baby girl. Dark, small spaces bring back bad memories. My chest. I feel like I can't breathe.
I looked at my dad, stunned. I always thought he was invincible, but the truth was, he was just human. I pressed the emergency button, but nothing happened. Dad started breathing very fast. He's having a panic attack, and there's no signal in here. Sit down, put your head between your knees, and think about nice things.
I miss your mom most of the time.
I sat beside my dad and wrapped my arms around him. I miss her too, but we are happy together, and you've been an amazing dad. I'm so proud of you.
And I am of you too.
I kept talking to my dad until he was a little bit calmer, and then the doors to the elevator opened. It was Tyrell and the firemen, and they were getting us out. My hero!
I'm glad you're okay. I got worried when you weren't answering the phone. I realized the elevator was stuck, and I called the emergency service. That was very clever of you. I think your daughter is amazing. I came here to convince you to let me date her, but I know how much she cares about you. And if it's really important, I'll wait for her for a few years. But just maybe, please don't let me wait forever.
Dad looked at me, and I could see something changing in his eyes.
You have shown me that strength is not always in the muscles. Some old memories brought me to my knees, but you kept your cool and helped me through it. So yeah, I think you're strong enough to take care of yourself, and I like this guy.
Oh, thank you, Dad.
But if you hurt her, I'll crush you. Like a can. That is very clear, sir.
Luckily for me, Dad didn't have to crush anyone because Tyrell was the perfect boyfriend who grew up into a perfect man. With his help, I developed a makeup line that became a global sensation, and Tyrell became my head of research. Knowing I was in good hands, Dad retired early and started traveling the world, challenging himself to explore the darkest caves. And in one of those caves, he met a spry, adventurous widow, whom he married the next year. See, Dad, true love always finds a way. Hey, I'm Marianne. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I'm about to share a story about the challenges life has thrown at me. My parents, especially my dad, weren't what some would call expressive and loving. They constantly fought and seemed to spend more time hating each other than anything else. Dad always had the TV blaring. The noise kept me up at night, so I often resorted to sleeping with headphones on. I knew he wasn't a bad person. He just had some annoying habits and seemed to enjoy annoying Mom. Mom was kind. She did her best to be the best mom. She'd surprise me with toys and candies. My favorite place was our treehouse, which Mom built for me. It was my escape. I loved spending time there with my bestie Joy.
Marianne, everything will be okay. My mom got me 2 dolls and I want to give you one. Let's grab some ice cream.
Joy was my best friend since kindergarten. She always knew how to cheer me up, sharing her toys with me. We were inseparable, so much so that some people at school mistook us for twins. Plus, Joy had an amazing voice. Sometimes she sang to me until I fell asleep in the treehouse. Joy's family seemed perfect. Her mom was a successful fashion designer, and her dad was a police officer. Sometimes I found myself wishing I was part of her family, but I'd immediately feel guilty knowing my mom loved me. When I was 16, my gymnastics coach said I should compete in another state. Excited, I asked my parents for money to go. Dad, busy with his motorbike, brushed me off.
Wish I could, honey, but I gotta paint the bike. It's my pride and joy.
I could tell Mom wanted to help by the way she looked at me, giving me the "I wish I could help you, dear" look. And that day, I made up my mind to do something. I grabbed my dad's motorbike keys, thinking I could ride to the competition myself. But since I didn't really know how to drive, I ended up crashing into a fire hydrant. Dad was furious about his damaged bike, but before he could say anything, Mom intervened. "Don't you dare yell at her." Mom then hugged me and handed me some money. "Here, take this money. I've been saving it for quite a while now. I love you, babe." I hugged Mom tightly. I participated in the gymnastics competition and took second place. On the way back, my coach had some really bad news. "Your mom got into an accident while buying ingredients for your favorite apple pie. She's in the hospital now, in a coma." I couldn't say a word. I just stayed quiet all the way home. When I got back, Dad hugged me and told me not to worry, saying Mom would be okay. Later at dinner, I asked Dad something tough. "Dad, can I stay with Joy's family for a bit? It's not that I don't like being with you, but I feel happier there. They really care about me."
Sure, if that makes you happy. I'll talk to Joy's parents.
And Joy's family was really welcoming. Joy's mom used to say, "We're glad to have you, dear. You're like my second daughter from now on." That's how I ended up living with my best friend's family. They even gave me my own room. Joy's parents were wonderful. They looked after me and made me feel like I was their daughter. Even though her dad wasn't always home, I loved them with all my heart and thought of them as family. Joy and I even got closer. We'd spend all night talking or playing video games. I still saw my dad from time to time, and he seemed to be improving, becoming nicer.
I'll keep getting better until you say you want to come back and live with me.
Well, that might take some time, but yeah, keep your hopes up. I smiled and gave him a hug. One day, as I was walking around the house, I found a room full of beautiful clothes. Curious, I started trying them on. Joy's mom walked in on me. "You look beautiful! I've always hoped to share my wardrobe with a daughter." Just then, Joy walked in, and her mom invited her to join. "Joy, darling, come try on some clothes too."
I don't want to.
Soon, I got really close to Joy's mom. We hung out a lot, and I even helped her out at photo shoots, sometimes modeling for her. One day, I was shocked to see my picture on the cover of a big magazine. I wish Joy liked fashion like you do. Thank you for always being here for me.
I smiled and thanked her for making me feel like part of her family. But something was off with Joy. She started keeping to herself, staying in her room, and didn't want to hang out or do anything with me. When I tried talking to her, she just said,
"I want to be left alone."
I was really worried about Joy's sudden change and couldn't figure out what I did wrong. I kept trying to fix things, even apologizing, but nothing worked. She sometimes even yelled at me. I had to give her space, even though it hurt a lot. One evening at dinner, Joy's mom shared some exciting news.
Marianne, your teacher called. Your college aptitude test scores were amazing. I'm so proud of you.
Turning to Joy, her mom asked,
"And how did yours go, honey?"
No, I didn't bother with it. I'm going to be a singer, so I don't need it. Maybe one of your famous friends could help produce my album?
I won't do that. I want more for you. You're going to college, and later you can decide what you want.
What? You can't make those decisions for me. I'm going to be a singer, and that's that.
As your mom, yes, I can guide you.
You can't tell me anything.
Joy, stop. Your mom's just trying to help.
You shut up. My life was better before you showed up. Go back to your miserable family and leave us alone. I hate you both.
Angry, Joy knocked all the family pictures off the shelf. After that, her behavior got worse. She began skipping school and got mad whenever someone tried to talk about what she was doing. Joy's behavior toward me got worse, turning her into what felt like a real-life villain. She constantly tried to make trouble for me, and even though her mom always ended up forgiving me, it just made Joy angrier. For example, Joy switched her unfinished homework with mine, confusing my teacher. Luckily, the teacher sorted it out. Joy made a fake social media account with my name, posting embarrassing stuff. It took a while, but I showed it wasn't me and shut it down. Joy hid a library book I borrowed, causing me to get late fees. Her mom found it later and figured out Joy's trick. Joy messed with my bike's brakes. I felt something was wrong before I wrote it and stopped myself from getting hurt. This escalated one afternoon when Joy's mom was away on a business trip and her dad was away at work. Joy decided to do something drastic. She turned the backyard into a makeshift movie theater. I'm not sure showing a movie here is a good idea.
Well, it's better than having you around all the time.
The backyard quickly filled with people, the projector buzzing to life. I stayed inside, trying to avoid the chaos, and was flipping through a magazine when suddenly, someone stumbled into my room.
Oops, my bad. I was looking for the kitchen. Hey, is that a magazine about vintage cars? My dad collects them, and I've read a bunch about them. Is that the issue with the 60s muscle cars?
Yes, it is. His name was Brian. We discovered we shared a lot of interests and spent the evening chatting in the kitchen. Just as we were really connecting, the screen outside fell over with a crash. Suddenly, Joy and her mom came in.
Look, Mom, I knew it. Marianne set up this whole movie thing just to hang out with her boyfriend.
Boyfriend? That's not true. Why would I organize this party? Joy, you're my only friend here.
Then explain him being in your room. This must be your party.
Enough, Joy. I don't think Marianne would do this. But young man, it's time for you to go home, please. Joy looked so angry and stormed off. She stopped talking to me and just ignored my existence. I kept talking to Brian. Having him in my life was great. He was nice-looking and well-mannered. His family had money, and he shared his dream of becoming a doctor with me. A few days later, Joy's mom called me into the living room, where I found my dad sitting. I really care about you and loved having you here, but things with Joy are getting tough. She's feeling left out. Plus, your dad's been talking to us. He's made some changes, wants you back, and misses you a lot.
The past few months have been really tough without you. I love you and want you to come home.
I didn't say much. When I feel a lot, I find it hard to speak, but I managed to say, I'll pack my things. I moved back with Dad, and honestly, things weren't bad. He had really improved, and hanging out with him wasn't bad at all. But I ended up blocking Brian. I didn't have a strong reason to cut him off. I felt like I didn't deserve him and just needed a fresh start. A few months after finishing high school, I couldn't go to college right away. Dad didn't have the money because we had big hospital bills for Mom. So I started working as a pizza delivery person. It was tough, but I never thought about quitting. I worked really hard and finally got into college. I planned to study economics and maybe even start my own business someday. While studying, I took any job I could get. Eventually, I managed to rent a tiny apartment with a view of the city dump. It wasn't much, but it was mine. I could finally study and rest there. Dad even helped me buy a used car for my delivery job. Things were starting to get better. I kept working hard, aiming for success. I often thought about Joy and her parents, and my mom too. I missed them a lot. With exams coming up, I studied all night and worked all day. I felt unstoppable, like nothing could slow me down. But one day, while out on a delivery, I suddenly felt very dizzy, and the next thing I knew, I crashed into a tree. I was rushed to the hospital. Everything hurt, but what pained me the most was my thoughts. Why couldn't things just go right for once? I hugged my pillow and bursted into tears. Then, a young doctor came in, and I was shocked. Brian, is that really you? He recognized me too.
I always thought I'd run into the girl who broke my heart again.
Feeling embarrassed, I just looked down and stayed quiet as usual. Brian had finished medical school and was now an intern at the hospital. I apologized, and we chatted for a while and swapped phone numbers. Over time, we got closer and started dating. Brian had the kindest heart, and he even helped me with my college fees. One day, I went to the hospital to bring Brian his lunch and decided to visit Mom afterward. I entered her room, and she looked so peaceful, just like an angel. I gently kissed her forehead. Mom, I have to tell you something. I tried to replace you. I was so angry when I felt you gave up on me, so I gave up on you. I was angry at Dad too, even though the poor man was struggling without you. I used to be mad at Joy, but as I got older, I understood her and we made up. I'm friends with her mom now too. I love them, but no love can match yours. Guess what? I found out this morning I'm pregnant. I'm going to surprise Brian tonight on our date. I think he's going to propose, and I'll say yes. Mom, I'm happy, but my happiness isn't complete without you. Tears overwhelmed me, and I laid my head on her hands when suddenly I felt her hands move. Overjoyed, I ran to the doctor like a little kid, shouting, "My mommy is awake! My mommy is awake!"
Hello, my name is Charlie. I'm a famous filmmaker and director, but you know me already, don't you? Oh, well, it hasn't always been like this anyway. So sit down, grab some popcorn, and let me tell you my story. But before we start, please hit the like button and subscribe. This is me, Charlie, and this is my best friend, Rose. Me and Rose grew up together since we were only babies. We played together, we went to school together, we did everything together. We were like autumn and colds, unavoidable. Like rain and thunder, indivisible. Rose was the sister I never had. I was to her the brother she never... Well, you got the point. She was blonde while I was black. She was shy while I was sunny. She had a big brain while I had a big butt. We fit perfectly together. Most of all, we had one dream in common. One day, we would become filmmakers and make movies about witches. Yes, that was our dream at the time, our common goal in life. And we were all ready to get it realized. But what a tragic fate awaited us. Well, I'm being a bit overly dramatic here, but please, let me explain. It was our last year in high school and a few weeks before Halloween. I was reaching my classroom like every morning when Rose came running toward me. Charlie! Charlie! Rose, what? Charlie! Rose! Charlie! Rose! Charlie! Barely breathing, Rose managed to announce to me that the school had opened a cinematographic contest where the winners would be enrolled in the best movie school in the country. We started screaming. At that point, me and Rose already had tins of scripts ready. We simply chose one and brought it in the next morning to our art professor to have it approved. But instead, there stood Mona, high like a giraffe, dressed like a rock star, and loud like a tempest. Who is Mona, you ask? She's the daughter of a famous celebrity couple, a movie producer dad, and a 5-star actress mom. She had the best connections, the best grades, and the best face. A cloud of desperation came upon us when we saw her just talking to the teacher, explaining her project for her script. We felt lost. When our turn came, I spoke for both of us because Rose was too shy to speak, and the sight of Mona shook her too much. Hey, Charlie. Nice job there. What? What? Mona was approaching me, willing to talk. Had I stumbled, hit my head, and fallen into a dream without noticing? Sorry, I couldn't help but listen to your script while you were explaining. It seems like some hot stuff there. Did you come up with it all by yourself? Well, me and Rose, yes. It seems you have a promising future in the business, baby. Would you mind joining me tonight at my party? There'll be producers, movie stars, and many important people. I couldn't believe it was happening. It was too much for me, and all at once. Of course. Me and Rose will be there for sure. Rose? I'm sorry. I don't want someone who is barely able to speak in public to be associated with me. You are invited. See you later, baby. She left like the tornado she was, leaving both me and Rose speechless. I tried to console my best friend, convincing her this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could help us both. Rose nodded her head, but her look told me something else. I pretended not to see it and went straight to the party. This was an occasion I just simply couldn't afford to lose. Mona's house was not exactly a house. It was a castle, a gigantic manor with a park, 4 towers, and 2 pools. All over the place, men in elegant suits and shiny-looking women talked to each other cheerfully.
Oh dear, you've arrived.
Sir, lady, nice to meet you. I'm so glad you invited me. That man and woman were Mona's parents. They look amazing together. A perfect couple in a perfect house. Everything was perfect in Mona's life. Shiny and bright, like herself. Please, enough with the pleasantries. You're part of the family now. Mona told us all about the project you're working on together. The project? Of course. I told Mom and Dad we are working on an amazing movie. We will win the contest for sure. I didn't know what to say. I was totally caught unprepared. So I just smiled and said nothing. Mona's parents left us soon, and I immediately reached after her. Mona, what did you tell them? Well, that we work together. Isn't that true? But I already work with Rose. Didn't you know that? She's my best friend. I can't just leave her like this. Mona just smiled and washed the problem away with a swing of her hand. You create too many problems, baby. Can't you just work with us both? Come on, let's have fun. I'm ashamed to admit, but the truth is that I forgot Rose for some time, and quite easily. I just loved to be asked about my history and my interests by all these interesting people there. The future was winking at me and I just couldn't resist. Then I saw him. How to describe the finch that came to perch on my branch? He was like a god in a garden on Olympus. He was like a breeze on a hot summer day. He was like that horse was hot, girls. You can bet about it. That angel had dark eyes like enchantment and such a fine, elegant beard. I was totally captured. He must have noticed my dumb expression because he started smiling at me as if trying to help me retrieve some of my dignity. Too late. And Charlie, let me introduce you to my brother Tom.
So you are the famous Charlie. A handsome lady, that's for sure. Nice to meet you.
Is he really going to kiss my hand? Is he really? Oh, God, I'm fainting. Am I famous? How?
Of course. Mona has talked about you all afternoon. Mona, can I steal this lady from you for some time?
Do as you please, brother, but be a good boy.
I always am. Mona, don't scare our host like this.
The walk with Tom around the garden felt like a dream. He was not only handsome in sight, but also elegant, charming, and kind. His fierce appearance was balanced by such a quiet temper that it made him look like the perfect man in every single way imaginable. Hours passed in a flash, like seconds. Come back soon, baby. We're here for you anytime you want. Couldn't wait to be invited again. The image of Tom was still in my eyes when I woke up. And even if I don't remember it with certainty, I can bet I dreamed about him. How did it go? Rose's soft voice reached me as if coming from far, far away when she met me in the corridors at school. I felt happy to see her, but not so happy as I should have been. I think she noticed, but I kept it a secret. I explained to her all that happened the night before and promised to meet her within a few days in order to complete our script. The plot was there, but so much work had yet to be done. Fine then. See you soon. See ya. Those were busy times for me. In the daytime, I met Mona to work on our script for the contest. At night, I often saw Tom. Mona's script was completely different from mine. Her subject was Barbie. Barbie! Can you believe it? What's wrong with that? Barbie was a paradigm of freedom for girls, don't you know? Mona's fantasy was wild. She had a lot of ideas, but none of them were connected to each other. Her thoughts were as chaotic and impulsive as she was. Without me, she would have been lost. But what about Rose? Without me, she would have been lost too. She was smart and nerdy, but she didn't have the creativity I had. Rose had always been my best friend and sister, and even if Mona's spell and Tom's charm were still upon me like magic crows, I started to feel bad about how easily I abandoned my lifelong friend in order to get a quick ticket to success. The moment of the contest was approximating, and I had to speak with Mona about this. I would have helped her with her project, but I had to participate in a team with Rose, and if Mona didn't want Rose, I would leave the Barbies in order to go back to the witches. I found the courage and spoke to Mona. Can you imagine a dragon's reaction to someone trying to steal his gold from under his throne? The same was Mona's reaction to my words, if not worse. Out of my house! Never come back again! I will eat you! Do you think I'm being overly dramatic again? You weren't there, my friend. I think I barely saved my own life. I'm lucky to be here to tell the story. Yet I felt happy after arriving home. I felt I had done the right thing. Now there was only Tom to speak to. Even if I liked him, our time had to wait until after the contest was finished. I couldn't subtract any more energy from Rose and our witchy project. I mean, there can be only one Dua Lipa in the world, right? Enough with Barbie.
Hey, Angel.
Tom's words were honey poured all over me. I melted. But hey, not this time. I had serious work to do. Listen, Tom, there's something we must talk about.
Something like what? Did I do something wrong?
No, it's not about you. It's about Mona.
My sister, huh? She always was more like a Shrek than a Barbie.
She's not that bad, but I can't be her teammate for the contest. Rose is my teammate. You and Mona are wonderful. You live in an amazing house. Your life is perfect, but... Tom's eyes went big and sad at those words of mine. Maybe it was the wrong thing to say, but how could I know? From what I had seen up to that moment, their lives were like pink molasses. Disgustingly sugary.
Do you really think our life is wonderful, honey? You know so little about us.
What do you mean? While walking, Tom told me how he and Mona had lived since they were children, how harsh their parents had been on them since their youngest age.
They do that for us. They push us towards obtaining the best grades and the best results in every field. But you know, sometimes the best is not the best. Sometimes you would just like to live a normal life.
This is why Mona loves Barbie so much, maybe?
It's a way for her to remain a child.
Tom's eyes were not lying. I took his hand and kept it between mine for some time.
Still, a wrong behavior remains a wrong behavior. Mona will have to grow up sooner or later. You were a strong girl and made the right choice today. I'm proud of you, Charlie.
At that point, I was melting again. The perfect features of Tom's figure were silhouetted against the moon, like a character from some gothic tale. I felt Tom's body pressing against mine while he brought my head gently against his chest. He's going to kiss me finally. He's going to kiss me. Instead, he simply kept my head there for some time, caressing my neck. No more. Nothing more. WTH?
Listen, Charlie, there's something I must say to you too.
Was eager to listen to his confession, but my phone rang at that exact moment. Rose! I totally forgot about our appointment. Rose would be furious. She was, for several days. Every attempt of mine to make peace with her went in vain. The contest was lost at that point. There was no chance to win against Mona and her Barbie-stuffed stuff. The days up to the contest flew by fast and dull. We knew we had lost. Now, you really can't imagine my surprise when Rose and I found that on the notice board of the school, there was a list of the winning projects. And the first one was about witches. As authors, it had 3 names: Rose, Charlie, and Mona. A coincidence? Of course not! It was our project! We won! But we didn't submit it, of course. So who did? The question puzzled us for some time, until we received a phone call from a strangely masked voice. Oh dear! She tried hard to excuse herself for her behavior in the most recent times. Her voice didn't disclose her origin, but it wasn't too much of a guess. Mona. We found out with certainty later, when the 3 of us, plus Tom, met together at the back of the school to talk about the matter. Mona looked like a baby. She cried all the time and told us she felt guilty for how she treated Rose after Tom had talked to her. To get her excused, instead of her script, Mona submitted a copy of ours, proposing it as if it had been worked upon by the 3 of us. Of course it won. It was written by me after all. But this wasn't the only news of the day. Tom, don't you have something you want to say?
Yes, well, Charlie, I have a confession to make.
Oh yes, finally! The bomb was going to explode. The moment I expected for days and days finally arrived. After such a tragic story, I was going to have my sweet piece of cake after all. Yes, Tom, tell me, please.
I have a crush on Rose.
Oh, Tom, yes, a crush on... Wait, what?
I really didn't know how to say it, but now I can't keep it a secret anymore. I like you, Rose. Would you like to go out on a date with me sometime?
I couldn't believe it. Rose went red like a tomato and I was shocked. Mona was laughing hard and her joy expanded contagiously. So this was the secret? I should have felt offended, but the occasion was so joyful that I felt too happy for Rose to be concerned about myself. All's well that ends well? Mona and I went on in life, becoming best friends, and we went to college together. You know, sometimes things take such an unpredictable turn that the only thing to do is sit back, relax, and watch the events unfold as if they were a movie. And isn't life a long, tear-jerking, and magical movie itself? Oh God, I can't believe what an incredible artist I am. Really.
Hi, I'm Sarah from Paris. I live with my single mom, and unfortunately, my sister Zoa, who's always been my biggest rival and a pain in my butt. Like, when I was 5, a tutor would come to teach us, and one day, he praised me in front of my mom.
Ma'am, your Sarah is a brilliant child. She's a quick learner. She can understand a concept in just an hour. But for the same thing, Zoa takes 3 days.
Zoa couldn't tolerate this and hit me hard on my head with the notebook. Before I could react, Mom yelled at her and grounded her for a week. I never really understood why she was jealous of me for being smarter. I wasn't jealous of her for being prettier. Whenever we went out together, people noticed her first and gave her compliments, but she was still so insecure. But maybe the reason why she really hated me was because I was fearless. Once when I was 10, the 3 of us were out on a picnic when I noticed a man snatch a woman's purse and run away. I immediately stuck out my leg and he tripped and fell down hard. The thief was taken away by the police and everyone there clapped for me, except for Zoa. Mom was pretty freaked out too. Sarah, the thief could have had a weapon. He could have hurt you. Don't do that again. You're just a child.
Yeah, dummy cow. This is not some movie where you pretend to be an action hero. This is real life. And I'm afraid one day someone might cut you down into pieces.
I know what your actual concern is, Zoa, and it's not for my safety. You just can't stand it when I'm praised by people, can you?
Oh, please. I get plenty of praise because I'm so pretty. Have you ever heard someone use that word for you? I bet you can't even spell it. It's P-R-E-T-Y.
You forgot a T, dinosaur brains.
And you forgot my hand, dinosaur face.
And suddenly she slapped me and we broke into a huge fight right in the middle of the park. As we grew up, she became prettier and more popular in school. All the time, boys would roam around her, while her minions cracked jokes about how I must be adopted. But I never let Zoa or any of those bullies get to me. I was smarter and stronger than those idiots any day. Once in 9th grade, I was looking for a book in the library when I noticed a boy staring at me from a gap in the shelf. I just went back to my seat and started reading my book, but he sat down in front of me. Hey, what's your name? You're very pretty.
No way.
This was definitely a prank. If I was really pretty, why was he the first boy to say so? I just walked off without a reply. I was in no mood to be made fun of. But the next day when I was walking through the hallway, I suddenly tripped over something and went flying straight into someone's arms. It was the boy from the library. Oh, thank you so much. If you want to thank me, just tell me your name, please. I did, and it turned out his name was Henry and he was my senior. We became good friends and started hanging out together all of the time. One day when I went to the cafeteria, I found a large poster stuck to a wall. It was my picture with an ugly mustache and devil horns, and the caption, Sarah the Ugly Monster. As I saw Zoa and her friends cackling in the distance, I was about to tear it down when Henry walked in. Wow, someone's really jealous of your beauty, Sarah. And with that, he tore it in half. Then he turned to me and said in front of everyone, I think you're the most beautiful girl here. And you're smart and funny. You're just amazing. Will you be my girlfriend, Sarah? I was shocked, but I said yes. And what made me even happier was seeing Zoa burn with rage. The next few days, I felt like a princess in some fairy tale. I would roam around with Henry, he would bring me roses, and would lie with his head in my lap for hours. It was all so beautiful. Then one day, he asked me to go to a party with him. That evening, I was getting ready when Zoa came running into my room, all breathless. Sarah, my sister, I need to tell you something. Please, stay away from Henry because he is a cheater. He is dating 3 girls, including me and you. He just kissed me today, out of the blue. What? You're such a psycho liar. Get out of my room, Zoa. But then she showed me something that left me stunned. It was a picture where she and Henry were kissing. I couldn't believe it. I ran to the washroom and Zoa followed me. Sarah, why are you crying? So what if he found me more attractive than you and kissed me? At least now we know his true colors. Don't cry, sis. This is for the best. I angrily pushed her aside. I'm not crying. Something just went into my eye. And I don't care if he kissed you. He's still my boyfriend. Get out, now! I left home pretending to see Henry. But of course, I wasn't gonna meet that jerk. I went to a park and sat alone and kept rejecting his phone calls. When he kept messaging me, I sent him the picture Zoa showed me. He started giving me excuses, but I didn't believe a single word he said. After an hour, I went home as if everything was perfectly fine. The next day in school, I was sitting on the bleachers when someone tapped on my shoulder. It was Henry. Just as he began speaking, I grabbed him by his collar angrily. Listen, I told you yesterday. But then suddenly, I spotted Zoa looking at us, and I immediately pulled Henry close and kissed him. When Zoa left, I pushed him back hard. Listen, I told you yesterday to stay away from me. I don't want to see your face again. But Sarah, I swear I never cheated on you. I was just having my Coke when Zoa came out of nowhere and kissed me. I was really angry with her. It takes 2 people to kiss, and you were one of them. So just stop lying and leave me alone, cheater. I put my fingers in my ears and walked away from him. But that night, something really strange happened. We were all asleep when we heard Zoa screaming. We ran to her room to find a boy in Zoa's room, and she was beating his butt with a stick. The boy was from our school. Mom! I caught this thief. I caught him. Call the police. Call the media. I'm so brave. I'm a hero. I'm not a thief. I'm Zoa's freaking boyfriend. I just came to see her and she went bonkers on me. Crazy girl. Oh, also, Sarah, she kissed your boyfriend and told me to take pictures of her doing that. He was so mad at her. In case you didn't know, your sister's a psycho. Oh God, Henry was telling the truth and I hadn't believed him. The boy broke up with Zoa and jumped out the window while I turned around and pounced on her. I pulled her hair as hard as I could till Mom pulled me away. The next morning, I literally ran to school and found Henry and apologized to him. He opened his arms and we hugged each other really tight. Time passed and we graduated from school. Henry went abroad for his higher education and Zoe and I started college. Then one day, Mom suddenly felt some pain in her chest, and after the doctor's examination, it turned out that she needed a really expensive heart surgery. This was the first time in my life that I felt scared. We didn't have enough money, so I took up a part-time job to start saving. I asked Zoa too, but she flatly refused. Sorry, but a princess like me can't work. Look at my hands, so soft and delicate. I'm not spoiling them. No, you're the Tarzan of the family, the strong one. You got this, girl. And just like that, she walked off. Just a few days later, I heard Mom screaming. I ran to her room and she was standing in front of some empty drawers, asking me where all her jewelry had gone. I had no idea, and we marched straight to Zoa's room. She wasn't there, but a note was lying on her bed. Mom, Sarah, my journey with you people ends here. I can't live with poor, depressed people like you anymore. Mom, please make Sarah the heir of this damaged house because I like mansions only. I'm taking all the jewelry as memories of you, Mom. Love ya, but don't look for me. Mom was completely devastated. I took her to her room and put her to sleep, but I was in despair. We were left with nothing. My salary wasn't enough for the treatment, I left home to contact some charity organization, and on my way, it started raining. Just then, I saw a huge crowd gathered around on a bridge. I looked down and saw a small kitten hanging onto a log in the strong river current, and people were just standing around making videos and doing nothing. Luckily, I found a piece of rope tied to the bridge. Without another thought, I climbed down the rope and reached out for the kitten. Some people started helping me then by pulling us up, and we both landed safely. I was completely drenched in the rain, so I decided to go back home. That evening, someone rang our doorbell, and when I opened the door, I found a bunch of people with cameras and mics standing outside. You saved a little kitten today without caring about your own life. What would you like to say? This girl, people, she's a hero. She makes us believe that good people truly exist. She's restored my faith in humanity. Wait, what? What was going on? And I soon found out that people had been making videos of me saving the cat, and they'd gone viral. And before I knew it, I had become quite famous. I was in newspapers and giving interviews on news channels. I was honored by the government with a bravery award and also given $30,000. And of course, the first thing I did was get my mom's heart surgery. It was successful and she recovered fully in a few months. Soon after, I got an offer to participate in a really famous reality stunt show, and I accepted. Within no time, I'd become a celebrity, and now, Mom and I were rich. We were living a great life until one day, someone knocked on the door. When I opened it, I was shocked to see Zoa. As she tried to step inside, I blocked her path. Where's Mom? I need her help. My boyfriend cheated on me. He made me pregnant and ran away with all my money and jewelry. I've got nothing to eat. Are you so fat because you're pregnant again? Oh, no. Luckily, I had a miscarriage, but I had lots of cravings while I was pregnant, so I gained some weight. It's nothing. I'll be back to my old shape in no time, you'll see. Are you sure you're not pregnant? Of course, I said so already. Then I kicked her so hard she fell back on her butt. How dare you call her mom? You left her when she was fighting for her life. No, you robbed her first and then left her. You're just a blood-sucking leech, Zoa, and you deserve whatever bad things come your way. Now get lost and don't show up here again. And I slammed the door on her face. Half an hour later, the bell rang again. Oh God, this Zoa. Maybe I needed to kick her harder this time. But when I opened the door, I was shocked. It was Henry. He opened his arms and I jumped to hug him. Oh, I can't believe it's you, Henry. I've missed you so much.
I've missed you too, sweetheart. And I have a really important question for you. Sarah, will you marry me?
Oh my God, yes, 100 times yes. And then we kissed. I'd been avoiding this all night, but it was time to face the truth. I was standing in the middle of the dance floor at the winter formal, surrounded by two of the most popular boys in school, Nicholas and Isaac. Nicholas gave me flowers. Isaac jumped in front of Nicholas and started singing me a love song. Nicholas threw a glass of punch in Isaac's face, then gave me a diamond necklace. Both of you, get away from me! How many times do I have to tell you I don't love you? But we shared a chicken sandwich. I gave you half my fries.
What about me? We walked on the beach under the moonlight and kissed under the stars.
I liked all your Instagram posts, and I texted you 1,000 smiley face emojis with hearts in their eyes. The hearts were in all of their eyes, Ember. Do you know what that means?
Leave her alone, you jerk. She's my girl.
No, she's mine.
No, mine.
The lovesick boys started shoving each other, then it turned into an all-out brawl. I snuck out the back door and ran straight into my worst nightmare, my nemesis, the boy that stole my heart and had the power to break it into 1,000 pieces. His name was, I can't even say his name without getting butterflies. I feel like such an idiot. What's wrong with me? Things were never supposed to turn out this way. It's best if we start my crazy story from the beginning. Maybe that'll give me time to figure this out. I'm Ember, and I'm a professional heartbreaker. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. It all started with my best friend Lisa. Lisa and I were inseparable since birth. We loved the same movies, music, and games. We'd finish each other's sentences and keep each other's secrets. But everything changed when Lisa discovered boys. When we were 9, Lisa ran up to me and my neighbor Wilson at the park.
Do you see that boy over there? The one that's picking his nose?
Of
course not. The one that's eating sand? No, the one next to him with the dark hair and dreamy brown eyes. I think I'm in love with him.
A day later, Lisa and the boy were a couple. A week after that, the boy broke Lisa's heart and she lost her mind. She cried for days. Wilson and I tried to cheer Lisa up, but nothing worked. Then one day, Lisa walked up to me and Wilson happy as a clam because she'd found another boy. Then he broke her heart and the whole cycle continued over and over and over again. Why do you keep crying over these stupid boys? The last one smelled like a stinky old sock.
He didn't smell like a sock. He smelled like a man.
But he was only 12.
You guys don't get it because you're not as mature as I am.
You're only 2 months older than we are.
But you know nothing about the magic of love.
It went on like that for years until we reached high school and Lisa fell in love with a football player named Nicholas. Yeah, the same guy from the beginning of my story. The one with the horrible singing voice and obsessed with heart emojis.
Ember, he's the one. I just know it.
You said that about the last boy.
No, it's for real this time. I think I'm gonna marry him.
A day later, she and Nicholas were Insta official. They dated for a year, but the whole time he was cheating on her and it broke Lisa's heart. The same thing happened with another boy at school named Isaac, a smooth-talking, rich model. Yep, he was the second jerk you met in the beginning of the story. Every time Lisa saw Nicholas or Isaac with another girl, she'd break down in tears. She couldn't pay attention in class. She started failing all her tests. Her grades dropped, she stopped coming to school, and eventually couldn't get out of bed. Lisa's parents got so worried about her that they moved away, and I lost my best friend forever. I was devastated. She even refused to contact us and changed her number and deactivated all her social media accounts. Her mom told us to respect her wishes. You still have me. It's not the same, Wilson. After Lisa left, I blamed myself. Nicholas and Isaac were heartbreakers, and all the girls loved them, even though they both had the IQ of a fly and were the most conceited boys on earth. They had a new girl every week and ripped the poor girl's heart to shreds. I should have protected Lisa from those jerks. She was my best friend in the world, but I wasn't there for her. I'm the reason she's gone. That's not true. Lisa made her own decisions. She chose to date those guys. If it's not my fault, why does it hurt so much? A couple years later, in my senior year, I had a major glow up. My dark olive skin and long curly hair got me so much attention, people thought I was a model or a movie star. Nicholas kept staring at me in gym class. I tried to ignore him, but he cornered me in the hallway. Hey, beautiful. I couldn't help but notice that you're almost as hot as me. I've never seen you around. Is this your first day? No, dummy. We've been in the same classes for 2 years. He looked at me like I was crazy. I'm Ember, Lisa's best friend. I don't know any Lisa. Your ex-girlfriend's Lisa? He shrugged his shoulders like he didn't even care. I wanted to slap him in his stupid jerk face. I'm captain of the football team, you know, and I've got 2% body fat. He lifted up his shirt to show me his washboard abs. Am I supposed to care? You're funny. Let's go out this weekend. I was pissed. First, Nicholas broke Lisa's heart, and now he wanted to go out with me? Suddenly, I had an idea. I could make him pay for what he did to Lisa. So, I said yes. Later that day, Wilson and I were sitting together at lunch. I was helping him fix his battle robot for the robotics club when Isaac walked up. Hey babe, is your dad a genie? Because you're my wish come true. We should get together. You're not her type. No one asked you, nerd. Wilson's battle robot charged at Isaac. Isaac grabbed the robot and spiked it like a football. Wiper butt, no! Next time, mind your own business.
Avenge me.
Wilson jumped up to confront Isaac, and I slid between them. I'd love to go out with you, Isaac. I gave Isaac my number, then he walked away. Wilson was totally confused. Why would you go out with that jerk that broke Lisa's heart? I'm gonna go out with both jerks that broke Lisa's heart. I'm gonna make them pay for what they did to Lisa. After that, Wilson and I came up with a master plan. Nicholas was the first target. He was obsessed with sports and super competitive. He was on the basketball team, the football team, and the baseball team. But after a little investigation, Wilson and I discovered that Nicholas was terrified of heights. For our date, I invited Nicholas to a rock climbing gym. As we were walking inside, Nicholas saw a beggar on the street and yelled at him for asking for food. Get your own food, loser. Ugh, can't understand why these poor people choose to live on the sidewalk. There's an apartment building right across the street. I couldn't believe how insensitive and stupid Nicholas was, but I had to stay focused on my mission. Good question, but tonight's about us. Let's go have some fun. I took his hand and pulled him inside. Nicholas took one look at the rock wall and broke into a sweat. I don't know about this, Ember. Can't we just go to the movies?
Are you scared? I didn't know you were a chicken.
I'm no chicken. I'm not afraid of anything. I'll climb to the top twice as fast as you.
You're on. I raced to the top, and Nicholas struggled to keep up. Come on, Nicholas. You can do it. Just don't look down. Nicholas looked down and freaked out. He started crying like a baby. It took 20 minutes for the instructors to pry him off the wall. Wilson recorded the whole thing on his phone and posted it online. The video went viral in minutes, and Nicholas was the biggest joke. The next day, I went out with Isaac. He got us concert tickets to see a famous pop star. He met me at my door with a huge bouquet of flowers, but when he wasn't looking, I slipped a couple doggy treats in his pocket. As we were walking to his car, my neighbor's huge dog charged towards him. Isaac got so scared, he turned to run, but slipped and fell face first in the mud. His clothes were ruined, and so was his perfect hair. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It was an accident. Too bad we'll miss the concert.
We don't have to miss it. Come with me. I dragged Isaac inside my house and told him he could take a shower. I gave him a special bottle of shampoo to wash his hair and some of my dad's old clothes. 10 minutes later, I heard Isaac scream.
My hair!
Oh no! Silly me. I guess that wasn't shampoo. At least the green brings out your eyes. Isaac ran out of my house like a maniac. I wished Lisa was here to see what we did. She would have been so proud. Wilson and I celebrated. I even had the rest of the weekend to help him fix his broken battle robot.
I really appreciate your help, Ember.
It's the least I can do. I couldn't have gotten back at Nicholas and Isaac without you.
I was worried that you'd fall for those guys like all those other girls at school.
Give me some credit. Those guys are the worst. I like guys that are smart and kind. Then Wilson gave me a strange look.
I think I like you. I mean, like you, ever since we were kids. I was wondering if maybe we could go out on a real date.
I was shocked. I never saw Wilson as anything more than a friend, but as I thought about dating him, I suddenly started to blush.
Sorry, I guess that was a dumb idea. I'll leave now.
Before I knew it, Wilson was walking out the door. Wait! I grabbed Wilson's hand. He turned to me, and when we looked into each other's eyes, I swear that sparks started flying. Or it could have been the porch lamp shorting out again. It had been doing that for weeks. The next day, spring break started, and Wilson and I spent every minute together. We grew closer by the day, and after we shared our first kiss, I finally understood what Lisa meant about the magic of love. Being with Wilson made me feel like I was walking on a cloud, though it was bittersweet because I still missed Lisa so much. But when school started, everything changed. My first day back, Nicholas ran up to me with a huge smile on his face.
Ember, it's so good to see you. It took me a while to realize it, but you're the best thing that's ever happened to me. You changed my life.
Wait, what? I was totally shocked. I thought Nicholas hated me.
You gave me the courage to face my fear of heights, clowns, and strawberries.
You're afraid of strawberries?
It's the seeds and their pointy ends. They could take an eye out, but that doesn't matter anymore. I've conquered all my fears, and now I'm unstoppable. I'm a new man, and I think I like you.
Then Nicholas kissed me on the cheek and waltzed down the hall. After school, Isaac ran up to me in the parking lot with his bright green hair. He hugged me and spun me around.
Babe, you're amazing. My hair is a hit. I booked 10 modeling jobs over the break. I wanted to call and tell you, but I was so busy. You're my good luck charm.
Before I could say anything, Isaac kissed me. Then out of nowhere, Wilson and Nicholas appeared. Wilson stared at me and Isaac in total disbelief. Nicholas got so mad, he grabbed Isaac and punched him in the nose.
Get your hands off my girl. She's not your girl. She's the love of my life.
Then I saw an amazing opportunity. My mission wasn't complete. That night, I told Wilson about my new plan. Our mission isn't over. I'll go on a few more dates with Nicholas and Isaac. I'll make them compete for my love. And when I know I've got them hooked, I'll rip their hearts to shreds. I'll just need you to...
What about us?
We'll keep our relationship a secret until after I break Nicholas and Isaac's hearts.
You're not making any sense. I'm your boyfriend. I can't just sit back and watch you date other guys.
We have to complete the mission.
I don't care about the stupid mission.
What are you saying?
It's me or them.
I chose the mission. I
couldn't back off now. It was too important. I owed it to Lisa. After that, Wilson and I broke up. I kept dating Nicholas and Isaac and made them compete for my affection. It was funny seeing them try to one-up each other to win my heart, but every time Wilson saw me with them, he gave me the saddest looks. What are you staring at, nerd? A jerk sandwich with a side of stupid sauce? Nerd boy thinks he's funny. He's just jealous because Ember's out of his league. She'll be my girl soon. No, carrot head. She'll choose me. My muscles are bigger than yours. I've got an 8-pack. You've only got 6. Oh yeah? My biceps are the size of a grapefruit. Nicholas and Isaac took off their shirts and started flexing in front of each other. A couple of Wilson's battle robots ran up and kicked them in the shins. As the days passed, I couldn't stop thinking about Wilson. Suddenly, I felt like I was the bad guy. It was one thing to break Nicholas and Isaac's hearts, but Wilson didn't deserve this at all. I was so confused. I was doing this for Lisa, but hurting Wilson in the process. So, I was finally able to reach out to Lisa for the first time in years. She was living 3,000 miles away in Australia. She told me all about her new life and her new boyfriend and how sorry she was for not keeping in touch. Then, I told her about my mission. Oh, Ember, you didn't have to do that for me. Love's a risk, and sometimes it hurts, but it's worth it. I was trying to break those heartbreakers' hearts and broke Wilson's along the way. I feel like a hypocrite trying to teach those guys not to play with a person's emotions while I was doing the same thing. You made a mistake, and that's okay. We all do. Now you just have to fix it. The next day, I met up with Nicholas and Isaac. It's over. I don't love you. I don't want to see you anymore. They didn't take it very well. They dropped dozens of teddy bears, candy, and love notes at my door, but I sent it all back. I tried to contact Wilson, but he didn't return my calls. And when I went by his house, his mom told me he was out of town at the National Robot Battle Championships. I was proud of Wilson, but so sad I wasn't there to support him like he'd always supported me. He posted a bunch of videos from the competition online. The moment I saw his face and heard his voice, my feelings for him rushed back, and suddenly, I was nursing my own broken heart. A week later, a couple of girls from class encouraged me to go to the winter dance. It was better than sitting in my room all alone, so I agreed to go. So, yeah, now we're back to where we started. Hey, editor, can you speed things up from here?
No problem.
Okay, here it is, the moment of truth, when I ran out the back door and right into the love of my life. If you haven't guessed it by now, the mystery guy is Wilson, and he looked so different that night. He was confident and happier than I'd ever seen him before. Wilson looked up at me with his big brown eyes, and all my feelings for him were stronger than ever. I'm sorry I hurt you. I was so obsessed with getting revenge for Lisa that I became a colossal jerk. I hope you can forgive me. Maybe someday we can be friends again. I don't know. You did some really dumb stuff. I get it. I ruined our friendship and broke your heart. I understand why you don't want to be friends anymore. I guess this is goodbye. I turned to leave, then Wilson grabbed my hand and smiled. This doesn't have to be the end. Maybe we can fix this. I think it's worth a try. Another mission? Something like that. Hi, I'm Kanya. And yes, this is me on top of a skyscraper in Chicago. And that is a massive storm coming in my direction. I was born in Thailand, and my parents divorced when I was just a few months old. Mom left, and Dad raised me on his own. He worked at a very fancy international hotel as part of the waitstaff, and it was a super fun place for a small kid to hang out. I spent days playing in the pool, learning to say hello in a million different languages, and every time I was hungry, I just had to turn my puppy eyes to the cook.
Here, the clients didn't even touch it. They said the salad was too green.
When it was too warm, Dad and I would go to the roof, eat khao lam, and watch the stars.
Wow, they're still bright. It almost looks like it's day.
But the brightest star is sitting beside me.
Aw, Dad.
You'd think I'd miss Mom, but Dad was extra caring. Every morning, Dad made pancakes and braided my hair. He also fought Cook to have first dibs on the hotel's lost and found box. And if there was something super nice, like that shiny pink bag both Cook and I wanted, they ended up pulling each other's hair. I wanted to do something nice for Dad, so when his birthday came up, I broke my piggy bank to get him a present. But I barely had anything. Well, just enough to buy a cheap lottery ticket.
It's okay if I don't win. It's the thought that counts.
But as the announcer read the lottery numbers, Dad's eyes grew bigger and bigger, and then He let out a loud scream. We had actually won the freaking lottery! Dad knew his greedy relatives would come after him like bees to honey when they found out about his new wealth. So he decided to move to the US with me, and we settled in Chicago. I was 12, and my life had turned upside down overnight. America was cold, and I wasn't used to Western customs. The first time he took me to a fancy restaurant, there were so many knives, forks, and spoons.
What do you mean I can't eat spaghetti with chopsticks? They're noodles!
But the biggest change was my dad. He invested the money in very successful startups, and we went from being really rich to filthy rich, and we moved into a massive mansion. Anything you want, you let Sebastian know, and he'll get it for you. Sebastian was Dad's personal assistant, and he was glued to his side. Every time I wanted to spend time with Dad, Sebastian was there too, tall and serious like a scarecrow in an expensive suit. He even went with us to the amusement park and followed us on the roller coaster.
Does he really have to be here?
Yes, I need him to hold my tie down so it doesn't flap in the pictures.
Gosh, just buy a tie clip. I wanted Sebastian gone. I started giving him impossible tasks, so when he failed, Dad would get rid of him.
Sebastian, I want a copy of the next BTS album, the unpublished one. Sebastian, I want croissants every morning, fresh from Paris.
But Sebastian always delivered. One day, I was stuffing down a box of fried chicken and plotting my next request, when suddenly I started choking on a chicken bone. Sebastian was immediately by my side, performing the Heimlich maneuver till I spat it out. Oh my God, you saved my life.
Just doing my duty, miss.
After that incident, I started warming up to Sebastian, thinking of him as my grumpy guardian angel / fairy godmother. When I started high school, I was nervous about whether my new classmates would like me or make fun of my accent. I'd heard American high schools were brutal. But then I met Diana, a total firecracker.
Oh, you're from Thailand? I've always wanted to see the Festival of Lights.
Yes, it's pretty amazing.
We should totally organize one for our school, right?
Everyone loved the idea. And while building lanterns with my classmates, I also got to make new friends quickly. As we watched the lanterns float into the sky, I was so happy to bring a piece of my culture to my new home. Diana became my partner in crime. She introduced me to a world of karaoke nights, greasy hamburgers, baseball games, and sleepovers. We spilled secrets about our crushes and talked about my upcoming 16th birthday.
You know your dad is planning a massive Sweet 16 party, right?
To be honest, I don't really care about a big party. I'd rather do something meaningful, you know? Sebastian helped me organize a day of volunteering with my friends at the local animal shelter. Dad, however, couldn't help going overboard. He donated a new building to the animal charity, complete with VIP grooming stations. I guess even the three-legged half-blind cats deserve a blowout. And they look great on my TikTok. Here, let's grab a selfie. At the end of the day, Dad rolled in the biggest cake I'd ever seen. But suddenly, he tripped and fell face forward into the cake. After a moment of horrified silence, I started laughing. I guess now everyone knows how sweet you are, Dad. He laughed too, and I hugged him, getting frosting all over myself. Best birthday ever! But the very next day, Dad was dropping me off at school when our limo got surrounded by police cars. An officer handcuffed my dad as half the school watched and recorded videos.
You're under arrest for fraud.
What? That's impossible. As the police took him away, I frantically called Sebastian, but I couldn't get through. Please, pick up, Sebastian. You're the only one who can fix this. Pick up, pick up. When the police released Dad without charges and without money, he told me Sebastian had transferred everything into offshore accounts, disappeared, and left us with a mountain of debts. We weren't the first family he'd stolen from. He was a con man wanted in 17 countries.
This is all my fault. I should have never trusted him.
I have a lot of friends. They'll help us out, Dad. But I was so wrong. And I discovered that at Diana's doorstep.
Wow, you really have some nerve showing up here.
What?
Oh, you thought we could still be friends? Your dad's a criminal, and who knows what you've been up to? Before, you were rich and exotic. Now, you're poor and toxic, so scram.
She tried to slam the door shut, but I pushed her in so hard that she fell on her butt. My dad's not a criminal.
Then he's an idiot who got scammed by a butler. I left before I ended up punching her stupid face. I couldn't believe I ever thought of that snake as a friend. Luckily, not all of my friends were as horrible. One helped Dad find a job as a night guard, and another let us stay in her uncle's apartment. I moved to a public school, and things were not so bad, except for one thing. The debt collectors. They hounded Dad and even followed me everywhere. One even pretended to be a teacher to get into the school and took my bag. Hey, give me back my bag.
You mean my bag? Where's the money, girl?
Are you stupid enough to think I carry it around in my school bag? Sebastian took everything, and we're broke, you moron!
I don't believe you. Tell your dad to return our money soon, or things are gonna get a lot worse.
Of course, I didn't tell Dad. He was already crushed and looked worried all the time. The only time I saw him smiling was when I sent him a selfie I'd taken of us on our old hotel roof. We didn't have much in Thailand, but we were happy. I just had to remind him that happiness was possible here too, but I didn't know how to do that. But then a few months later, I was working part-time at a coffee shop when I overheard two customers chatting about an upcoming meteorite shower. That's it! Dad loved the stars. If I took a picture of the falling stars, it would remind him of us on the rooftop of the hotel in Thailand. It would cheer him up for sure. Chicago boasted a towering skyscraper, over 100 stories high. The roof, reserved for the top floor hotel clients, was just the spot I needed. On the night of the meteorite shower, I sneaked into the hotel's kitchen wearing a borrowed chef's uniform from work, then went to the Lost and Found. Bingo! I found a perfect fake fur coat and hat. I channeled my inner Paris Hilton and got to the elevators, where a bellhop boy was stationed. He stared at me suspiciously all the way up.
You look familiar. Do I know you from somewhere?
Unlikely. I don't really mingle with the bellhop crowd.
Why? What's wrong with the bellhop crowd?
Oh, nothing at all. I'm sure your family's very proud of you. Your mother must have dreamed of a future for you where you press buttons for a living. He turned away silently, and I hopped out of the elevator as we reached the top. I felt bad that I'd offended him, but I was just selling my rich brat role. The view from the top was amazing, but the wind was incredibly strong. As time passed, it intensified, and a thunderstorm loomed on the horizon. Just as I was about to give up, a multitude of shooting stars lit up the sky. I took countless pictures before running back home, and I burst through the front door. Dad, look! Dad! I stopped short when I saw the whole place had been trashed. I ran into the kitchen where I found a strange woman looking anxious. Who are you? What happened here? And where's my dad? Oh, thank God you're here. Kanya, I'm your mother. What the what now? I didn't even know she was American. I know you don't remember me, but your dad asked me if I could take care of you, so here I am. Excuse me? You're about 16 years too late. I'm sorry. I was so young when you were born, and your dad and I didn't really work out, so I thought leaving was the best solution. I knew he'd take good care of you. You're right. He did a great job, and I want him back. I ran out and called my dad crying.
I'm sorry it has to be this way, sweetie. The debt collectors are getting too dangerous, and I need to draw them away from you, so I'm leaving for good. I love you, and I'll miss you terribly. You have to leave this house immediately and go stay with your mom. And you have to do what she tells you. I may not be able to call or text you again.
No, Dad, wait! But he had already hung up. Dad was gone. And now I had to leave my house and my school and go live with this stranger at the other end of the city. And she forced me to wear a wig and contact lenses to make myself unrecognizable. I did what she said, but I just wasn't ready to accept her as my parent. I made it my life's mission to find Sebastian and make him return our money so Dad could pay off his debts and come home. I started visiting police stations every day, but no officer wanted to help me until I bumped into...
Hey, it's you.
Bellhop boy? You recognize me?
Yeah, your disguise isn't that great. Also, my name's Enzo, and you owe me a tip.
I'm so sorry about that encounter. How about I buy you an apology coffee?
Better make it an extra large.
It turned out that Enzo had started a new job at the police station as an IT assistant, and he recognized me from the viral video about my dad's arrest.
So now you want to catch this Sebastian guy?
Yeah, but I don't know how or where to start.
Let me see if I can dig up some info.
You'll really help me?
Let's say I'm tired of asking. Have you tried switching it off and on again every time something doesn't work around here?
Like a couple of Sherlock Holmes, we started tracking famous rich people's social media accounts because such people were usually Sebastian's targets. He's like a tick, looking for the fattest victim to suck on. But Sebastian was also sly, and he knew the police were on his tracks, so no matter how many pictures we looked at, we couldn't find him. Until one day...
Wait, isn't that him on the yacht with Siley Myrus?
OMG! Yes, even with the mustache, I'd recognize that sleazebag anywhere.
Okay, let's zoom in on the boat name and...
Found him! He's in Greece, posing as a pet masseuse for TikTok canine stars? The next day, I bought a flight to Greece with the last of my savings while Enzo alerted the local police. Together, we descended on Sebastian.
Drop the poodle. You're under arrest.
Give me back my money.
Your disguise is dumb, and I've already gambled all the money away, stupid.
I kicked him in the shin as the police carried him off. I was happy he was caught, but the money was gone. With no chance to pay off our debts, Dad would be on the run forever. That night, I went walking on the beach, and I saw the sky was filled with stars. I took a picture of it and sent it to Dad, but he didn't reply. After I returned to the States, I decided to start mending things with Mom. It wasn't easy, but she was the parent I had now, and I could see how hard she was trying. She even had a box with my baby clothes and pictures that she'd kept all these years. Slowly, we started to get to know each other, and she was really cool. As for Dad, I would send him a new sky picture every night, even though he never replied. He did make me realize I loved taking pictures of the night sky. Enzo, who was still looking for his dream career, was now working at an electronics store. So I asked him if he could find me a good deal on a camera.
Sure, but it'll cost you.
Name your price, Scrooge.
How about a date?
Really? But what if you grow tired of me and dump me? I mean, you change jobs every 2 seconds.
Yeah, but I'm sure dating you won't feel like work.
For our first date, we went back to the skyscraper roof, and I took more night sky pictures. Enzo loved them and suggested I start an astrophotography vlog. And when I won a super fancy prize in a competition, I realized I'd become a professional. I sent Dad the picture of the prize announcement, but like always, he never replied, and I finally accepted that he was never going to. I invited Mom and Enzo to the award ceremony, and I caught her beaming with pride as she admired one of my pictures in the gallery. I'm so sorry I missed your childhood, Kanya. If I could go back, I'd do everything differently. We're together now, Mom, and that's all that matters. I love you. The presenter announced I was the winner, and Enzo walked me to the podium. I dedicate this award to my father, who made me discover my love for the stars. All the pictures I take for you. I miss you. As I stepped off the stage and hugged Mom, I let out a tiny gasp. One of the waiters in the room was smiling brightly at me, and he was unmistakably my dad. He had tears in his eyes as he blew me a kiss and then quietly left. And for the first time in years, I felt truly at peace, knowing Dad was okay and always watching over me.
Listen up, ladies. Tighten your ponytails because you have 15 minutes to run a mile around this field.
Oh!
Miss Cooper, these extensions cost $1,000. We had to sacrifice a horse's hair in the process. And Tia has like Satan-level cramps. Why don't you end class early today? Girls, let's go get mani-pedis on me.
Oh, yeah! All right!
Hi, I'm Holly from New Jersey, and my daddy is a billionaire who owns a bunch of fancy hotels around the country. And when you're the daughter of a billionaire, people will pretty much always give you what you want. That's why Miss Cooper let me treat everyone to mani-pedis. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Being the richest girl in town may sound like a dream, but early on, I learned it was a huge responsibility. Kids at school literally all wanted to be me and tried to copy everything I did. From my fashion choices to even the way I walked. I have a funny walk since I'm always wearing 5-inch heels. But I liked being a role model. because I love helping people find their inner fabulousness. Like when I met my BFF Tia. I'd opened my locker one morning to find some of my stuff was missing. Namely, my favorite scarf. People are monsters! Whoever stole my Vuitton scarf, shame on you! I hope a spider eats your eyelashes in the middle of the night so you'll never get to wear mascara again! I was shaking with anger as I stormed by the girls' bathroom. That's when I saw Tia wearing my scarf, crying hysterically. I did it! I stole your scarf! Kids were making fun of my outfit, and I heard that you kept some spare accessories in your locker, but I couldn't find you to ask your permission. I'm going to jail. I'll have to wear prison clothes. I look really fat and orange. I told her she could keep my scarf because, boy, did she need it. Her clothes looked like they'd come out of a literal dumpster. So either she was poor or had the fashion sense of a baboon. I took Tia under my wing after that. I gave her a makeover and we became besties. I also convinced her to stop watching MSA on TikTok and switch to YouTube so she wouldn't fry her brain. But in 10th grade, things took a scary turn. I developed a crush on this super smart kid at school named Sebastian, but he wasn't paying any attention to me. So, to impress him, I made my 16th birthday party chemistry-themed, with tons of science-y decor and designer lab coats. So, what do you think of this amazing nerd party? Did I tell you I ordered a piñata of the world's greatest scientist, Harry Potter? Are you serious right now? I'm very serious. How about we go dance? I don't want to be mean, but you're not my type. I only came to this party because you said you were handing out iPads as party favors. Did he just reject me? At my own birthday party? Another guy ended up asking me to slow dance, but I was so bummed out and distracted that I totally didn't notice that the guy who was leaning in to kiss me was Tia's longtime crush. Oh my gosh! How could you do this to me? You were seconds away from kissing Freddie. You know I've had a crush on him since the 9th grade, ever since I farted in class and he took the blame for me. Tia, I'm sorry. I was distracted and... Oh, don't start giving me excuses. I talked to you about that boy and his abs for years, and now you think you could just swoop in between us with your high heels and your gorgeous fake hair. As of now, this friendship is over. What? Don't say that. Suddenly, a smoke cloud blew up in my face from one of the lab stations I'd set up. I was immediately rushed to the hospital, and there, I received insane news. I had to get facial reconstruction surgery from the injury. When I woke up from my procedure, I expected to be surrounded with friends and care baskets, but nobody came to visit me, which was bizarre. And as weeks passed, I didn't get a single call or text asking how I was. The people at my party knew I'd gotten severely hurt. Maybe they didn't realize that my injury was so serious? I arrived at school a couple of months later, and to my shock, everyone completely ignored me. Okay, what was going on? Ow. Sebastian? How do you know my name? Because I invited you to my party? And don't give me that judgy look. I know my face looks like a bloated baby on steroids. It's because I just got surgery, man. The only time I ever look bloated is if I eat gluten. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you new to this school? And that's when it hit me. He didn't recognize me because of my new face. So that's why the kids were ignoring me. Except it still didn't explain why everyone had ghosted me for 2 freaking months. I decided to find Tia and ask her about it, but throughout the day, I didn't get a chance to talk to her because apparently she'd become the new queen bee after I'd left. Then at lunchtime, I discovered something that shook my world. I was headed to the library when I overheard Tia talking with someone. So, do you think Holly will ever come back to school?
Ew, I hope not. You know how everyone secretly hates her. I don't know if she's healed from her chemical injury or whatever, but we're all better off if that brat is out of our lives.
Wait, what the sugar-free fudge? My BFF and all the girls at school secretly hated me? Since I was unrecognizable, I decided to get the scoop from some other girls. And when I did, I discovered what Tia said was true.
Holly paid teachers to change her grades. Once, she gave our science teacher a pair of $10,000 boots.
Holly wore peacock feathers to school. She supported peacock cruelty.
Holly and I used to be best friends, but she never really cared about me. She just saw me as some charity case and told me I needed a makeover. And then she danced with my crush of 2 years.
So, it was true. I was the most despised girl at school with no real friends. That was why nobody cared that I was in the hospital. And what's wrong with making your BFF your charity case? Was Tia against charity? I decided to get ice cream after school so I could eat my feelings. One fattening calorie overload of double chocolate fudge, nuts, and extra whipped cream that I'll probably pay for later. It's been a rough day.
I'm sorry to hear that. Wait, didn't we meet earlier today?
Sebastian, you work here? I randomly guessed your name from your tag.
But you also go to my school, right?
I was about to answer when suddenly I heard some party horns behind me, and in marched Tia with her minions who were blowing confetti. That's when she announced that she'd won the lottery, but wanted to donate some of the money to the ice cream parlor out of the goodness of her heart.
Just because I'm a millionaire now doesn't mean I'm above any of you. So many people in my place would just spend our government's dollars on diamonds and handbags, but I care about the poor.
You know we're a successful business, right?
Just tell my viewers how grateful you are.
She was publicly donating to charity to appear like a saint, but she was also wearing real leather boots and talking to all her friends about how she'd pay the principal to change all her grades. She thought I was a monster for being rich, but she was just like me. That night, I decided to take on a new identity and filed some fake documents under the name Juniper, which was the name of my favorite perfume. That way, I could enroll as a new student, become friends with Tia, and expose her as a fake. Then, she'd know what it's like to be in my shoes. The first step in my plan was to get in with Tia and her minions. One morning at school, I overheard Tia bragging about how she donated thousands of dollars to an alopecia awareness foundation. So that night, I chopped off all my hair and then put it in a bag, which I took to Tia the next day.
Ew, what is this?
It's hair. My hair. I want to donate it.
Oh my gosh, is that why you have that ugly haircut?
Well, if I'm helping someone in need, I'm happy to look ugly, as long as it's temporary. Everyone gathered around us, and I could tell they were impressed. After that, I became somewhat popular, which got me in with Tia and her friends. Jackpot! The next step was figuring out how to expose that hypocritical witch. I was about to head to the mall one day with Tia and her friends when I saw Sebastian leaning against the wall looking really upset. I told Tia to go ahead without me so I could go check on Sebastian. Hey, are you okay?
No. My dad hates me. I failed one stupid test because I was working long hours, and now Dad is pissed at me because I'm not a superhuman who can work full-time, do 1 million extracurriculars, and get perfect grades.
That's so unfair. You should either quit your job or one of your extracurriculars.
Are you living on cloud 9 or something? I can't quit anything. I have to get a full scholarship to the best college in the country, or I'm toast.
I felt bad after Sebastian told me that, so I offered to help him out during his next work shift when the manager wasn't there. And it was rough.
I ordered a mint chocolate swirl with 2 scoops of vanilla, and this has 3. How am I supposed to eat all this?
My apologies, miss. I'll take the extra scoop.
No, don't yell at him. So he gave you an extra scoop of ice cream. Boo-hoo. In some countries, there are children who only get 1 scoop of ice cream. Did you ever think of that? And why should I listen to a girl with such a hideous haircut? That did it. I grabbed her ice cream and smashed it in her face. Sebastian almost got fired. Luckily, I bribed the boss with $5,000, but I still felt horrible.
Don't beat yourself up. You were just looking out for me, and I really appreciate you donating that money to save my butt.
After that, the 2 of us became good friends. He was smart and sweet, and I really respected him for how hard he worked to support himself. It made me realize how lucky I am. One day, I was doing homework in the courtyard when Tia invited me to this exclusive rooftop party. I'd sort of forgotten about my revenge plan ever since I started hanging out with Sebastian, but I didn't have anything going on that weekend. But when I arrived at the address, I realized it was one of Dad's hotels. What were we doing here? We had a 2-year waiting list, and only celebrities were allowed at the parties. All the girls at school sneak in here every
every weekend to go to celebrity parties. We wouldn't have been able to get in, but luckily, I used to be friends with the owner's daughter, Holly. You know, that rich brat everyone hated? I tricked Holly's daddy into giving her tons of hotel memberships. I would have ended that friendship ages ago, but I didn't want to lose the memberships. I felt like I'd been punched in the chest. It was one thing to have my BFF and all the girls at school hate me, but they'd all been secretly using me too? I wanted to scream and tell them off, but I couldn't even bring myself to speak. So I excused myself, and a few hours later, I texted Sebastian to meet me so I could have a real friend by my side. Sebastian, why do you even hang out with me? I'm just a dumb, superficial bimbo.
What are you talking about? Just because you're rich doesn't make you a bad person. You even gave yourself an interesting haircut so you could donate your hair.
No, I didn't. I purchased a wig and cut off the wig's hair. I was too selfish to donate my real hair. I was too selfish to even chop off my extensions. Before Sebastian could answer, my phone rang and it was Dad, telling me to come to the hotel immediately. Sebastian accompanied me, and when I arrived, I couldn't believe my eyes. The hotel was burnt to ashes because Tia and the girls had blown up fireworks and started a wildfire. The police had arrived to take the girls to juvie, even though Tia begged me to bail her out. I've got news for you. As you can see by my hair, I'm not Juniper. I'm Holly, your ex-best friend who had to have reconstruction surgery. I know I've been a bad friend to you, and I know I can be selfish and spoiled, but what you guys did to me is unforgivable. We're done. Tia and the girls were taken away, but I didn't feel any better. Dad's hotel had burnt down, and I couldn't help feeling like it was my fault. If I'd been a better person, these girls wouldn't have hated me and wouldn't have done this. I stayed in my room for a few days when Sebastian came to visit me. I expected it because he wanted to end our friendship because I'd lied to him about my identity. But surprisingly, that wasn't it.
Holly, I'm not gonna lie to you. You are kind of spoiled, and it's messed up that you lied to turn everyone against Tia. But it's nothing compared to what Tia did to you. And you're becoming a better person. I didn't fall for you because you're perfect. I'm in love with you because you're an amazing friend who's mature enough to learn from her mistakes.
You're in love with me?
You probably don't feel the same way, but okay, maybe you are.
No, duh. Don't make me spell it out for you.
Hi, I'm Jade, and I made a fortune without knowing how to read a single word. But before I tell you my extraordinary story, click like and subscribe. Also, please follow us on Instagram and Facebook for exclusive content and to always be updated. When I was born, my dad named me Jade. He was a geologist who studied precious gemstones, and he said people around the world believed that jade brought good fortune. Well, that's all I knew about him from Mom. Growing up, it was just me and her, and we were always moving around. Sometimes we lived in tents, sometimes in minivans. Mom was a car mechanic and found jobs wherever we went. Once when I was 4, we were sleeping in our tent when I woke up in the middle of the night and noticed something strange.
Mom, I can see the sky.
Yes, honey, it's lovely. Go back to sleep now. No, Mom, I can see the sky because our tent has flown away. And that's when Mom sat up straight, but she wasn't too bothered by it. We lay back under the open sky, and she pointed out all the stars and constellations. When I was 5 and walking back home with Mom one day, I saw some school kids going by. I asked her when I'd be joining school, but her face clouded over. Never. Your dad went to the best schools and universities, but that didn't make him a good person. He just left us one day to be with his PhD professor. You don't have to learn how to read or write to have knowledge or kindness, Jade. You're probably thinking, what a dumb mom. But she really wasn't. She homeschooled me wherever our home was. There was no paper, no books, just us talking and imagining. And she also taught me all sorts of handy skills. By the time I was 9, I could change a car tire by myself. One day, Mom and I were at the grocery store when suddenly a masked guy walked in holding a board with something written on it. Everyone looked terrified and stood quietly while the guy started robbing the cash register. I felt really scared and ran for the door screaming, "Help! Help!" "What are you doing, stupid girl? Can't you read? Stop that!" But my screaming had already caught someone's attention outside, and seconds later the police arrived and caught the robber. Everyone thought I was a hero, but Mom was terrified. "You could have been killed because you couldn't read. I'll have to send you to school." And that's how I joined school in the 9th grade. On my first day, the teacher asked me to read out loud in class. "I can't read." "Haha, nice one, kid. You picked the wrong teacher to mess with. Read now." "I just said I can't read. Why do I have to repeat that?" "Gosh, you are so rude. I swear on my grandma's grave, I can't read." "What are you doing in the 9th grade then? Go back to kindergarten." "Fine. Can someone guide me? I don't know where kindergarten is." "Oh my God. To the principal, now!" "Okay. I also need someone to guide me there too." She looked furious and was about to drag me off to the principal, but she was already standing in the doorway. I think she made it clear that she can't read, didn't she? Or do you just enjoy bullying students? The teacher's face turned tomato red. "She's really dumb, and I don't want her in my class." "Are you sure about that? Go on, ask her something from the textbook." "Fine. Can you explain what gravity is?" "Of course. If you'd only let me before. Gravity is an invisible force that pulls objects towards each other." The teacher looked shocked, and so did everyone else. The principal said that when she'd interviewed me, she realized I was a genius. "But Jade, you do have to learn how to read. Come by my office every day after school and I'll help. And you'll stay in the 9th grade." As I took my seat, I tried to keep the grin off my face, while the teacher glared at me like a fire-breathing dragon. While I was eating lunch in the cafeteria that day, a girl called Paige walked up to me, grabbed my notebook, and wrote fat letters on it. When I looked up at her confused, she'd burst out laughing. "Wow, the loser doesn't even know how to read her own name." "Oh, are you a bully? Like one of those people who are insecure and try to hide it by being mean to others? My mom told me about people like you." "Well, you can't mess with someone like me. I'm the daughter of the jungle, babe." "The daughter of what? What are you talking about?" "I'm just here to tell you that I'm impressed by how you embarrassed that grumpy teacher. So whatever, you can be my friend." "You just call me a loser, and I don't want to be your friend." "Gosh, who do you think you are? No one talks to me this way." And then she slapped me. I stood on the table and jumped on her. The grumpy teacher saw us and took us both to the principal. And she told the principal that it was all my fault. I couldn't control my anger and I called her a liar. This time, the principal didn't tolerate my behavior and suspended me for 3 days. When I returned to school, Paige came over to me at recess looking annoyed. "I really don't want to talk to you, but the principal sent me. She wants you to meet her in the back alley." That sounded weird, but I didn't want to make the principal mad at me again, so I went. When I entered the alley, I saw the wired gate was open, and I walked in. There was a yellow board that had something written on it, but I didn't understand, obviously. And suddenly, I fell, and I kept falling. I landed with a thud at the bottom of a deep ditch. Oh my God, how was I gonna get out of here? I screamed for help, and thankfully a janitor heard me soon and helped me out. Oh, that Paige was dead meat. I rushed off to the principal's office to tell her everything, but she saw me and spoke first. "Please, sit down, Jade. I'm afraid I have some bad news." She told me that Mom had been badly injured at work. I rushed to the hospital, and the doctors said she'd hurt her back and wouldn't be able to walk for a while. Mom was devastated. I was too, but I put on a brave face and hugged her. "Don't worry, Mom. You've raised me to be tough like you. I'll find a job and take care of everything till you're better." Later that evening, when I went to get some medicines from the grocery store, the cashier didn't have $1 to give me as my change, so he gave me a scratch-off lotto ticket instead. I scratched it, but before I could ask someone to read it, I heard giggling behind me. It was Paige and her gang of bimbos. "Fancy running into you here. I thought you'd still be in that ditch." I was already having the worst day, and I snapped. "Paige, just shut up. I can't deal with your stupid face right now. I'd give you the money to shut up, but I don't have any. Here, take this." I flung the lotto ticket at her and started walking away. when suddenly I heard screams behind me. OMG! This has a $30,000 prize, you idiot! Thanks a bunch. Wait, what? I ran at her and tried to snatch the ticket, but her friends fought me off. Give it back! I need the money! Yeah, who doesn't? I'm gonna buy me some shoes. And with that, they all pranced away. Gosh, how could I be so stupid? I was walking back home one day and saw a few people crowding near a poster on the way. I was not interested in looking over it at all. Still, I passed by close. I saw pictures of maids on the poster. I casually said, "Who wants to buy a maid's costume, by the way? And they're so ugly." Someone from the crowd yelled, "What nonsense are you talking about? We're just looking at this poster for a cleaning job. Are you dumb or blind?" Hey, don't yell at me. I just can't read. That's even worse. I ignored him and quickly noted the number on the poster. I need this job. And just like that, I started working as a maid. After school and my reading lessons with the principal, I'd go clean people's houses. I worked hard, and my clients were really happy with my service. One day, I was given a job to clean up after a party, and when I got to the address, I saw that it was a huge mansion. As I started picking up the trash, I suddenly heard an all too familiar voice. Oh my God, are you a maid? Paige, what does it look like? Leave me alone to do my job, please. I'd rather deal with your trash than talk to you anyway. Okay, Cinderella, I'll leave you alone. I don't know why I was so shocked, really. Of course, you can't read or write, so these are the only kind of jobs you'll get. And she threw a whole bottle of soda on the floor before she marched off. Ugh. After that, she made it her mission to make my life miserable. She told everyone at school that I was a maid, and her friends would dump rubbish on my desk and ask me to clean it up. She wrote "Trash Girl" all over my locker, and she always made an extra mess at home when I had to go there for cleaning. I really wanted to quit, but I needed the money. One evening, I was leaving Paige's place after work, and I just stepped off the porch when something landed hard on my head. It almost knocked me down, and I had sand all over my face. I spat it out and rubbed my eyes to see Paige standing on the balcony laughing her head off. Gosh, that was so funny. I wish I'd filmed it. Good night, Trash Girl. I hated her. I was going to pay her back for this. When I was back home, I was dusting off my clothes in my apron when something fell out of its pocket. It was a large, dirty stone. Mom asked me to give it to her, and when she looked at it closely, her eyes went wide. Where did you find this? That horrible Paige threw a bag of sand at me. I guess it fell out of there and went into my apron pocket. Just some garbage. Jade, I don't think this is garbage. I think it's an unpolished pink diamond. Wait, what? I went to a jewelry store the next day and had it checked. The old man behind the counter took forever to examine it and then turned to me slowly. This is a rare pink diamond from a royal tribe in Sierra Leone. It's a treasure that belongs in a museum. What happened next was crazy. Now I had money to get the best treatment for her and enough to cover all our expenses for a long time. The story of how a schoolgirl found a rare treasure in the trash spread far and wide, and I was even on the local news. The exciting events of my life had kept me away from school for a few days, but when I returned, of course, Paige was waiting for me. Wow, the trash girl really got lucky. Guess sometimes in life, going through other people's garbage can really pay off. I walked up to her calmly and whispered in her ear, "You know where I found that diamond, Paige? It was in that sandbox you threw at me." Crazy, isn't it? Thanks a bunch. Paige just stared at me with manic eyes, let out an ear-splitting scream, and stormed off. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with her drama for too long. I moved to another city with Mom where she could get better treatment. I worked really hard on my reading skills and graduated high school at the top of my class. But the best part of graduation day was the surprise Mom had for me. She got up from her wheelchair and walked slowly towards me. I couldn't believe my eyes as I ran to her and hugged her tight. "My physiotherapist says I'll be able to walk completely fine in no time. And it's all because of you, Jade. Your dad was right. You brought good fortune with you. And I wanted to say, I'm so sorry I've kept you away from school for so long. It really wasn't fair to you. Please forgive me." please forgive your mama? Oh, Mom, please, I do forgive you. We all make mistakes. No, my mistake is unforgivable. I have forbidden you from reading and writing. Only stupid, insane people do that. Forgive me, please. Mom, learning to read and write is really important, but you taught me so much too, and I'm grateful for that. Please stop crying. I love you so much. A few months later, Mom recovered completely, and she went back to working as a car mechanic. I'm studying mechanical engineering at university now on full scholarship, and I hope to open a workshop with Mom one day. But the biggest lesson I've learned is that if you have a thirst for knowledge, you can learn new things anytime, anywhere. And the most valuable thing you can ever learn or have is kindness.
You know when your life is dreamy and amazing and just perfect? I'm mopping up ice cream a kid threw up, and someone left teeth in the tip jar. What do you think? You're lucky you're used to bad things. Would you rather be me, having everything and losing it all?
I feel like you want to tell me your story. How long is this gonna take?
Not that long. Okay, so it all started 17 years ago when I arrived in this world as a beautiful baby girl.
Of course you came as a baby girl.
With eyes as blue as cornflowers.
Why are you stating the obvious?
My mother wrapped me up in a cashmere blanket, which was the perfect shade of lavender. Interestingly, lavender is my favorite color.
That's not interesting. Come on, get to the part where your life gets bad. And if you tell me you tripped on a cornflower and broke your lavender shoe...
I really liked that shoe. And I tripped on a sunflower. Okay. I swear, you're gonna love how much worse my life gets. Do you guys want to hear the long version or the short one? Fine, the short one then. My name is Olivia, and before I continue, please like and subscribe. My dad was the owner of a tech startup. Don't ask me what the startup is about. I have no idea. I tried finding out many times, but the conversation always goes something like this. Daddy, can you tell me more about your tech startup?
Of course, sweetheart. Basically, we're using cutting-edge algorithms to optimize data.
What a pretty butterfly on that rose. I need to send my rose pink dress to the dry cleaners.
Our platform synergizes complex neural networks with cloud-based infrastructures.
But I don't have the right shoes with that dress. Maybe I need new shoes, or maybe I need a new dress.
With our blockchain architecture, we're able to establish an ecosystem that...
Daddy has wrinkles on his forehead. I should give him night cream on his birthday.
In short, we are revolutionizing the industry.
That's amazing, Daddy! I don't know, man. Your guess is as good as mine. The important part is that his startup made us very, very rich. Like, take a private jet to your private island kind of rich. We lived in a huge mansion where Mom and I had closets as big as rooms and clothes and shoes for days. My life was a whirlwind of glamorous parties, fancy vacations, and global shopping sprees. I went to a great private school, had tons of friends who adored me, and the cherry on top of my sweet life was Dad's friend's son, my dreamboat boyfriend, Chad. I really had everything. Then it all went to hell one day when I tripped on a sunflower and broke the heel of my fourth favorite lavender shoe.
Are you kidding me?
It's about to get worse, I promise. I was meeting Chad in the park. My heel broke, so I had to walk barefoot. I was crossing the track when this stupid kid on roller skates ran right over my toes. I screamed and fell back on my butt, and then out of nowhere, a crow started attacking me. It was the most bizarre day. By the time I reached our usual spot, I was in a foul mood. But suddenly, seeing the golden hour light hitting Chad's perfect face, everything else melted away. I could take all the ups and downs of life with Chad by my side.
I think we should break up, Livy.
Break up what, babe?
Us. We should break up. I've accepted an offer at a university across the country, and I don't think we can make long distance work.
I don't understand.
Like stars departing at dawn's first light, our destinies ascend separate horizons.
What?
Our hearts, like birds in migration, must seek divergent skies to find our true selves.
I am so confused right now.
I love you, Livy, but we're too young to tie ourselves down. It's best to part ways, and if we're meant to be, we'll find each other again.
Then he kissed me on the cheek and just left me there.
Oof, that's rough. The story's finally getting good.
You're such a sadist. I was depressed for days and just sobbed in bed as I watched MSA love stories. I always thought Chad and I would be up there one day with our own little video. I mean, look at me. My face is a dream for any animator to work with. Anyway, just when I thought the worst thing in my life had already happened, the police showed up one night and arrested Dad for embezzlement. He was charged for stealing money from his investors. And before I knew it, my life really turned upside down. Most of our assets were seized by the government, and we had to leave our house only with things we could carry. I managed to put on 14 dresses, 9 shirts, 4 pants, 5 coats, 6 pairs of shoes, and 2 bags. Mom and I moved into a tiny apartment on the poor side of town, and we got a lawyer. But it looked like an open and shut case with too much evidence against Dad, and he was sentenced to prison for a decade.
I swear I'm innocent. I've been framed. I need you to believe that I'm not a crook.
Of course we believe you, Daddy. We'll get your name cleared, I promise. Naturally, my first course of action was reaching out to Dad's friends for help.
You need to leave. I can't be seen with you. My girlfriend is a very suspicious woman.
Aren't you married?
Exactly. I wasn't running away from you. I was just getting some exercise. Oh look, what an unusual bird.
Where?
I recently hit my head and I have amnesia. I don't know who your dad is or why he made me your godfather.
You're my godfather?
Gotta go. I need to poop.
Chad's father was out of town, and I was so relieved when he returned. He was Dad's BFF. If anyone would help, he would.
I'm sorry, but Sir is still away on business.
His car just passed me as I was walking here.
You must be mistaken. He's not home.
I can literally see him in his study from that window.
Let me put this another way, miss. He clearly stated that whenever you show up here, I have to say he's not home.
That just made my heart break. No one wanted anything to do with Dad because they all thought he was a crook. Next, I turned to my own friends, and I only met more closed doors. Wow, really, Penelope? Remember the only person who could look you in the face when you went through your hideous acne phase? And remember whose shoulder you cried on when the plastic surgeon botched your nose job? And remember who took the blame for your smelly fart when we were hanging out with your crush? You know it, me! Mom had the same luck with everyone she knew. She soon took up a job in a grocery store and enrolled me in the nearby public school. I thought I might feel better with the distraction, but I was a fish out of water here. The kids smirked at my clothes. They smirked when they asked me if my dad was the rich guy who went to prison, and they smirked as they walked past me at lunch. Mom got her first paycheck soon, and she took me out for a manicure to cheer me up. As I stared down at my perfect lavender nails the next day at school, I felt more positive than I had in weeks. I wouldn't sit alone at lunch anymore. I would get to know these kids, and they'd get to know me, and they'd see how lovable I was, and I went flying forward with my food tray and fell flat on my face. As I got up, feeling hideously embarrassed, I suddenly noticed it. 2 of my nails were chipped. My perfect nails, not so perfect anymore. Who is the idiotic pea-brained buffoon who crashed into me?
Oh, come on, we were just playing ball.
In the cafeteria? Did the football field catch fire? Did an earthquake split it open? Did a tsunami wash it away?
Hey, calm down, weirdo. What's the matter with you?
You want to know what's the matter with me? I had a perfect life. I had the perfect parents, and the perfect friends, and the perfect house, and the perfect boyfriend. And if my name wasn't Olivia, it would have been perfection. But then it all started blowing up the day I tripped on a sunflower and broke my lavender shoe. Now I'm here in this stupid school, looking like some hobo with chipped nails! I jumped onto that boy and started pulling his hair and pinching his nose and twisting his ears. It took several people to get me off of him. And then I started crying uncontrollably. I could barely breathe.
I think she's having a panic attack. Give her some space, guys. Hey, Olivia, look at me. You're gonna be okay. Just breathe.
So yeah, I lost my mind. You helped me calm down and brought me to your workplace.
I had to. You were in shock and clinging to my arm like a python.
And now you know my whole story. You're probably thinking, look at this whiny rich girl who lost some money and can't handle it. But it's not just that. I never realized before that my entire life was so fragile. I just never saw this coming. Jackson reached over and put his hand on mine.
I wasn't thinking that. You've been through a lot, and I'm sorry.
Thanks. By the way, how tall are you?
6 feet 4 inches.
No wonder I've been feeling so tiny all day. My life still sucked, but it sucked a little less now that I had a friend. Jackson was so different from any of the guys I'd known. He didn't talk about sports cars or the newest smartphones or the best companies to invest in, but he taught me how I could cut out grocery coupons from newspapers, what the cheapest bus route was, and how to ride a bicycle. He even got me a waitressing job at the cafe and covered up for my mistakes. He lived in a tiny, rundown house with his mom and 3 younger sisters, and even though they didn't have much, I was always made to feel welcome. One One day at the park, while Jackson was feeding the ducks with his sisters, I accidentally knocked over his backpack and a sketchbook fell out. I opened it to find the most amazing comic drawings. I leafed through the pages and found a sketch of me. And then another, and then another.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry, it just fell out. Jackson, you're so talented.
It's just a silly hobby.
It's not silly. Are you going to apply to an art school?
In case you haven't noticed, I'm poor. I have to work right out of high school.
But you're too good to not take this seriously. You have to...
Can we please not talk about this?
Okay.
And I didn't make your sketches because I have a crush on you or something. You're just a new, interesting face.
Does interesting mean the same as pretty?
Not necessarily.
So you don't think I'm pretty?
You're not pretty. And what is pretty anyway? There's no set standard.
Shut up, Jackson. You said Olivia's the prettiest girl you've ever met.
No, I didn't. I said Bolivia has the prettiest girls that I've never met.
He wrote a poem in his diary about your eyes being blue as cornflowers. And what was the next line, girls? I could stare into those sapphire lakes for hours.
My diary? You... see what I mean? I need to earn money to put them all in a mental institution.
I couldn't stop laughing as he chased the girls away, and I felt a warm tingle in my toes at the thought that maybe Jackson liked me. A few weeks later, we were sitting in the cafeteria when I got an email alert on my phone, and Jackson noticed my face fall.
What's wrong?
Oh, it's just that witch Penelope. She's hosting her grand annual Halloween party, and I guess she just forgot to take me off the invite list. Forget I mentioned it.
Okay then. So my mom's making her famous shepherd's pie this weekend, and she thinks I don't know what the secret ingredient is.
I think I want to go to the party.
What? Why?
Because I want revenge. Penelope and all these people hurt me, and I want to hurt them back.
What would you even do?
I don't have it all planned out, but I want to ruin her stupid party because it means a lot to her and her stupid friends, and you should come with me.
No, and you shouldn't go either. You'll get in trouble.
It's Halloween. We'll be in costumes. No one will recognize us, and we won't be there for too long. And Penelope will have the best food. I'm certain she stole in my caterer.
I don't know.
Please, I need this, and I don't want to go alone.
All right, the food better be good.
On the night of Penelope's Halloween party, Jackson and I took the bus to the rich part of town and walked the last few blocks to Penelope's house. No one's gonna recognize me, right?
You're dressed like an evil eggplant. It's very unlikely.
You look good as a tree, very tall and leafy. Now you remember the plan, right?
Right, make as many things go wrong as possible. Am I forgetting anything?
Nope, that's the whole plan. Let's go. Penelope's place was swarming with guests, and no one paid much attention to us as we slipped in, and we got down to our mission right away. We sneaked off all the black and gold balloons and made them fly away. We messed up the fake cobwebs and smashed some carved pumpkins. We locked up the kitchen doors and we threw the keys in the swimming pool. Where did all the balloons go? I ordered 500 of them. People, watch where you're going. You're smashing the pumpkins and walking into the cobwebs. And where are all the waiters? Why is there no food? As Penelope stormed off towards the kitchen, Jackson and I high-fived.
Should we go now?
Oh no, this was just the warm-up. Penelope always has a surprise celebrity singer perform at her Halloween parties, and I know this time it's Harry Styles. We have to wreck his concert. It'll drive her crazy.
No, that's going too far. Someone will catch us.
Can you stop being such a scaredy cat? Just tell me if you're in or out.
Olivia, I think I'm out.
And then he actually left. Fine, I'd finish the job myself. I ran off to the back of the house where I knew all the power supply boards would be. I spotted a toolbox nearby, picked up a plier, and started snipping away at every wire. I wouldn't let this concert happen. I'd ruin the whole party. Everyone would remember it as the worst Halloween ever. Just then, I saw a figure emerge from the shadows.
Hey, what do you think you're doing?
I flung the pliers to one side and started running for my life across the garden. But my stupid eggplant costume was slowing me down. And suddenly, I found myself being pushed forward and pinned to the ground. When the person chasing me turned me over, I saw that it was Chad?
How do you know oh my god, Livy, is that you? Why are you an eggplant? Actually, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same question. My whole life blew up and you couldn't send a text, but you made sure you didn't miss Penelope's party?
Listen.
Just then, a pretty girl I'd never seen before came running behind us. Babe, are you okay? Who's this creep? I'll call security.
No, don't. There's been a misunderstanding.
Babe? Is that what she just called you? Who are you, and why are you dressed up like an eggplant? Because Baba Ganoush is my favorite dip. Not that it's any of your business. I pushed Chad away and stormed off, tears pouring down my face. I just made it a few blocks down when I ran into a tree.
I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left you behind. I came back. Now let's go destroy Penelope.
No, I'm done. Coming here was a stupid idea. Let's just go home, Jackson. I felt more crushed and betrayed than ever. I was busy sulking in bed the next day when Mom called me saying I had a visitor. I walked out into the lounge to see it was Chad. Mom, why did you let him in?
You should hear him out, honey.
Mom left the room and Chad hesitantly sat down next to me.
Is it okay if I sit here?
You're already sitting here. And no, none of this is okay. In fact, this is giving me a fuzzy flashback to when you were sitting down next to me on a park bench. Wait, it's all coming back to me now. Yes, there I am with my bleeding toes and broken shoe. And yep, that's you, walking away after breaking my heart.
You have every right to be mad. I was such a fool, Livy. I thought I was doing the right thing. Long-distance relationships are so hard. I just panicked. I know what I did was awful, but I swear, I never stopped thinking about you.
Just long enough to meet that blonde twig who called you babe?
She was just my date for yesterday.
I don't care about your love life, but what I'm really angry about is...
I know, your dad. I wanted to reach out to you, but my dad forbade it. He's one of the investors in your dad's company. He feels betrayed by what your father did.
Dad is innocent, okay? I expected his friends to believe that.
The evidence against him is too strong. You've got to face facts. He committed a crime, but I'm sorry you're also paying the price. I asked around about you after we met yesterday, and I couldn't believe you're living in this neighborhood now.
For the first time, the thought crossed my mind that maybe Dad was the one who was wrong, and I burst into tears. Chad hugged me.
I'm in town for a few weeks, and I'm gonna try to get Dad and the other investors to go easier on your dad with his prison sentence.
You'll really try?
I can't promise anything, but I'll try my best, Livy.
I walked Chad out of the apartment building, and as I was going back in, Jackson suddenly popped up.
So, who was that guy with enough gel in his hair to set all the cheesecakes in America?
That was Chad.
Chad? Like your ex-boyfriend Chad? Like the guy who broke up with you on a park bench Chad?
Yes, that Chad.
That's such a stupid name. Chad is a country.
Isn't Jackson a city?
Not the same thing. What was Chad doing here?
Offering to help me?
Why would you trust him?
Because he's the only shot I've got at helping Dad. Chad started turning up almost every day, and even though I hadn't forgiven him for the way he'd broken up with me, I could see he really regretted it. He was extra attentive. He seemed to remember all my favorite pastries and perfumes and never came without a gift. And when he'd take me for drives around the city, I almost felt like my old self again. One afternoon as I was leaving school, Jackson caught up with me.
Want to go to the park today?
Nah, I'm tired.
How about you come to my place tomorrow? My annoying sisters miss you.
I have a thing.
A Chad thing, right? Look, it's none of my business, except as your friend, I would advise you not to date Chad again.
We're not dating. We're just meeting up to discuss Dad's case.
And what's the progress on that?
He's working on it.
Okay then. Enjoy your thing tomorrow.
Don't do those dumb air quotes. It's not a date. Why don't you come with me? We're just going to an art exhibition and then having dinner.
Sounds like a date.
It's not a date, you giraffe. Join us. Chad won't mind. Chad didn't look too happy either, and I could see the way he looked Jackson up and down disapprovingly. But things got worse in the art gallery.
Wow, what a stunning piece of art. Holy mother of noodles, that's for $50,000? It's a picture of a rotting apple. It shows the complexities and slow ruin of postmodern society. Dude, it's an ugly apple. I could draw this with my left foot in my sleep. I didn't expect you to know anything about art, but you're even more...
Chad, he's an artist too, and he's your guest, so be nice, okay? I thought I'd manage the situation, but it got worse over dinner. Chad had just raised his glass and was about to say something when Jackson exclaimed,
"Oh no, Grandma ran away from my aunt's house. She climbed out of a third-story window and fell."
"Oh my God, is she okay?"
My sister is just updating me. Yeah, she survived the fall, but then she went out to the lake on a paddle boat and fell in the water.
What? Did she drown?
Okay, no. Apparently, she's a very good swimmer. But then she went to a diner and choked on her food.
Is she still alive?
Phew, thankfully, yes. Someone in the diner performed the Heimlich maneuver on her, but she's in the hospital for a mild concussion. Can we leave early so I can see her?
Of course.
You can leave now. I'll call you an Uber. I can stay for the main course. We'll skip dessert. Anyway, before I was interrupted, I was about to make a toast to us, Livy. Friendship, much like the delicate petals of a rare flower, unfurls its beauty only to those who possess the refined senses to savor its exquisite fragrance amidst the mundane garden of existence.
That's lovely.
I'm sorry. What does that even mean? Excuse me? Why do you think it's cool to say vague nonsense? Friends don't treat friends the way you've treated Olivia in the past. Can't you be honest about anything? Why don't you start with her and tell her you don't actually have any plans to help her? You want honesty? I think you're a worthless piece of trash.
Before I knew it, Chad had attacked Jackson, and they were in a full-scale fight, bumping into waiters and falling onto tables. Several people managed to pull them apart, and I dragged Jackson outside. What were you thinking?
He attacked me.
You provoked him.
Look, Olivia, I don't get mad a lot. It's scary for people when I get mad because I look like a tall, angry windmill. So I keep it in and stay calm mostly. But I'm mad right now. How can you even stand that pretentious windbag?
Because he belongs to my world. This is the life I had before. You go to stupid exhibitions and talk about trivial things over food and laugh at dumb jokes. And you didn't even give him a chance. You were determined to hate him just because he's a rich guy.
Is that what you really think of me? You know what? I'm the problem here. I don't belong in your world.
Jackson walked off, and my heart sank. He wouldn't even reply to any of my texts or calls later, and he avoided me in school entirely. A few days later, Chad asked me to come over to his place to have a talk with his dad, and I arrived early. As I walked towards the study, I suddenly heard raised voices, and I stopped outside.
That girl is really coming here right now? Chad, what is the matter with you? Look, Dad, when you told me that you and the other investors were making a fake case against her father to get control of his company, I was totally on board. And I broke up with Livy and left because you didn't want me to be associated with her after her dad got a bad reputation. But I didn't realize Livy and her mom would have everything taken away from them. What else did you think was gonna happen, son? I don't know. I just thought the dad would go to jail and we'd be richer. It's not fair. She lives in a dump now. And how are they supposed to afford shampoo and makeup and all the creams and serums they use? Just lie to her and say you're working on getting her dad out of jail sooner so she feels better. And maybe we can give her some money every month. Fine. My son is such a philanthropist. Don't get serious about her again, though. Dad, I'm 18. I'm not serious about anyone. I'm leaving in 2 weeks anyway. I've just been nice to her because she was never very tough, and I feel sorry for her.
I stepped away quietly, blood pounding in my head. I felt fury beyond anything I'd ever felt in my life. I texted Chad that I couldn't come over, and I went home and told Mom everything. We stayed up half the night trying to think about how we could get proof of Dad's innocence. We finally fell asleep exhausted, but the next morning, I woke up to Mom's screams. I rushed to the lounge and saw the TV on with the news that Chad's father and all the other investors in Dad's business had been arrested. How? What are they being arrested for? They're saying on the news that some anonymous employee in the company had approached the FBI some time ago, claiming that Chad's father and the other investors framed your dad and are still involved in other illegal activities. So the FBI had bugged the investors' houses and offices. I guess they overheard the conversation between Chad and his father that you heard yesterday too. Dad's lawyer called. He's going to be released tomorrow. Later, I went to Chad's place as it was being sealed by the FBI officers.
Livy, it's not what you think.
No, only I will talk now. I heard the entire conversation between you and your dad yesterday with my own ears, and I just came to say, I hate you. I despise you with a burning rage of 1,000 suns. I loathe you with the force of 100 typhoons. I wish only bad things to happen to you, and my wish is coming true as we speak. You will lose everything, and you're not even half as tough as me. You will really suffer, and I will dance with joy knowing that. Then I punched his perfect nose and stormed off. Well, actually, I skipped off happily and headed straight for the cafe. I spotted Jackson taking someone's order and ran to him. Jackson, my dad's innocent, and he's getting out of jail tomorrow. Chad's father framed him, and he's been arrested. I punched Chad. I'm gonna get my life back.
I'm working right now. My shift ends in a while.
I can't wait, okay? I can't stand that you're not talking to me, and I know that it's my own fault. I'm sorry I said you were jealous of Chad because he's rich. You were right about everything. He's an obnoxious jerk, and that apple painting was so ugly. Also, if there's anything I've learned, it's that I don't want all of my old life back. I don't want to have fake conversations or fake friends who turn away at the lowest point of your life. I want people like you. You literally saved me, and I love you for that. Also, you're very tall, which is hotter than you know. Jackson just stared back at me, and then suddenly his sisters burst in with a huge bunch of lavender balloons, a congratulations banner, and a cake.
Are we late? Do you know how hard it is to find lavender balloons? I dropped a cake on the way. We can scrape off some of the icing.
I told you girls, we're meeting at Olivia's place, not here. We heard the news about your dad, and we were coming over after my shift. Even though you were mad at me, I can't stay mad at you. Look, just let me take this customer's order. Just kiss her, you moron. Hey, don't call him a moron. But seriously, just kiss me, dummy. Wait, how's your grandma doing? You want to talk about my grandma right now? Actually, I don't have one. I made up that whole thing to annoy Chad. I like you even more right now.
Hi, my name is Charlotte. Please like and subscribe. I was born in Bordeaux, a beautiful city in France. When I was 8 years old, we moved to the USA because my dad got a great job there. The city we moved to was huge, filled with skyscrapers, shops, and opportunities, or so I was told. However, it didn't take long for things to start going downhill. When I began attending school there, my parents enrolled me in a private school for international students. Hi, everyone. My name is Charlotte. I'm 8 years old, and I come from France. I brought some madeleines that my mom made for everyone today. Hi, Charlotte. I'm Laura from Italy. Do you want to hang out later today? Laura and I became very close. We would often take the same bus home, do our homework together, and even attend drawing classes together. Even though Laura didn't speak any French, being with her reminded me a lot of home. I was shy and liked to keep things to myself, while Laura was fun and a bit wild. Someone my mom wouldn't think was classy. Mom really didn't like Laura. She kept trying to make me hang out with kids from rich families that I didn't like. But I ended up making friends with 2 girls just so Mom would stop nagging me. One evening, I forgot to tell Mom I invited Laura over for dinner. Mom was really mean to Laura when she came.
Charlotte mentioned your mom is a saleswoman. Do you guys even eat dinner every night, or is it too expensive?
Elise, why would you say something like that?
It's okay, Uncle. No, we don't always have big dinners. But what we do have is each other. What's the point of a fancy dinner if the family isn't close?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing. Did I upset you? I thought your family was okay.
I think you should go.
Mom, why?
She's not going anywhere.
She leaves now, or you'll be sorry.
An awkward silence fell, which Laura broke. Don't worry, I'll go. Seems like I just got my answer about the kind of family this is. Mom sharply told her,
leave now.
And with that, Laura left. I was really upset with Mom, but she didn't seem to care. Laura told me not to let it bother me. You already have it tough with a mom like that. I won't make it worse by leaving you alone. I love you for being here.
One gloomy day in the 6th grade, everything changed when my parents started to struggle financially after my dad lost his job and they had to move me to a public school. We can't just pull her out of school. She's doing so well. What would I even say to my friends if they asked? I want her to succeed here in the USA, to make something of herself and make me proud.
Dad slammed his hand angrily on the table and glared at Mom.
Elise, think clearly for once. You're not seeing the big picture as usual. You don't seem to get that I've lost my job and we're drowning in bills. The only sensible move is to switch her to public school.
Yes, Mom was a bit of a difficult person. She was obsessed with maintaining a perfect image. Being perceived as poor was a disaster for her. Her mom was also a strict lady, obsessed with etiquette and rules. She was against my mom's marriage, although my dad was well off. But Mom stood firm and married Dad, so her parents cut her off. Now, us not having much money would make my grandma right. And that made my mom even madder. She made us move to a different city so she could lie and tell her friends that Dad had received a job opportunity far away. I screamed and cried for days. I didn't want to leave our city or be away from Laura. But as usual, Mom ignored my protests. I was heartbroken. Dad, I hate her. Dad hugged me.
Hate is a strong word. You know how your mom is. She wants things her way. Life hasn't ended, though. You'll make new friends. And about Laura, you can still talk to her on the phone, and I'll help you see her once in a while.
Thank you, Dad. You're too kind to be with someone like her. But I guess life isn't fair. Saying goodbye to Laura was incredibly hard. And to make things worse, after we moved, I realized I forgot the notebook with Laura's number in it. I was utterly heartbroken. Even though we didn't have a lot of money, Mom kept having big parties at fancy places for her friends. We were getting more and more into debt, even though Dad asked her many times to stop the parties. One day, she even gave her friend a really expensive ring for her birthday. Dad got really upset when the bank called him.
Listen, woman, I can't take this anymore. This is your last chance. If you don't stop,
we might have to split up.
And I'll want to stay with Dad.
Really now?
With that, Mom left. She was gone for a couple of days. Although Dad and I were worried, we didn't try to reach her. It was time for her to act like the adult she supposedly was. When she returned, she walked into the house and started doing laundry as if nothing had happened. From that day on, she stopped seeing her friends so much and didn't waste our money anymore. I was relieved she finally came to her senses, but I could see a change in her. Her eyes had lost their spark. It was as if she had aged 10 years. Well, things at the public school weren't perfect either. At first, it was okay, but things changed quickly when I started junior year of high school. I noticed my body changing rapidly, even spotting some freckles on my face. It wasn't just my appearance that was changing. My social life was too. Suddenly, boys started looking at me differently. Girls were going out with boys, and there seemed to be more parties.
Hey, Charlotte, how about grabbing some ice cream after school? Just the two of us.
Just us? Alone?
Yeah, just us. Why, were you planning on turning it into a group event?
Well, I thought maybe we could invite Jessica too.
Look, I wasn't making a guest list. You know what? Forget it. I gotta go. And hey, Charlotte, or should I call you the Lost Little Raccoon? Just because you're from France doesn't mean you're anything special here. If anything, it just shows you can't take a joke and always dampen the mood.
Before I could respond, he pressed his gum into my hair as he walked away. It was not just embarrassing. It felt like a sharp tug at my dignity. I came back home that day, wanting to tell Mom about it. She was cooking in the kitchen when I walked in. Hi, Mom. I had a weird day at school today.
I really don't have time for your stories right now. You know, we've been living in the USA for quite a while, and you still call a lot of things weird.
I felt so angry I started crying. Our relationship wasn't that great to begin with, but now it felt ruined. If a girl doesn't find confidence in her mother, then the relationship feels distant, and each day I was growing further away from my mom. I headed to my room to put away my books when I spotted a sketchbook on my desk. It was from the drawing classes with Laura, and it had her number inside. Turns out I'd saved it here as well. I was ecstatic. I quickly and quietly went to the living room, grabbed my mom's phone, and dialed Laura's mom's number.
Hello? Elise, what do you want?
Hi. It's actually Charlotte here, Laura's friend from school. Do you remember me? Can I talk to Laura?
Oh, Charlotte.
Yes, I remember you.
One moment. Laura, your friend Charlotte is on the phone.
Charlotte? Wow, I've been trying to find you, but I couldn't. How are you? Hey, Laura. I'm not on social media much. I really miss talking to you. We should hang out soon. I'd love to, but my family is going to Europe this Friday. Europe? That's so cool. I wish I could go too. You're so lucky. Why don't you come with us? My grandparents' house is big, and you can stay in the guest room. I'd love to, but my mom would never say yes. We don't have to tell her everything. Just say you're going on a school project abroad. She loves to brag about this stuff, no? Laura, that's smart. It's gonna be so fun. We can eat lots of good food, see new places, and maybe even paint. I'd love to paint in a quiet spot away from all the noise, especially away from Mom. In fact, I found out that the city Laura and I were visiting was hosting a big art competition during our stay, and I signed up for it. On Friday, my mother drove me to the airport with a big smile on her face.
I'm so proud of you, darling, for getting accepted to this elite school program. I'm sure it'll help you get accepted to one of the Ivy League schools.
Sure. Yes, Mom. I got out of the car and walked to the airport gate when I saw Laura. She looked great, ran up to me and gave me a big hug. Charlotte, we're going to Europe. It's gonna be so fun. I'm so excited. I entered a drawing contest over there too. The prize is also about $500,000. Can you come and cheer for me? It feels like a dream. Sure, but you have to draw me and make my eyebrows look good. I enjoyed spending time with Laura, but sometimes things felt off. It seemed like she would suddenly stop talking to her mom when I showed up, as if they were hiding something from me. One night after we had dinner, she said something strange. You know, I was actually happy when your family started having money problems. What? Why would you say that? Well, your mom was a witch, and seeing her getting humiliated was so satisfying. First of all, becoming poor has nothing to do with humiliation. Second, Mom becoming poor also means me becoming poor. I thought your love for me was bigger than your hate for her. Oh, come on now. She's awful. Okay, let's change the subject. Want to eat some ice cream? I suddenly don't feel like it. I think I'm calling it a night. And with that, I stormed off. The competition day was getting close. It was going to last 2 days. The first for live painting singing in front of an audience, and the second for a closing ceremony where judges would announce the winners. Do you think the judges will be fair? I'm sure they will be. Are you excited to cheer me on? Of course. Will you cheer for me too? What do you mean? I'm entering the competition too. You knew that, right? What? No. You think I've lost my touch? I've been taking drawing classes for the past year. I see this as a great chance. But Laura, you never mentioned this. I didn't think I needed to report my plans to you. Anyway, I think it's better we focus on our own preparations for the next few days, so we probably shouldn't hang out too much. I was stunned. What happened to my best friend? I almost regretted coming on this trip. The only thing keeping me here was the upcoming competition. I was determined to win and get the prize. The first day of the competition arrived. We were led onto the stage, each competitor equipped with a set of pencils, colors, and a blank canvas. Laura leaned over with a mischievous grin and whispered, "May the best girl win." I was too stressed to respond and just focused on getting onto the stage. That's when I saw it. The event was being broadcast live on TV. My heart sank. I thought, oh no, my mom will see this. She'll ground me for life. Not only did I lie to her, but I'm also here with Laura, someone she can't stand. And now Laura, she turned out to be so different from what I thought. This is a nightmare. I wish I could just vanish. But I took a deep breath, pushed down my fear, and began to paint with all my heart, pouring every emotion onto the canvas. While sitting comfortably at home, my mom saw my face on the TV screen and yelled, "Pierre, our daughter isn't on a school project. She's on TV with Laura. This is nonsense. She won't get away with this. We're flying to Europe." My parents caught the next flight and arrived on the second day of the competition. Mom tried calling me the whole time, but I was too caught up with the competition and the drama with Laura to answer. On the final day, as I stood on stage with Laura and the other competitors, they started announcing the winners. Laura got second place, and I was on the verge of tears until they announced Charlotte is the winner. Overjoyed, I walked towards the microphone to give a speech, only to see my mom storm into the hall. I was shocked and embarrassed. Yelling in front of everyone, she demanded, "How could you lie to me, Charlotte? You know there will be consequences. And with Laura, of all people?" "Oh, me, of all people? Remember when you burned the book that Charlotte wrote my number in? You called and insulted me and my mom. You even threatened me, a child, to stay away from Charlotte. Do you want me to say what you did too?" "Shut it. Don't you dare speak to my daughter like that." "Laura, what exactly did my mom do to you?" "Let it go. Didn't you just win? Take your prize and leave with your parents."
Your mom threatened Laura's mom with her connections in immigration, saying she'd get her deported.
What kind of sick person hates a kid like this? What has she ever done to you? You need help. I'm taking the prize money and I'm leaving with Dad. You should consider getting help. I'll even pay for your therapy. I traveled all this way for you to side with her? What lies has she told you?
Enough. Let's go, Charlotte.
Laura, what my mom did was wrong, but targeting me wasn't fair. Still, I'm here if you want to start over. Then I went to receive my medal and prize, hugged my dad, and we left. Hi, I'm Ramen Lee Min-ho from a place so boring you don't need to know the name. Trust me. And yeah, that's my pen name. You know, just 'cause pen names are fun and add an air of mystery. So I put together my love for K-dramas and my favorite noodles. But if you ever tell my mom that, I will deny it, repeatedly. Now, before I continue, you have to like and subscribe to MSA. Sorry, but they make us say that. My mom is Italian, and she raised me and my sisters on her own in a very small town in the US. But we might as well have been living in Italy. Pretty much everyone we knew was Italian. Now, my mom has two talents. One, she's an amazing seamstress. She could make a stunning dress out of a potato sack. My sister and I used to wear all sorts of garbage when we were younger. Old curtains, bed sheets, towels, you name it. On a side note, do you know that cotton lasts for like 100 freaking years? That's longer than the seasons of Grey's Anatomy, man. And I thought nothing could compete with that. Sorry, what was I saying? I always lose track, pardon me. Yeah, so two, my mom knows and remembers everything and everyone in town. And she likes to talk about it a lot. Like her mouth runs as fast as her hands. You know the Bartoli family, right? Their daughter ran away with the homeless-looking boy from the Rossi family. Now, after just a week, the boy sent her back home because she doesn't know how to make a pasta. What kind of girl doesn't know how to make a pasta? So now, man, she could just go on and on about these people, and I didn't give a rat's butt about it. But I indulged Mom and heard all her gossip because I was her favorite. which is what makes me really unique. I'm the middle child, and I'm the favorite. Yeah, you heard me, an unheard of phenomenon, but you'll see why. My sister Bella is 2 years older than me, and it's not hard to see why she isn't the favorite. She's like the opposite of everything a firstborn is supposed to be. Lazy, whiny, irresponsible, and dumb as a button. Actually, buttons are quite useful, but you get the point. Like on her 9th birthday, she got a $50 note from her aunt, and I convinced her to exchange it with me for $21 notes. She was so happy she had so much money, and I was $30 richer. Also, I often got compliments on my rosy skin, which really bothered her, so one day, I let her in on my secret. Mom's been doing something special with me for years, and now I'll share it with you. You have to make a paste of baby powder, milk, crushed daisies, and a few tablespoons of mud, so you don't get pale like a ghost. And then you put it on your face for an hour, but you have to sit really still while it dries, otherwise you'll get wrinkles. And you can only do this between 4 to 5 in the afternoon because it's the golden hour. Works like magic. Worked out great. Because we were only allowed to watch TV for an hour between 4 and 5 p.m. And now I had it all to myself. This went on for a month till Bella ended up with acne. And Mom found out what she'd been doing. My younger sister June came 2 years after me. And well, she's just a sweetheart. She could have been the favorite, but our jerk dad left right after she was born, and I think it just wasn't a good time for Mom to bond with the baby. But I adore June. She's just easy to love, and she worships me. Like, I think she'd kiss my feet if I asked her to. I mean, I would never do that, of course. Only the occasional foot rub. That's not an abuse of older sibling power, right? I guess I'm the smartest of my sisters. And it's not me saying it. My teachers say it, Mom says it, everyone says it. Look, this is a picture I colored when I was just 5. No, wait, 7? Okay, fine, 10. Just focus on the colors and not on my amazing nails, okay? But since you're wondering, June did the nail art. But what really got to Bella was when anyone said I was the prettiest. Like in 7th grade, Mom had come to our school for our parent-teacher meeting, and she met with my class teacher last, who couldn't stop gushing about me. What a blessing to have a child like beep. Oh, the year I had Bella in my class, it was so hard. That's when I started my blood pressure medication. But this one, she's such a marvel. And a beauty on top of that. Now, I'm not saying the other two are ugly, but they look more like you, and beep is more on her dad's side of the family with those delicate features, a bit like Cinderella and her stepsisters. That made me so uncomfortable. Like, you know how the truth can sometimes do that, but why say it, man? And Bella just lost it. She flung a bottle of ink at my teacher. Oh my God, I ruined your clothes. Now, I'm not saying they were pretty to begin with, and you'd look like a sack of turnips no matter what, but I'm still sorry. Actually, they look less tacky now. Here's some more. Oh man, I laughed so hard, I peed a little. That was my fondest Bella memory ever. And yeah, there aren't many to choose from, but that one's pretty cool. Mom was really embarrassed though, and Bella got her reputation in town for being a little cray-cray. I honestly never cared that much about looks, but I understand why people are obsessed with being pretty. You get doors opened for you, someone will give you their place in a long line, offer to carry your stuff, or give up their umbrella for you and get soaked themselves. And sometimes you try to refuse, but people won't take no for an answer. Also, pretty people are almost seen as superhumans. I mean, think of some beautiful person, and then think about them burping or farting or pooping. You can't imagine it, right? Because how could someone that pretty do something so nasty and basic? No, they must poop glitter. Like this one time in 9th grade, I was in an elevator in the bank when I felt this really big urge to fart. There was no stopping it, and I let it out quietly. But man, I stank the place up, and everyone glared at this poor big guy in the lift. No one even thought for a second that it could be me. I kind of felt bad, but how could I own up to that? So yeah, life was good in my little town, but my dreams were bigger than that. I wanted to see the world and maybe become a famous singer. Oh, did I mention yet that I have a great voice? Really won the genetic lottery, huh? Please don't hate me, y'all. I'd sing at every school event and even participate in local talent shows or sing at some restaurants. And any money I made, I put away in my piggy bank. I was saving up to go to LA one day to be a star. But things took a wild turn in 11th grade. One day at breakfast, Mom was going through the mail when she nearly choked. Oh Lord, my prayers have been answered. Which ones? You pray a lot, Mom. Like seriously, God must be tired of you asking for so many things all the time. Will you just listen? You know our distant family friends, the Ricci family. Those really rich people? They once came to town 10 years ago and we went on a picnic with them. And that Mrs. Ricci kept trying to get my mother's lasagna recipe from me. But I told her it was going to me with my grave. And then she tried to get to the point, Mom! All right! Anyway, they have a son who's a year older than Bella. And she wrote to me saying that she wants to come and see my girls. And hopefully choose one to get married to him. Isn't that amazing? Mom, this is America, and it's 2022. No teenager gets married. Oh my God, it's all I ever wanted. I've always wanted to be Mrs. Richie Rich. Yes, 100 times yes. Oh, it's like I'm Cinderella. I'll never have to work a day in my life again. You already never worked a day in your life, Bella. Look, Bella is almost 20. She barely passed school, she's useless around the house, and she'll never get a job. Also, people in town still think she's, unstable. Getting her married off to someone who isn't from around here is the best we can do. For us. Hear, hear. Now listen, the only problem in this plan is you. I don't want to have you around when they come over. They might choose you instead, and I don't want to ruin this chance for us. I mean, for Bella. Fine by me. The Ritchie family was coming over that weekend, so Mom sent me off to my aunt a day in advance, right to the other end of town. I was in for a relaxing weekend. Aunt's house was close to a lake, so the next afternoon, I was sitting by the water practicing my singing when I spotted a boy swimming. And oh, mother may I, his blonde hair shone in the sunlight and the water rippled smoothly over his strong arms. Wow. Now, don't think I'm boy crazy. I find most guys annoying, actually. And who knew? Maybe this one was annoying too. But who minds a little eye candy? It's the only candy that's good for you. But suddenly, he let out a sound I've only ever heard a cow make in labor. A jellyfish bit me! He passed out and started sinking. I swam like a graceful mermaid towards him. Man, he weighed a ton. I managed to drag him to the shore and checked his heartbeat. Yeah, he was gonna live. And up close, he did look kind of annoying. You know, those boys who are too pretty and think the universe revolves around them? Yeah, he was definitely giving off those vibes. I thought I'd wait around till he came out of his beauty nap, so I started singing one of my original songs. You wanna hear about this girl who makes jealous witches hurl? She had beauty, she had brains, there was talent in her veins. Not that everyone was dumb, but the town made her numb. What? Stay here forever, that made her feel bummed. She knew that there was more, so much more to her life than the gossip and the small talk, being a dumb man's dumb wife. It's not hard to see, the girl I'm talking about is me. So if you wanna hear the rest, pay up now, it's now for free. Suddenly, I felt something touch my foot. I'd almost forgotten the boy who was staring right up at me. Wow, you're a goddess, an angel. That voice? And you saved me, right? Yeah, but anyone would have done the same in my place. It's not special. Of course it's special. You saved my life. I think I'm in love with you. Aw, man. This boy was dumber than I'd thought. That's so sweet. You know what? You still look pale. You should lie back down, and I'm gonna go make a mixture of herbs for your jellyfish bite. Oh, I've forgotten all of my pain, except that ache in my heart. Yes, we'll deal with that too. Just close your eyes and I'll be back before you know it. I skipped off all the way to my aunt's house. I'd be gone in 2 days from here, and I'd never bump into him. When I returned home, I went through the back door into the kitchen. Just as I popped a muffin in my mouth, Mom walked in. What are you doing here? Hello, I live here? I'm your favorite child, remember? Shh, keep your voice low. The Ricci family came for a second visit today, and they're in the house right now. You better not come out. Okay, I'll just stay here. Just leave the cakes, woman. Oh, sorry, I was looking for the bath. Oh my God, it's you, the rapping angel. What the freaking fruitcake? The Ritchie boy was the guy I'd saved from the lake? Apparently, he'd stopped for a swim on their way here. His name was Luca, and he told his parents he was in love with me, and he'd marry me or marry no one. Such a drama queen. He cried, Bella cried, his parents begged, Mom panicked, and she sent them away saying, "We need time to think." You really went out of your way for these guests, Mom. You never make pasta for me. And yum, I haven't had this pastry in ages. Will you please get serious for a minute? What are we going to do? About what, Mom? I'm not getting married, duh. You don't have to get married. It could just be an engagement till you know him better. Okay, fine. Just be his girlfriend. It's too good a proposal to pass. And I wanted it for Bella, but if it's not happening for her, you have to accept it. Before I could reply, Bella came flying at me. You stupid witch! I'm not letting you get away with this. Gosh, Bella, have you gained weight? Get off, you baby cow. I was so close to getting everything I've ever wanted, and you ruined it. I didn't do anything, and Luca is an idiot. Don't say that. He and I are perfect for each other. You're actually just reinforcing my point. Ow! Just stop it, the both of you. I'll never forgive you, beep, and I'll curse you every single day for the rest of my life. I wish that you gain stubborn fat on your thighs that never leaves you. Well, I won't bore you with the details of what happened after. You know those annoying people who say, long story short, and then tell you every detail and all the bonus scenes? Yeah, I hate that. Anyway, I turned down the proposal, the Ritchie family left, but Luca sent letters non-stop. Bella stopped talking to me, which was amazing, but Mom stopped talking to me too. And then a month later, she got really sick. I ended up using all my savings for her treatment, and somehow, she emotionally blackmailed me into agreeing to date Luca. See, with great favoritism comes great responsibility. Mom favored me all her life, and as her perfect child, I felt the responsibility to make her happy now. Really, it's not easy being me. Of course, Bella was furious, and after she gave all my clothes to the neighborhood dogs, she started muttering things under her breath whenever she saw me. Gosh, so immature. Thankfully, Luca lived very far away and we just talked on the phone. But he called so much that eventually I made June take his calls and say, every other minute. He never knew it wasn't me. But he was supportive of all my singing dreams and said we could move anywhere I wanted to pursue them. Maybe sometimes your dreams come true in a way you didn't expect? Then one morning, I woke up with a really sore throat. I tried calling out to June for water, but my voice was gone. It turned out that I had laryngitis, and I was mute. The doctor said they couldn't say if my voice would come back. This was the first time in my life I was truly depressed. I could see all my dreams slipping away. Mom announced excitedly that Luca was coming, like that was supposed to cheer me up, and Bella's smug face made everything 10 times worse. One day at dinner, she turned to me. See, I told you I'd curse you. You've lost your precious voice because of my curses. Or maybe it's just karma. For the first time in your life, you get what you deserve. For once, you lose. And something inside me just snapped. I threw my pasta at her face and then jumped on her. It took June and Mom some serious effort to save her miserable butt. Later that night, I was crying angry tears in my room when June slipped in. You know it's not Bella's curses, right? Of course I know. She's just unbearable. Why is she like this? Maybe because it's not easy to live in your shadow? She's always been told she's not as good as you. She's never even tried. Maybe because there isn't any point. You're pretty much perfect. How come you turned out so nice? It doesn't bother me that you're better. Also, being nice is easy. Being mean is hard. And it doesn't even feel good. Why are you writing things down? I have no idea. June had given me some food for thought. I guess it wasn't fun to always be compared to someone. And I guess I never made it easier for Bella either. Maybe I could start now. So when Luca arrived a few days later, I told him I was breaking up with him. He held my hands and looked really sad. Ha! See? I see a smirk! Animator, please go back a little bit. Okay, Animator, you can continue. It's not that I don't care for you, babe, but yeah, I totally get it. You need your space. Maybe if you get your voice back, give me a call? I won't be doing that, but I think you should ask out Bella. Trust me,
You guys are made for each other. Looks like he listened because when I went down later, Bella sprung on me like a python. Oh, thank you, my amazing, lovely sister. I'll start a prayer circle for you tomorrow and you'll get your voice back in no time. You'll see. Now let's kiss and make up, but only in the air because I don't want to ruin my lipstick. Bella and Luca got married a month later and she left. And that is my favorite Bella memory, watching her leave. One evening, it was just me and June, and I was sipping tea when I spilled some on myself. Ow! June and I looked at each other in shock. I tried speaking a bit more, and I could. My voice wasn't totally normal yet, but it was coming back. We both started crying and dancing around for joy. My voice did recover completely, and I was able to sing again. But I felt a bit different. I felt more appreciative of the things I'd taken for granted. And June was wrong. Being nice was freaking hard. Much easier to be selfish. But I wanted to be nicer, and I really tried. A few months later on my birthday, Mom and June surprised me with a ticket to LA. The American Idol auditions are happening there next week, and you deserve this chance, love. I'd always waited for an opportunity like this, and now it was here. I was excited and scared. Good scared, though. Here I come, world.
Also, in case you're wondering, this is not my real voice, obviously. They hired a professional voice actress to do the job. I can't do it.
You know you can't be perfect at everything. Also, if you want a part 2 of me telling you what happened in LA, please comment Ramen Lee Min Ho, our amazing MSA character. Okay, thanks, bye!
Hi there. My name is Ariel and I'm a total freak. But before we continue, please hit like and subscribe. My parents found out I was a freak the day I was born. Every time I cried, sweat started dripping from my skin. Mom totally flipped and spent thousands of dollars trying to figure out what was wrong with me. The doctor said I just had a harmless mutation in my genes, which made me a sweat ball when I got nervous. Dad was thrilled to know that I was totally fine, but Mom was beyond horrified. She was a former model and was super obsessed with perfection and beauty. This thing is disgusting. Our baby is not disgusting. She's smart and pretty. Even the other kids agreed with Mom. Once when I was in kindergarten, kids laughed at me when the teacher asked me to sing in front of everyone, and my clothes turned wet in seconds.
Oh, look at her. Doesn't she bathe?
I told Mom about it, and she tried everything to fix me. You need to change. You need to be perfect. Even the fact that I was able to read and write when I was only 4 didn't make my mom hate me any less. She never saw me as someone smart, but she thought that my beauty was the only good thing about me. So she was putting makeup on my face to show me off in front of her friends. Once, she invited someone to demonstrate her makeup skills and convinced them to hire her in their salon. She used me as a model, but I got nervous and started sweating. All my makeup melted and Mom's face turned red. The makeup artist said, "Listen, your daughter is very beautiful, but your makeup skills are bad. Please don't contact me again." Mom grounded me for months, and books were my only friends. I spent most of my time reading in my room. I loved reading about science. It was so cool to know how things worked. When I was 5, I thought things might get better when my mom told us she was pregnant with a second baby. When Mom laid eyes on baby Grace, she screamed with joy. She's not sweating. She's normal.
Mom, we still don't know if she doesn't have the condition. She's just a baby.
Well, Grace got older and she did not have the condition. In no time, she became Mom's favorite. She got everything she wanted. But honestly, everyone agreed that I was the pretty one, and I knew I was also the smartest. Like one day, Mom gave Grace pizza for dinner and served me a plate of boiled broccoli. "You're so sweaty. You don't need more grease." But I said, "Oh, cool. Look, Grace, Mom wants you to eat the pizza and get fat. Mom hates you." Grace burst into tears and Mom started comforting her and giving her the broccoli while I took the pizza and left for my room. As Grace grew up, Mom taught her to really hate me. Grace had difficulties reading and I spotted the problem only when she was 6. I tried to teach her, but Grace said,
"Oh, I want to be like Mama, beautiful and non-sweaty. Stay away from me. I don't want to be like you.
On Grace's 7th birthday, Mom forbade me from entering the party. I was even banned from the kitchen. But I snuck into her party when she wasn't looking to eat a slice of cake and spit in Grace's plate. That's when one of Grace's friends asked me,
"Who are you? We haven't met you before."
She's just the weird housekeeper. Stay away from her. She's gross. Oh, yeah, I'm so gross. Look. And I dug into the cake with my sweaty hand, grabbed a large fistful, and stuffed it in my mouth. Happy birthday, Grace! As they all stared at me, I turned around and left. But things weren't any better at school. I always wore hand-me-down clothes because Mom didn't want me to sweat into them. This didn't stop boys from asking me out because they found me pretty. But they would leave after they found out about the condition. Mostly, kids were only nice to me when they wanted my help with their homework. Once, Naya, the richest girl in class, came to me before an exam and said,
"Hey, I need your help with an exam today."
"You mean you want me to cheat?" "Yeah, if you want to use that word." "No, I won't do that."
"I don't think you have an option."
She threatened to humiliate me in front of everyone, but I stood firm. However, I got nervous. Then she threw tissues at me because she knew they'd stick to my sweat.
Look at her. She's such a weirdo.
I pushed her, and then all the meanies showed up from behind her to beat me up. I ran like a cheetah until I reached the racetrack. I accidentally entered the race and started running with the competitors. Suddenly, I heard the coach's whistle, and he announced my name as the winner. What? People were cheering and hooting for me? Did I just accidentally win a race? The coach came up to me and said, "Whoa, you're so fast. This is the first time I've seen you. I don't know what's going on here. I never wanted to participate in the competition, but Naya made me run here and... Naya? She's an awesome student. She's also a runner. She deserves a reward for convincing you to participate in this race." Just then, Naya showed up from behind the coach with a big smile on her face.
"Oh, yes, Coach. Ariel is talented. Not only pretty and a genius, but also a great runner. Plus, she's my friend."
And just like that, she hugged me. I was overwhelmed by all of this. First, I won a race, then I was enrolled in the track team, and I became freaking friends with my biggest enemy, Naya. That day, I started racing against other kids, and soon enough, I realized that everyone was sweaty here, and I looked just like them. I wasn't different or disgusting like Mom used to say I was. The next day, as I was walking past her table in the cafeteria, Naya asked me to join her and her friends. I was taken aback, but I sat down and they were all being really nice to me. And suddenly, my popularity in school was rising. Being friends with Naya instantly gave me a higher ranking on the popularity meter, but that wasn't all. For the coming years, I was slowly turning into a racing star. Everyone who'd bullied me for so long started looking at me with respect. Our school was winning every race of the season because of me. Naya was having a big party at her place one evening, and I was invited. Luckily for me, it was a pool party, so my sweating wasn't going to be a problem because everyone would be wet. I was talking to Naya when suddenly I noticed a waiter across the room trying to balance trays of glasses, but they were about to fall any second. I dashed forward and caught them just before they crashed to the ground. As the waiter thanked me profusely and ran away, I heard someone say, "Wow, you're quite the speed demon, aren't you?" I turned around to see a gorgeous boy behind me. It's just all my running practice, I guess. I'm the star runner of our school track team, but I'm more interested in physics. The boy looked really impressed, and we started talking. It was so easy and fun talking to him. I didn't even realize how fast the time flew. Sometime later, Naya came by and put an arm on his shoulder.
"Liam, come and dance with me. My friend is making you miss all the fun."
"Oh, no. I was having a great time with her. Would it be okay if I could have your Facebook ID, Ariel?" I could feel myself blushing hard as he added me on his Facebook. As Liam and Naya walked away, I suddenly caught the look on her face. She looked furious. Next day, I was super nervous to talk to Naya about last night. I waited for her in the changing room. When I saw Naya entering, I got up. Naya shrieked loudly.
"Ew! Did you just pee on your seat?"
I turned around in horror to see the seat was all wet. Listen, I'm just nervous about last night.
I can see you like Liam, and I totally understand. I'll back off, and you can have him for your...
Save it, Ariel. Liam is drooling over you, and since I can't do anything to convince him to go out with me, I can ruin you instead.
And with that, she pushed me away and was about to attack me. I felt anger rising inside me, and I got up and rubbed my sweaty palm right on Naya's stupid face. She started shrieking like a madwoman. I looked at my hands in amazement, and all her makeup was ruined. Naya left crying. I knew that a war was about to start with Naya and her friends, but anyone who picked on me after that had their makeup ruined by my hands in a flash. I could now destroy their fancy suede slippers in a second. One drop of sweat in their lunch and it was inedible. My power was mighty. So they gave up soon and left me alone. And Liam and I had the greatest days in our lives. Somehow, my sweating condition didn't bother him at all, and he was the nicest person I'd ever known. Liam once tried to hold my hand, but I pulled it back. But my hand's all sweaty. It's okay. I don't mind. I just want to hold it. Once when I was in the 10th grade, I decided to invite Liam home and introduce him to my family. Dad was happy for me, but Mom and Grace were super jealous, especially since Liam was such a hunk. At dinner, Grace said,
"Oh, Liam, do you know about Ariel's condition? You're too hot to live with that disgusting creature."
Mom laughed and agreed with her. This made me super nervous and mad. "Shut up, Grace, or I'll soak you with sweat."
"I'm wearing waterproof makeup. Bring it."
I was so angry and I was about to attack her when Liam pulled me away and whispered in my ear, "I will always love you. Don't forget that, and don't let them affect you." I kissed him in front of them and we left for my room. A few months later, I had one of the most important races, and just when I was about to reach the final line, Naya tripped me and I broke my ankle. Liam ran up to me and held me in his arms. I yelled, "It's Naya! The witch tripped me!" The coach checked the cameras and made sure Naya was guilty. She was kicked out of the team for hurting the star player. I thought I would be happy to know that, but I just felt bad for her. She was my friend, but her jealousy led her to lose her dream. However, I had another thing to be sad about. The doctor said I needed to rest for months, and with that, I wouldn't be able to participate in the final race. I was sad, but I decided to focus on my studies, especially physics. After a few months, both Liam and I got into our dream college, and our lives were just perfect. But then one day, I discovered that I was pregnant. I'm gonna drop out of college, Liam. I want to raise this baby with all my love and care. You don't have to, Ariel. I know how important our baby is to you, but I also know how important your dream is. Liam forced me to continue with my college and worked part-time jobs just to support us. Dad also sent us some money, and then 8 months later, Liam and I were blessed with a beautiful daughter. We named her Emma. Oh, she looks just like you, honey. She's so pretty. Once I had a big exam and I couldn't find a babysitter for Emma, so I took her with me to the campus. The professors and everyone loved her. She took a nap in the professor's arm until I finished the exam. 3 years later, on my graduation day, Liam proposed to me. Will you marry me, Ariel?
"Say yes, Mommy, or I will."
Of course I said yes, and we got married. The happiest part was that our little angel was there on our special day as our flower girl. Fast forward 3 years now, and I'm a physics professor at a prestigious university, and all 3 of us live happily in a huge house in the city. Dad often calls and tells me about how Mom is so crazy about wanting to meet Emma and introduce her into modeling as her granddaughter, but we all know that's not going to happen.
Hi, I'm Aiko, and this is Amaya. As you can see, me and my sister Amaya are Siamese sisters. We were born attached from the waist down, but we are not the same. When we were born, our parents freaked out completely when they saw us for the first time. Why won't these babies come apart?
The doctors glued our babies together. I'm gonna sue them.
Mom and Dad lost their senses after they found out we couldn't be taken apart, and they left us at the hospital and ran away, literally. So we grew up in an orphanage, but it wasn't the best place for Siamese girls to be in. The beds we slept in and the clothes we wore were too uncomfortable, and everyone looked at us like we were some magical creatures.
Hey, can I touch you?
Sure, if you want to lose your arm, go ahead.
Amaya?
Well, yeah, one of the reasons we never had friends was because Amaya would chase all of them away with her bad temper. And I would have to convince her to do things with me to get along with the rest of the kids.
Hey, look everyone! The magic girls are doing their magic tricks again!
We would do small little tricks to attract donations and people into our orphanage on the weekends, and all the kids would love it. But in spite of all the efforts we put in, no one would pick us for adoption. Why do you think no one wants to adopt us, Aiko? Well, maybe it's because they just want one girl and it's the two of us?
No, it's because you're freaks. Face it, losers.
Maria was the bully at the orphanage and messed with us whenever she got a chance. Well, no one wants you either, Maria. How does that make you any different from us? She jumped onto me and started pulling my hair off when Amaya planted a punch right into her face. Take this, Maria. And then we broke out into a cat fight. But to our horror, we went crashing into a vase that was 1,000 years old, and our manager, Mr. Saichi, cherished it more than his life.
Girls!
He looked raging mad and punished us by asking us to clean the entire orphanage and do all the work for a week. And lunch was assigned to Maria. During lunchtime, while she was pouring food into our plates, I saw a wicked smile on her face. And later, as we started to eat, I saw a big cockroach in Amaya's soup. I grabbed the bowl and threw it right into her face. Are you out of your mind? Why'd you do that?
What else am I supposed to feed you freaks? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want it alive?
Everyone else burst out laughing at her silly joke, but Amaya didn't take it too well. She picked up the cockroach and jumped onto Maria, insisting that she eat it. Come on, open your mouth now. Let's see you getting a taste of what you serve. I tried to pull her away, but it was already too late. The manager was already there.
That's enough. I want you both in my office right now.
I was horrified. We were so doomed now. But to my surprise, the manager didn't scold us. Instead, he introduced us to a very handsome man named Mr. Lee.
Oh, girls. You're just 15, but you're so amazing. I have seen you guys perform your little tricks. You're so talented. Would you like to come with me?
I looked at Amaya and hugged her. This was awesome news. But then the manager said he couldn't take us with him.
Why not? I'm sorry, Mr. Lee, but you'll need a partner to adopt the girls. You can't do that alone.
So this time, Mr. Lee came back with a bearded woman. After the adoption papers were signed, Mr. Lee took us to a freaking awesome place, the circus. We thought we were there for a show, but then he asked us to go backstage. This was weird. The bearded woman asked us to put on circus gowns, then handed us some juggling balls and stuff. And with that, Mr. Lee pushed us onto the stage.
Go, girls. Do your magic.
Magic? This was crazy. Everyone was looking at us like we were some zoo animals, and we couldn't even juggle the balls properly. And in no time, people were laughing at us like we were some clowns. But you know what they say, if life gives you lemons, make lemonade. This wasn't half as bad as cleaning the orphanage, and we even got to travel the world for our shows. But soon after, we realized we weren't really happy. It was so exhausting and not a place to call home. I don't want to live here anymore, like this. Let's just leave. But I knew Mr. Lee wouldn't let us leave so easily. So we made a plan to run away at night, but just as we were sneaking out, we saw Mr. Lee talking to some man.
These are the animals we stole from the zoo, and there are more on the way. You better hurry up with the payments.
You will get your payment. But we need more unique kids, too, like the Siamese sisters. Kidnap them if you have to, but I need to expand my business. OMG! He was such a cruel man! How did we not see this before? We should definitely run out of here. He's so dangerous. No, Amaya, we can't. Think of all the other people he's gonna trap, and these innocent animals? We have to do something about it. We immediately went back to our tent and called the police. Within the next few hours, there were cops swarming in like bees and arresting anyone involved in the illegal buying and selling of animals, including Mr. Lee. After the chaos was over,
a police officer came to us and told us we were going to receive a huge amount of reward money for giving them such a big lead. Yippee! This was super awesome! There were also news reporters and TV channel reporters to interview us for our bravery, and all of a sudden, we were like celebrities. After receiving the huge reward money, we shared some of it with the other circus workers too. And from our share, I insisted on buying a small house for both of us, and Amaya saved the rest for her secret plans. Then one day, we were eating out at a restaurant when I bumped into a table and almost fell to the ground when a guy caught us. He was our age and had such gorgeous eyes. I almost fell in love with him at first sight when Amaya interrupted. "Are you blind? Can't you see?" "Amaya, it's not even his fault. I bumped into the table." I hushed her, and the guy even asked me out later. This was crazy. I went home and tried all the best dresses, but Amaya didn't seem to be a sport. During the dinner date, he held my hand and we were having romantic talks when Amaya went all bonkers on the waiter. "What is this? You call this food? My vomit looks better than this. Take it away." And Amaya, being Amaya, chased the guy away. Later, when we reached home, I was super mad at her. "Why'd you do that? Why are you always so angry? Do you even realize how much I have to adjust and sacrifice because of you? I like that guy so much." "What? How can you even say that? Do you think you're the only one adjusting here? Well, I'm here too, in case you didn't notice." Of course, I was wrong to say that, but I was angry too, and this was one of the times I hated us being inseparable. Later, when Amaya wouldn't talk to me for hours, I made a plan to cheer her up. "What are you doing?" "Going out." "But I don't want to. I want to sleep, but I do want to go out." I pulled her out to see the stars and hugged her real tight. "I'm so sorry that I was mean to you, but I swear I'm never going to do it again. You matter most to me in this world, Amaya. I love you, and happy birthday." Suddenly, she had tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry too, sis. You have to live with my stupid temper all the time, and you never complain about it, but you don't have to anymore." "What? What do you mean?" Amaya told me she wanted to consult a doctor and get us separated so we could live our lives like normal people. This was crazy. She even said we could use all the reward money for our separation operation. But that would mean we won't be together like this. "Yeah, I know, but we will always have each other, right? We deserve to be happy and live our lives, Aiko, and fall in love like you want." I was speechless. This was the best birthday gift ever. The next morning, we went to see the best doctor in the city for our operation. "All right, blood tests are fine, girls. I think a few more tests and we can proceed." "Wow, really? But we don't have any risks, do we?" "The risk is very low. You don't share organs, that's fortunate. There are other Siamese patients who are not so lucky." We were so happy. After meeting the doctor, we went back home, and there was a middle-aged woman who came running up to us and hugged us. "Aiko, Amaya, my daughters, I missed you so much." What the freaking heck? She was our mom? You're our mom? How did you find us? "Oh, I'll do better. Why did you leave us in the first place? What do you want now?" We had so many questions, but she just burst into tears. "Oh, my babies. I'm so sorry. I left you both alone, but your dad and I were so poor back then, and we freaked out. Please, please forgive us." "Forgive my butt? I don't believe you. You can't be our mom. We look nothing like you, and if you're insisting so much, then why don't we get a DNA test right now?" I was fired up with anger, but she was indeed our mom. She even had our birth certificates with her. Then she told us some shocking news. "Your dad is super ill, and he wants to see you both. Please, I beg you both to come and see him for the last time." It didn't feel right, but she was literally holding onto our pants and wouldn't let them go. And that's when Amaya said, we should give her a chance. I was super shocked, but then I could understand her emotions, so I let her meet them once. When we reached their place, we saw a man lying in bed all sick, and all of a sudden, he turned into a drama queen.
"My daughters, oh, my daughters. I'm a criminal. I was such a bad dad. I deserve to die. I did so wrong to the both of you. Please forgive me."
He hugged Amaya and she went all emotional. We sat and talked by his side for a while, and then Mom told us how they needed money to get Dad treated. Of course, I wasn't liking any of it, but Amaya seemed to connect with them so soon. Later, when we got back home, she told me she was going to use the money for Dad and not our operation. But why? They left us when we were just babies, and now they want to use our money? So what? They're our parents, and they're miserable right now. We should help them. No, Amaya, this is what we've always wanted, to live normal lives. You can't give it away just like that. But more than that, I've always wanted a family, Mom and Dad. And we've lived like this all our lives. We can live the rest of it too. Please, Aiko, please. I didn't know what to say after that. She was so happy after meeting Mom and Dad, and I didn't want to take away her happiness. So I decided I was going to support her decision. We went back to tell Mom and Dad, but what we saw shocked us to our bones. They were partying and eating tons of dinner kept on the table.
These stupid kids have no idea we're gonna take that reward money and run with it. I could tell they grew up into such fools when I saw them on the TV. Good that we left them.
Yeah, they were so dumb. But do you think they'll give us the money? This was it. Amaya had tears in her eyes, and I couldn't take it anymore. We went in and I threw the garbage bag I picked up from outside straight onto them. That's what you deserve, and that's what kind of people you are. Garbage. Yeah, I trusted you guys, and I thought you were genuinely sorry. But I was wrong. You guys are the most horrible people I've ever met. And I've met a lot. Saying that, we stormed out of their place, and we realized the only family we had was each other. And it was enough. A few days later, we even discovered that our parents were serving time in jail for not being able to pay their debts. Well deserved. Of course, after that, we got our operation and we were successfully separated without any complications. And now, we're free to live life as we want. Hi, I'm Lily from New York, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was a single kid raised by two farmers who absolutely adored me. We didn't have much money, but I always had books to read and games to play. My parents were always really busy working though.
Mommy, can we go to the library? I'm bored of all these kitty books.
I have to feed the cows, honey. Why don't you look up something interesting on the internet? She handed me an old computer, and I was mind blown. I fell in love with learning, and by the time I was 5, I could read advanced books and do large sums mentally. My parents were so proud. I was super excited to start school, but I didn't make many friends. It's made fun of my clothes, which were obviously hand-me-downs, and my school bag was Mom's homemade project. But I always tried reminding myself that it didn't matter, because being smart was the most important thing in the world. Once in 10th grade, though, I was part of a big math competition, and I was so embarrassed when my parents turned up in their stained work overalls. They could have tried to look better. I was acing the competition, and if I got the last question right, I'd win $1,000.
What is the square root of 3,254?
57.
Correct.
My parents jumped up and down excitedly, but I could see everyone laughing at them.
It's a good thing she won. These homeless people could really use the money.
I jumped off the stage and pounced on the boy. Several teachers pulled us apart, and I was sent to the principal's office. I thought I'd be in big trouble, but instead, I found a man in a top hat smiling at me.
Hello, Lily. I'm Professor Lin. I'm here to offer you a place in my boarding school in London on full scholarship. It's a special school for gifted kids like you.
That school just sounded amazing, but when my parents were called in, they seemed reluctant about sending me away and said they'd think about it. What was there to think about? Later that night, I begged them to send me to London.
Don't you want to take over the family business, kiddo?
No, not at all. I want to be a scientist, not some farmer. This place is only holding me back. They looked hurt, and I felt a bit guilty, but I knew I was destined for greater things. The school offered one spot in a neurobiology program at a great university every year, and I was gonna get it. 2 weeks later, I flew off to London. When I got to my new high school, I almost fainted. The place was massive. The dorm room was the size of my house, and I even had 2 roommates. Hi, I'm Emmy, and this is Madison. You can hang with us as long as you change your clothes. You smell like a chicken. Be nice, Emmy. I'm sure Lily's tired from the long flight. Are you up for a school tour? They took me around campus, and it felt nice to have friends for once. But I felt a little sad knowing how much my parents would have loved to see the huge gardens. So, you're from New York City, right? I've been there a few times, but living there must be a dream. Yeah, of course. A lovely dream. You must run into models and celebrities all the time. Yeah, I once ran straight into Dame Goo Goo Gaga. Dropped some coffee on her, but she was really nice about it. You mean Lady Gaga? Yeah, what did I say? You know what? I really do need to take a shower. I felt a bit ashamed for lying, but this place was for ultra-rich kids. Emmy's nose would have turned up another 10 degrees if she knew about my suburban life and my farmer parents. I had a chance to make friends, and I didn't want them looking down on me. So I always FaceTimed my parents when no one was around, and Googled enough facts about Manhattan to make it sound like I lived there. And Emmy took me under her wing. She was pretty, smart, and super popular. And I soon realized she kinda ran the school. She decided who got a place on the debate team, on the cheerleading squad, on the mathletes. Everyone did what Emmy said. You girls are not allowed to wear skinny jeans from now on. They're my thing. Everyone, hand over your lunch cookies. My pet turtle adores them. Madison was always doing Emmy's homework, and one day I asked why. You think I can say no? You don't really know Emmy yet, or what she can do. Ooh, can she turn us all to frogs? I'm not joking, Lily. Because of her, one girl failed a year, another girl was expelled, and she didn't even make anything up. Those girls had cheated in exams, and Emmy discovered their secrets and used them because those girls had pissed her off. She exploits people's secrets and weaknesses, which she always finds out. Like, she knows how badly I want to stay on the debate team, so she uses that to make me do her work. Why has no one complained about her bullying? She's a model student with an angel's face, and her parents are the school's biggest donors. Complaints against her don't work. I really didn't want to get into Emmy's bad books after that, but I did when I scored full marks on a math quiz while her score was 99. What were you thinking, Lily? Don't you know that everyone makes a few mistakes intentionally so they're always behind me? What? No, I had no idea. And I'm not doing that. Okay, cool. That's fine. Good night then. It's 3 in the afternoon. I know. And with that, she walked away. Why did her words send chills down my spine? But Emmy was fine with me the next few days. There's a huge bonfire in the woods at midnight. Everyone who's anyone will be there. But aren't the woods off limits? Not for me. My parents give so much money to the school, they basically own it. It'll be fine. We were having a great time dancing by the fire when suddenly the campus police showed up. Emmy had vanished, and the campus officer said they'd received an anonymous tip about me arranging this bonfire. No, I didn't. But then, all the students confirmed that they'd received their invites from me. Emmy had clearly set me up, and the witch was pretending to be fast asleep when we got back to the dorm. The next day, I was called in by Professor Lin, who seemed disappointed. Sir, would you believe me if I said I'm not guilty? I shouldn't have been there, but I didn't start it, I swear. Professor Lin kept asking me who did, but I refused to give a name, and he finally let me go with a warning. Ready to pack your bags, Lily? Such a shame. I liked having you as a friend. Then you'll be delighted to hear that I'm not going anywhere. The principal let me off, just like that. Cool, no? Emmy looked furious and she stormed off. She knows how smart you are and she'll keep trying to get you to fail on purpose. But do me a favor and keep knocking her off her top spot. After that, I stopped hanging out with Emmy, and I didn't care that it cost me some friends. I focused on my studies and broke all academic records. Then one day in sophomore year, a transfer student showed up, and he had all the girls swooning.
This is Tyler, and he's a child prodigy. He wants to study neurobiology. Lily here is top of our class. I'm sure you two will have a lot in common.
A prodigy? Neurobiology? Who did this guy think he was? It's the middle of the semester, Professor. He'll never be able to catch up.
I'm sure I can handle myself just fine.
Tyler sat down next to me, and I tried to ignore how I had butterflies when he looked at me. I would not let him distract me from my goals. Do you want to form a study group? No, I'm the smartest here. I don't need anyone dragging me down. Wow, okay, rude. And you know, I was the smartest at my old school. So, may the best man win. Bring it on. And it's gonna be the best woman, aka me. Emmy immediately swooped in and became friends with Tyler. Not that I cared. All I wanted was to beat him. But it was harder than I thought. Tyler seemed to get top grades without even much effort. He was constantly goofing off and telling stories, which made all the kids love him. And he was always messing with me. Like one day in biology, Tyler put a giant squid on my head. Everyone look, Lily's an octopus. Ew, get the thing off me! All the other kids laughed and even the teacher giggled. You're so easy to mess with, Lily. Just relax. Why don't you join me for a chess match tonight? I don't have time to relax. I have actual work to do. Geez, sorry. Didn't know you were the Queen of England. Why would I hang out with my arch rival anyway? Arch rival? What do you think your life is, an MSA episode? A what now? You don't know what MSA is? Man, I can't talk to you. Have a nice day. Don't tell me what kind of day to have. But even worse was when we got paired in the chemistry lab and he kept giving me instructions. Can you zip it for 2 minutes? I know what I'm doing. You really look like you don't. Just let me show you. He tried grabbing the beaker from me, and we ended up knocking over some expensive equipment. Look what you did, buffoon! You did that too, she-beast. Peanut brains? Dimwit. Nincompoop? Suddenly, I realized his face was super close to mine, and I almost thought he'd kiss me. But we were interrupted by the angry teacher, and I couldn't help feeling disappointed? Don't even think about it. About what? I know your nerdy little heart is crushing on Tyler, but he doesn't like you. He's gonna ask me out any day, so spare yourself the misery. As if. He's all yours. And my focus shifted right back to my grades when Tyler scored higher than me in the math finals. This was getting out of hand. I decided to stay over summer break to catch up on studies. But when I went to the library the next day, Tyler and Emmy were there with their group. Oh, hey Lily. Want me to give you some tutoring lessons? You've got to be kidding me. Why are you here? Don't you have a family to go home to? I thought I'd stay over break, just to help you. I tried to concentrate on my books, but they wouldn't stop laughing and distracting me. And I hated to admit it, but they looked like they were having fun, and I kind of felt left out. So later, when Madison asked me to join them in the dining hall, I didn't say no. And to my surprise, I was actually having a good time. Tyler joked all night, and I could see why everyone liked him so much. Plus, he was really cute, and he kept looking my way. Then sometime later, he came and sat next to me. Looks like you're having fun. Actually, I am. Thanks. Good. And I'm serious about that study group, if you ever want to trade notes. Yeah, that sounds kind of nice. I'm ready to beat you at chess, too. We started eating lunch together every day, and he gave me his notes on calculus, and I helped him make flashcards for anatomy. And our chess matches became a regular thing that everyone loved to watch. Of course, Emmy was hating all this, which made it even better. But then one day at lunch, my heart dropped when Emmy walked in with my parents behind her. What are you guys doing here? Your friend Emmy got in touch and told us you haven't been feeling well. So we decided to visit. Probably took your entire year saving to buy the tickets, huh? Well, listen up, everybody. Lily's been lying this whole time about living in Manhattan. She's here on scholarship, and her parents are lame dairy farmers. Your daughter told everyone she has rich, successful parents. Guess she's ashamed of you, and I can't blame her. Everyone looked shocked, but my parents looked so hurt that I couldn't bear it. I attacked Emmy, and Madison rushed forward to break us up. When I looked around, I saw my parents had left, and I went running after them. But I couldn't find them anywhere. I sat down on some stairs and started to cry. Moments later, Madison and Tyler joined me. I saw them leaving in a cab, Lily. Why didn't you tell me? Because I've always had people looking down on me for being poor. And I thought it would be 10 times worse at a place like this, even though I deserve to be here. Yeah, you do deserve it. But I bet it wouldn't have been possible without your parents supporting you, right? You don't need to hide who you are. Or the people who love you the most for people who don't even matter. You know, my mom married some rich guy and they shipped me off to boarding school to get rid of me. I didn't go home because I hate being there. You don't need to be embarrassed that your parents aren't rich, Lily. At least they care about you. They were both right, and I felt terrible. They'd always put me first, and they certainly didn't need money to be the best parents ever. I immediately called to apologize. Don't worry about it, honey. When you come home, we'll eat tons of pasta and watch all our favorite movies.
And we'll always be so proud of our little genius.
I spent the next 2 weeks studying for the exam for the neurobiology spot with Tyler. Even though we were competing, we cheered each other on. And this time, I didn't care about winning. I knew I'd be okay either way because I had friends and parents who supported me. While we waited for the results, the one thing that really cheered me up was Emmy failing 3 subjects. I may have messed up some of her final term assignments. I'm leaving, so I have nothing to lose, right? Some days later, I was called into the principal's office, and my heart was racing to see Tyler there.
You two are the best students we've ever had at this school, and you tied on the test. But unfortunately, we only have one spot in the program.
Tyler should take it.
Lily deserves it.
We both started laughing, and Tyler took my hand. No matter who gets it, we'll both be okay.
Well, the university dean has decided to give 2 students from our school a place on the program after seeing the results. He didn't want to lose out on such talent. So, you both get to go this fall.
I turned to Tyler excitedly, and he kissed me right there. Hi, I'm Agnes from Bellevue. Please like and subscribe. My mom was a maid at a big mansion, and we both lived in a small room there. It wasn't bad, but I always wondered what the other big rooms were like. Once when I was 4, I sneaked upstairs for the first time and walked into a fancy bedroom. There was a giant bed, and whoa, it was so soft and bouncy. I climbed up on it and jumped like crazy. Suddenly, someone came out of the restroom and shouted, "You! What are you doing in my room?" That was Mrs. Darcy, the rich lady who owned the house with her husband. I immediately jumped down and tried to run away, but I bumped into Mr. Darcy at the door.
What's this girl doing here? Isn't she the maid's daughter?
Yes, honey. I don't know why she's here. Let me check if she's stolen something.
No, nothing. But can I take this bed? But then where will you sleep? So can I just jump on it one last time, please?
Oh, this girl is smart and cute.
He put me back on the bed and said I could play there for as long as I wanted. He was so sweet. But seeing Mrs. Darcy glaring at me, I ran out that instant. A few days later, we heard Mrs. Darcy was pregnant, and soon little Bella was born. Though she was 4 years younger than me, we grew up like best pals. And when it was Bella's time for school, she insisted that I leave my public school and join hers instead. And Mr. Darcy happily agreed. I was super nervous about the new school, but my classmates were cool and I made friends quickly. I was doing really well in my lessons too, but sadly, Bella got all F's in her exams. From that day on, I started helping Bella with her homework. Soon I realized something though. She wasn't reading or writing at a normal pace like other kids. I tried speaking to Mr. Darcy, but his wife would never let me near him. So when Bella got bad grades again, I went with her to get the report card signed by her parents. Mr. Darcy looked a bit upset, but her mom wasn't bothered at all. Come on, honey. She has years to learn. Relax. But, ma'am, I think Bella has some difficulty in learning. Don't bluff 'cause you got all A's. You're not some teacher. My daughter is perfectly fine. She even tried to prove it a few days later at Mr. Darcy's birthday party, announcing that Bella was gonna read out a poem for her dad. Oh, poor girl. She was stuttering at the very first line, and everybody was staring at her. I couldn't see my best friend breaking down. I walked up to her and took the mic from her. I think Bella is very nervous today. Come on, let's just read it together. And Bella whispered, I love you, Agnes. But this incident got Mr. Darcy's attention, and he came to school the next day to talk to her teachers, who told him Bella had dyslexia. That's when Mr. Darcy arranged for a special tutor for Bella, and I continued helping her with her homework and test prep too. Years passed, and she was improving steadily. Finally, in 6th grade, when Bella got straight A's, nobody was happier than me, and the Darcys even threw a celebration party. I was helping my mom in the kitchen when I heard Mr. Darcy calling out my name. I peeped out and he signaled me to join them.
Come on, Agnes. You're the real angel today. The one who understood Bella more than us and helped her always. This party is for you.
As he gently pulled me in, Mrs. Darcy looked furious. And in the photo shoot that followed, he literally glued me with Bella in every shot. It was a bit embarrassing, but holding Bella's hand like a sister made me quite happy. But suddenly, Bella shook off my hand and shouted, "Dad, I'm tired. Can we stop this rubbish, please?" And with that, she stormed off. What was going on with her? And the next morning, she'd just taken the car and driver and gone to school without me. I was too late to even catch the bus now. Just then, Mr. Darcy was heading out and offered to drop me off. During recess, I found her in the cafeteria. I walked up to her and took her hand. "Hey, why'd you leave me this morning?"
Get your filthy hands off me, you maid.
Wait, what did she just say? The whole cafeteria turned towards us, and Bella looked raging mad.
Why did my dad drop you at school today?
'Cause you left me behind, Bella.
Call me Miss Bella.
Fine, Miss Bella. And you call me, well, don't call me anything. I'm so disappointed in you. I pushed her back to her seat, but she missed and fell on the floor. I tried to pick her up, but she dragged me down and pulled my hair. We were wrestling on the floor with all the kids cheering around us when some teachers pulled us apart and gave us both a month's detention. I was so angry, I just stopped talking to her. Why had she become Mrs. Junior Darcy suddenly? Soon after, Bella's uncle came from Canada to visit the family, and she turned happy immediately because he was her favorite. One evening, I was sitting in the kitchen doing my homework when he came in, and he seemed really impressed by the math problems I'd just worked on.
Well, clearly you're a very bright kid, but do you ever have fun too, or are you always studying?
Oh, no, I love to sing and dance.
You sing? That's awesome, let's hear something.
He led me to the main hall and started playing a song on the piano, and I sang along. Mr. Darcy was very amused, but just then I caught sight of Mrs. Darcy and Bella's faces. They looked like furious dragon sisters. Later that night, Mom told me Bella wanted to see me in her room. What did she want? Reluctantly, I knocked and went in, and she started throwing stuff at my face. Our matching headbands, friendship bracelets, birthday gifts, everything. She went berserk.
Take all this trash, you devil. Why are you always taking over my life? First, you got close to my dad. Now my uncle, too?
What? Look, I never wanted your life. Besides, but she just pushed me against the wall angrily. And that's when I saw a picture of me and her behind the door with dart pins stuck to my face. You did this? You've become a frickin' psycho.
Mind your words, maid. You're talking to the princess of this house.
Going by the way you're behaving, I'd rather call you a witch. I pushed her away and left the room. I was super upset by everything. Mr. Darcy's brother was leaving the next day, and he said something that left me shocked. Turns out, he was a teacher in a Canadian private school for gifted kids. After knowing about my grades, he said he could have me study there on full scholarship and make living arrangements for me and Mom. It sounded amazing. I jumped and hugged Mom, who looked at the Darcys for approval.
Oh, wow. This is an excellent opportunity for your future, Agnes. You have to go for it.
But suddenly, Mrs. Darcy went ballistic. No, she can't. She won't. How dare your brother just show up and steal my maids? He has no business doing that. We are already sending Agnes to a great school and giving her a good life. They are not leaving, and that's final. Not another word about it. Bella's uncle looked uncomfortable and quickly left, and I felt furious. Before I could stop myself, I shouted, "You've never liked me, Mrs. Darcy, and now you've made it clear that you don't want anything good to happen to me. I'm gonna leave someday for sure, and you won't be able to stop me then." I ran away before she could reply, and from that day, I stayed away from the family as much as possible. Soon it was Christmas, and I woke up that morning to see a beautiful dress on my bed. Mom said Mr. Darcy had sent it for me and requested me to join their party later. I didn't have the heart to refuse him, so I dressed up and went down that evening and bumped straight into Bella, who was wearing the exact same dress.
Oh, how lovely. You both look like sisters. That's why I bought them. How do you like the surprise, girls?
I smiled uncomfortably and looked at Bella. She was clenching her jaw.
Like the surprise? It's the worst thing you've ever done, Dad. I don't want to look anything like this poor loser.
Suddenly, she took a pair of scissors, marched towards me, and started cutting my dress right in front of everyone. Oh my God! Mr. Darcy stepped forward, but Mrs. Darcy got to Bella first and snatched the scissors from her. Have you completely lost your mind, Bella? You could have hurt her.
Oh, now you're on her side too, Mom? Of course you are. I'm not surprised. I hate you all.
And with that, she stormed off to her room. What was frickin' wrong with her? She'd ruined the party for everyone. A few days later, we had the annual Parents' Day, and I was gonna sing a song. Right in the middle of my performance, the sound system got messed up and my mic stopped working. Just then, a voice started coming through the speakers.
Hi everyone, meet Agnes the Thief. She steals moms, dads, and sometimes the lives of rich people.
Holy heavens, it was Bella! I ran backstage and caught her red-handed. I jumped on her and started hitting her with the mic. When the teachers arrived on the scene, we were both suspended and sent home.
I can't believe you did this, Bella. I didn't raise you this way.
Yes, you're getting out of control. I'm thinking we should send you to boarding school.
Yeah, that's great. Send me away, because you have your perfect daughter Agnes by your side, don't you? Oh, come on, Mom. Why don't you tell Dad the truth now?
Wait, what was she talking about? I looked at Mrs. Darcy, who turned white as a ghost. What do you mean, Bella? You are my perfect daughter.
Enough of your lies. I can't hold this in anymore.
She ran to her room and returned with a piece of paper that she threw at my face.
I found this in the attic one day, which proves this moron is also your daughter, Mom.
Everyone looked as shocked as I felt. The paper was my birth certificate, and Mrs. Darcy's name was there as my mother. Stunned, I looked at Mom, who then told everyone that Mrs. Darcy had gotten pregnant with me before her marriage and had to hide it and marry Mr. Darcy. She'd given me to my mom to be raised in front of her eyes. What the frickin' what? I'm Mrs. Darcy's daughter?
I can't believe this. So my whole marriage is based on a lie? You kept something so big from me all this time? I can't even look at you, at both of you.
He walked out of the room and Mrs. Darcy burst into tears. I'm sorry I hid this from you, Agnes, but it wasn't my secret. But now you know everything, and you're one of the Darcys. You can choose to be with them, or... I'm not crazy. To leave a true, loving mom for someone who was ashamed to have me and hates me till now? Agnes, I don't hate you. I just pretended to be mean so that nobody would see how much I actually love you. I only tried keeping you away from the family so my husband wouldn't sense things and discover the truth. And I didn't let you go to Canada because I couldn't bear for you to be away from me. I'm so sorry. She tried to hold my hand, but I took Mom's hand and walked out of that house forever. Mom got another job as a maid and I joined the public school, and I tried to put the Darcys out of my mind until one day I got an unexpected visitor. Bella? What now? I'm tired of getting hated. And I'm tired of hating you, sis. She started crying. I'm so sorry, Agnes. I just got so jealous when Dad was always so proud of you. And I got more insecure when I found out that you're Mom's real daughter. But the truth is, I've always loved you as a friend. And isn't it amazing that we're actually sisters? Please, try and forgive me. I know I've behaved terribly. Please come back. She was like my little sister always, and my heart melted a bit. Bella, I forgive you, but I can't come back. Mr. Darcy probably hates me now, and I don't know how I feel about Mrs. Darcy. Just then, Mr. Darcy appeared from behind the door and took my hand.
Of course, I don't hate you. It was a huge shock at first, but I've forgiven my wife. I understand. She only did everything out of love for you. She misses you terribly. Please, give her a chance.
I looked back at Mom, who nodded at me and smiled. Okay, I will. Hi, my name is Elsie. I used to be one of the greatest musicians of all time. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. If you do, you'll excel at your hardest subject. Growing up in a small town in Nebraska without siblings was super boring and lonely. I didn't like playing with toys by myself, so my parents would send me outside no matter how much I complained. There's nothing to do outside.
You could ride your bike.
But they wouldn't let me go anywhere since I was only 8, so I would ride in circles around the driveway. School wasn't much better. I'd fall asleep in class, and all the kids were boring too, except for my best friend Gina.
You want to help me with my science project?
Sure. We made a volcano that blew up at the science fair and a robot that went insane and tried to kick the teacher. The glitches may have been my fault, but Gina was always positive.
It's okay. We all make mistakes. It's how we get better.
Even Gina's life was more fun than mine. At least her parents took her on fun vacations. In high school, I realized that my life was lame because I wasn't special. I was an ordinary girl with ordinary parents and ordinary grades, and I just blended into the background, unlike a mean witch named Ashley.
Look at her. She's so amazing.
Wow, she's beautiful and talented. Ashley always got the leads in the school plays. She was head cheerleader, the student body president, and my worst enemy. It all started when I accidentally spilled some grape juice outside her dressing room on the night of the school play, and Ashley slipped and sprained her ankle. It was an accident, I swear. No one believed me because I was Ashley's understudy and ended up taking her place even though I wasn't very good. From then on, Ashley made my life miserable. She barred my entry into all the clubs and convinced the cheerleading coach not to let me try out too. How was I supposed to find a talent that made me stand out? Then one day in 10th grade, I was watching videos on my computer when I came across a girl playing the violin, and I was mesmerized. The video had a gazillion likes. She had sponsorships and a dozen fan pages, and she traveled all over the world playing to sold-out auditoriums. I knew right then that I wanted to be just like her. I begged Mom to sign me up for violin lessons. But they must have given me a broken violin because when I tried it, nothing but these awful screeches would come out of the stupid thing. Screech, squeak, screech, squeak. But my newfound love of music could not be ignored or abandoned. I just needed to find the right instrument. Next, I tried a guitar. Then I quit because the strings hurt my fingers. Singing seemed fun and easy, so I sang all the time. In the shower, at the breakfast table, on road trips, during my parents' important phone calls, late at night, until they finally screamed,
"No more singing!"
They should have said something sooner. It hurt my throat more than it hurt their ears. Finally, the piano. And the teacher was my own grandmother. She could play music better than the violin girl, and even taught me some easy songs. I was so excited, I invited Gina over to hear me play.
That's really cool. You're so talented.
Did I become a great musician right then? I wish. Is that the only song you know? Can't you play something else? Somehow, months passed and I could only play the same lame pieces. I hated practicing. It was tough and frustrating, and it took forever. Slowly, I kinda gave up on my dream of becoming some musical genius. It just seemed too far out of my reach. But then something happened in 11th grade that changed my life forever. I don't remember much after my parents dropped me off at the fair. One minute I was walking past the petting zoo and sending Gina a text, then suddenly I heard a loud shriek. Eehaw! Then an angry donkey kicked me in the head and sent me flying into the side of a circus tent. I woke up in the hospital. My ears were ringing. Strange sounds and colors were going through my head. It's like I was seeing music? The doctor said I was fine and released me from the hospital, but on the way back home, I begged my parents to stop at Grandma's house. Oh dear, what happened? I ran to Grandma's piano, sat down, and started to play, and I was amazing! I could play any piece of music with perfect ease. I could even make up new music on the fly. It was all so clear and effortless. My goodness, where has she been practicing? Why, she sounds even better than me on my best day. Grandma entered me into a local piano competition, and I blew everyone's mind. I won first prize. People ran up to me to get my autograph, and I was even on the news. Ashley was so jealous. An agent came to my house and asked my parents if he could represent me, and soon I was playing gigs in so many cities. I was so busy, I missed Gina's birthday. So sorry, my schedule's been packed. I'm a superstar, you know. Oops, that's my agent. I'll call you back later, okay? Many successful concerts later, I was ready for a break. Zach, the most popular boy in school that I'd been crushing on since the 6th grade, invited everyone in class to his pool party. And I was so there. And I asked Gina if she wanted to tag along. We were supposed to go to the Science Museum today, remember? The Science Museum is boring. Can't we go another day? But today's the last day to see the electron microscope lab. I convinced Gina to skip the lame science exhibit and join me. Sitting on deck chairs, I shared my adventure with all the popular kids. My life definitely wasn't boring anymore, but Gina didn't seem impressed. In fact, her bad attitude was messing up the vibe. We should have gone to the Science Museum. I'd rather watch paint dry than see Ashley and her friends prance around in bathing suits. It's a pool party. You're supposed to wear a bathing suit. There's no one even in the pool. This is such a stupid waste of time. Gina, that's rude. Why are you trying to spoil things for me? I can't believe you're being so selfish. I'm selfish? First, you forget my birthday, and then you make me miss the exhibit for this ridiculous party so you can impress all these kids that you don't even know. You've changed, and I don't like it. I haven't changed. You're just jealous. It's okay. Everyone can't be as awesome as I am. Well, you can be awesome by yourself. I'm leaving. I didn't like falling out with Gina, but it seemed like she just couldn't be happy for me. I was a shining star. I was living my best life. Maybe I just needed new friends to match. Then, Zach was suddenly standing right next to me.
Hey, aren't you that girl who's so good at piano that she's already on tour?
Something like that.
That's so cool. And you're playing in the talent show next week, right?
Yeah. I hadn't heard about it, but it sounded like kiddie stuff compared to what I'd been doing.
Sweet. I can't wait to hear you play. See you around, Elsie.
Zach walked away, and all the girls couldn't stop drooling over his perfectly sculpted muscles. I got up off my towel and dove into the pool, but it must have been the shallow end because the next thing I knew, I woke up back on my deck chair looking into Zach's handsome face.
She's awake. Elsie, are you okay?
Ow, my head. I think I hit my head.
On the bottom, yeah. You should have a doctor check.
I'll be fine. But I wasn't fine. After I passed out face first into my soup at the dinner table that night, my parents took me to see the doctor. He said I had a concussion and had to stay home for a week. I agreed, but only for 1 week. There was no way I was going to miss that talent show if Zach was expecting me to be there. I was backstage when the day finally arrived, awaiting my turn to perform. I should have been excited, but something was wrong. Something felt different inside my head. I couldn't see the music anymore. My heart pounded as I walked on stage, feeling dizzy with panic. I sat down at the piano, but it didn't have that comfortable, familiar feel.
Yeah, Elsie.
The auditorium fell silent. By the time I touched the keys, my hands were shaking. I started to play, and I was horrible. Every note was off key, and the melody was all wrong. Zach and his parents covered their ears, a baby started crying, and a few dogs ran up to the windows and howled. Then everyone laughed. I jumped up and ran out, crying. It was over. Whatever gifts the mule had given me disappeared when I'd struck my head on the bottom of the pool. It was so unfair. I had everything I'd wanted, only to have it taken away at the worst possible time. Gina called me a few times and sent text messages to see if I was okay, but I didn't answer. I was so ashamed. I had no idea how to explain my story, and I had no desire to show my face at school. That winter, Grandma sold her house and everything she owned when she moved into a nursing home. But the one thing she insisted on keeping in the family was her old piano. When it was delivered to our house, I hated looking at it. It just reminded me of everything I'd lost. One day, I was sitting on the porch when Gina came up to me. "Are you okay?" "No, my life is over. I'll never play piano again, and no one will ever like me, and I'll live a boring life forever, and I was a jerk to my best friend." Well, you were a real jerk to me, but the rest of the stuff just isn't true. There's no reason you can't play piano again. Maybe you just need to practice. Over the next few days, I couldn't get Gina's words out of my head. Maybe you just need to practice. I remembered that Grandma had told me the same thing. So I pulled out my old music books and sat at the piano and gave it a try. And it turns out, practicing isn't so bad. In fact, it wasn't long before I realized it becomes easier as you go. Plus, with Grandma teaching me over video chat, I actually understood what I was doing and why. I continued taking lessons from Grandma through the rest of high school. Gina and I started hanging out again. I even saved up my allowance to get us tickets to travel to the electron microscope lab that was 2 states away. Gina was right all along. My life wasn't over, it was just different. Now, you might be wondering, whatever happened to Zach? At first, I thought he was avoiding me after the talent show disaster, but then come to find out, he'd left town, and no one really knew why. I eventually stopped asking about Zach. I was too busy with school and piano for boys anyway. By the 12th grade, I was finally ready to play piano in front of an audience. You should enter the talent show. I don't know. Come on, you can do it. I think you could even win. Gina kept insisting, so I decided to sign up. The line was huge. Ashley and the other cheerleaders were in front of me. If we do the same routine from regionals, we'll blow the roof off this place. And that trophy is ours. I edged my way through the group, wrote my name at the bottom of the list, and the word piano beside it. Since when do you have talent, Elsie? Since I started practicing music. Then why do I seem to remember your spectacular failure last year? Didn't that bump on the head, turn you stupid or whatever? No, look at the dummy. She can't even speak. Get ready to lose, loser. You don't stand a chance against us. I stayed up all night practicing. On the night of the competition, I waited backstage for my turn. The moment Ashley and the cheerleaders took the stage, they were incredible. Even though I would play Beethoven, my little piano piece didn't stand a chance. And right before my performance, the power went out. Great! I took a deep breath and stepped on stage. Cell phone flashlights and displays blinked on throughout the audience, like a brilliant starfield. I sat at the piano. There was just enough light to see the keys. I played the famous Beethoven piece to oohs and ahs and a standing ovation that led to winning the talent competition. I'd done it, not from a freak accident, but for real. Oh, and there was even a nice bonus. I ran into Zach in the lobby afterward.
You were amazing.
Thanks, but where have you been all this time?
China. Exchange student program. I wanted to keep in touch, but everything happened so fast and it was my only chance. I couldn't even look you up on social media because the government restrictions kept me totally off grid. Really glad to be back though.
Me too.
Can I ask you something?
Sure.
Do you give lessons?
Only if you practice. Shall we say Wednesday after school?
It's a date.
I was enjoying my ice cream cone when I heard screaming and saw people running from a nearby bank. Most girls would go for safety, but I am not like most girls. I ran towards the bank and saw a robber in a ski mask holding a hostage. I had to think fast. I pulled my hood over my head, hid my ice cream cone around my back, and entered the bank. Nobody move! I'm robbing this bank! The robber turned around, totally confused.
This is awkward. I'm actually robbing this place, so...
No way! What a coincidence! Let's team up.
Sorry, sister. I work alone.
As the robber moved his gun to talk to me, I threw my ice cream, splattering him in the face. I moved like the Flash, grabbed his gun, pointed it at him, and he surrendered immediately. Hi, I'm Astrid, and all I've ever wanted to be is a hero. Fun fact, I'm actually the youngest girl to ever go through Navy SEAL training. Well, thanks to my military family. I'm the youngest girl of 5 brothers, all in the Marines. I know what you're thinking. Wow, that's military training in itself, right? And you are so right. But before I continue my truly action-packed girl power story, please like and subscribe. Everyone was telling me how heroic I was. I felt amazing until I overheard one handsome guy in the crowd respond.
Wow, she's amazing! Yeah, she's brave, but also stupid to put herself and others in danger. She should have let the police handle it.
What was his deal? I turned towards that jerk to give him a piece of my mind, but a muscular hand grabbed my arm and pulled me away. My eyes sparkled with excitement when I realized that hand belonged to Aiden, my oldest brother's best friend from boot camp. And I totally had the biggest crush on him ever since I saw him hugging my brother at his graduation.
Wow, Astrid. I was in the area and saw everything. Can I take you out for lunch?
Pinch me, because Aiden just asked me out on a date. Ah!
Are you okay?
Sir, yes, sir. I followed Aiden to a nearby park where he had rented a rowboat for us. This was my notebook moment, minus the dying grandparents. I prepared myself for Aiden's love confession when he leaned in. I readied my lips.
Now that we're alone, I wanted to offer you a job on behalf of the president.
What?
I work in secret operations, and there's a job you'd be perfect for. Have you ever considered going undercover?
Like a spy? Not really.
We've been chasing this exotic animal trader known as Wildcat Carla. We think she just stole a bunch of albino tigers from a nature preserve and wants to turn them into coats.
What a monster! But wait, the president cares that much about animals?
Actually, the president wants her in jail for other things as well, but they're top secret.
Ah.
We also discovered she's looking for a housekeeper, and we need to get you on the inside.
So, you want me to pretend to be a housekeeper just to collect evidence on this Carla Cat girl? Just because I'm a girl doesn't mean I'm good at cleaning.
No, but you were raised by a military family, and I've been to your house. It's spotless.
He had a point. We have a saying at home, cleanliness is close to godliness.
We need a girl so it's not suspicious, especially one who can defend herself just in case. Someone I can trust completely, and it's only you who comes to mind.
Mind? I wish I was closer to his heart than his mind.
And if you're able to confirm that Carla has the tigers, we'll pay you $3 million.
I'm in. That wasn't a bad deal. I got the job easily, but when I showed up, I realized this place was a dump. No wonder no one else wanted this job. I turned a corner cleaning when, crash! I slammed into one Mr. Tall, Dark, and Handsome. To my shock, it was the same jerk who called me stupid after I had saved all those people at the bank. Thankfully, he didn't recognize me. Achoo! Then this thirst trap started sneezing everywhere. Suddenly, Wildcat Carla came running in. What have you done, you stupid girl? My son, Mason, is highly allergic to dust. And he sneezed right on Carla's face. I'll fix this. I grabbed Mason and ran to the bathroom, throwing him into the shower as fast as I could. As water poured down on us, Mason stopped sneezing. If he wasn't known as a jerk, or I was so worried about keeping my job, I would have considered this romantic. I turned off the water, but Mason kept blinking at me. You good?
Yeah, you saved me.
You can stay, for now. And Carla disappeared back into the darkness.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I'm just a housekeeper. But if I save a few lives, I guess that's a win-win.
No, I mean about my mom. She can be a lot. Sure you're up for this?
Why wouldn't I be?
You look delicate, and it's a tough job.
And then I grabbed him with one hand and pulled him to his feet in one swoop. Mason was floored, literally. How's that for delicate? I walked off like the awesome boss I am. The look on Mason's face told me he would not make that mistake again. The next day when sweeping, I saw Carla enter a suspicious warehouse on the edge of her property. I was just done setting up some microphones when…
Well, if it isn't my hot housekeeper.
The name is Astrid.
I'm throwing a party here tonight and I want you to clean it up for me, since you are my employee.
And then, with a flip of his hair, he walked away before I could answer. I showed up to the party that night with a new +1, my mop. Romantic, right? But Mason's friends were bigger jerks than he was. They started having mess-making contests and would force me to clean up after them, laugh, then make a mess all over again. You better stop unless you want me to kick all of your butts. Before I could even wind up my fist, Mason snapped his fingers and security escorted those losers out.
She is my housekeeper, not yours!
Hello? I don't need you to fight my battles for me. I can clean up after myself. But as I stepped forward to give it to him, I slipped on a spilled drink and clumsily fell into Mason's arms. My face instantly flushed.
Looks like you need to be a better housekeeper. Want to dance?
But before I could reject him, this pretty girl pulled Mason away and started dancing with him. Ew! Don't dance with the help, dance with me. My stomach clenched. What a rude and privileged girl. But also, oh no, was this jealousy I was feeling? Stop it, Astrid. Don't get attached. Suddenly, this muscular dude came up to the two of them and pulled Mason away.
That's my girlfriend, jerk!
He threw a punch at Mason. Out of instinct, I jumped in, blocked it, then flipped the bully onto a nearby table, shattering it. Mason looked at me like I was Wonder Woman.
How did you do that?
My parents taught me karate straight out of the womb. It wasn't a total lie.
That was incredible! I want you to teach me how to fight, just like that, starting tomorrow.
Wait, what? That night, I called Aiden and told him everything.
Astrid, you can't get involved with Mason. His mother's a criminal.
I'm not getting involved. I want you, dummy.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. You should get Mason to fall in love with you. Maybe then he'll tell you his mother's secrets.
I don't want to be his girlfriend. He's called me stupid when I saved everyone at the bank.
You're undercover, Astrid. This is your chance to get him back, make him fall in love with you, and then show him who's really stupid.
I guess he had a point. The next morning, Mason burst into my room as excited as a schoolgirl.
Training time, it's Astrid and Mason's training time.
Gosh, he was annoying. But why did he look cute being excited? Ugh, focus, Astrid. Aiden's idea was already paying off because Mason took me into the warehouse through a key card he kept in his jacket. Noted. But inside, no tigers. Show me what you got. And what he had was pathetic. Mason got tired after 2 tiny punches. You're gonna need more focus if you want to defend yourself.
Yeah, I know. Mom tried to teach me how to fight once. I got 1 punch in and she spent 3 hours telling me everything I did wrong for 1 punch. She was right, I should just give up.
No, Mason, you have what it takes. Just, you have to believe in yourself. You got this. He got back up, more confident than before. Sure, he wasn't perfect by the end of the day, but he had thrown some solid hits. He even hugged me.
Thank you for believing in me.
Anytime?
Hey, my mom wants you to come with me to her zoo tomorrow.
I'm in. This was the first big lead I had in weeks. But when we pulled up, a protesting group of animal lovers blocked the entrance. They had signs accusing Mason's mom of animal cruelty. Mason instantly turned the car around. He didn't speak for the whole drive back. He seemed embarrassed. We got back into Mason's and he looked really sad, so I grabbed his hand and my heart fluttered a bit. Is everything okay?
I have to be honest with you, Astrid. My mom didn't actually order you to come to the zoo with me. I like you, and I was worried you'd say no. You're the strongest, most beautiful girl I've ever met.
Aw, thanks.
My mom's been accused of some bad stuff. None of it is true, but I understand if you don't want to be with me.
Mason, I work for your mom, and I don't want her to get the wrong idea. I had to wrap this mission up as soon as possible. I knew Aiden said I could hurt him, but that doesn't mean I should. Besides, I actually started to like him. That night, when Mason was asleep, I snuck into his room and stole his key card from his jacket. I entered the warehouse, but a hand grabbed me and turned me around. It was Mason!
Astrid, how did you get my key card?
You gave me this.
What? When?
I panicked, grabbed his shirt, and kissed him as hard as I could. Mason, I changed my mind. I am madly in love with you.
I knew it.
I guess I had distracted him well because he only said,
I have a surprise for you tomorrow.
The next day, I was shocked to see a helicopter waiting for us. Mason flew us up to have the most romantic dinner of my life on top of a frozen mountain.
I had the chef make you one of everything, since I wasn't sure what was your favorite.
He held out a rose like the absolute gentleman I realized he was. I really have to pee. I called Aiden, but he was totally aloof.
For all we know, those tigers could be coats by now due to your puppy love routine.
I'm just doing what you told me to do.
Well, do it better. You're running out of time.
The next morning, I woke up with a horrible cold, probably from the snow, and Mason was sitting on the edge of my bed staring at me like I was an art exhibit.
I should have brought you a coat too. This is all my fault. Let me take care of you.
And before I could say anything, Mason sprung into action. Wow, you're really good at this.
I love nursing things back to health. Did you know I always wanted to be a vet?
No way.
Way? I love animals so much. Their cute little faces, they're the best. I would never do anything to hurt them.
You can still be a vet if you want.
You don't understand. After my dad left us, there was only Mom, so I couldn't say no to her. And she wanted me to follow her footsteps in her business.
And what kind of business is that?
If I show you, will you promise to keep it a secret?
I nodded. This was my chance. And Mason pulled me out of bed. He took me inside the warehouse and used his key card to open the secret door behind a punching mat. Whoa!
Shh! Mom can't know I took you here.
We walked down some secret steps into a huge pen where I was confronted with all the tigers. I instantly took a pic and hit send to Aiden. Gotcha.
Hey, you can't do that!
Sorry, just instinct.
Well, just don't send them to anyone. My mom is protecting these endangered animals from being experimented on.
Are you sure?
Yes, of course. That's what she told me.
Had I just made a huge mistake? Maybe Mason's mom wasn't the Cruella de Vil I was told she was. Gotta pee again. I ran up the stairs and called Aiden.
Great job, Astrid. The special agents are on their way because of you.
Tell the police to stay where they are. Carla is protecting the tigers, not turning them into coats.
He's lying to you, Astrid.
I don't... Suddenly, 2 strong hands grabbed me. It was Carla. I knew I never should have hired you.
Mom, let go of my girlfriend!
We turned to see Mason standing in the corner, distraught. Some girlfriend? This little double agent just called the cops on Mommy's operation.
Astrid? You what?
I can explain, Mason. Your mom wanted to turn the tigers into coats, not save them.
Mom, is this true?
And by the sheer look on Carla's face, I could tell it was true. Just then, the military burst into the warehouse, arrested her, and rounded up all the tigers safely. And then a familiar arm wrapped itself around me.
Great work, Astrid. It takes a lot to pretend to fall in love with someone just to get information out of them. You've earned this.
and he handed me a suitcase filled with cash. I turned around to see Mason staring at me. Aiden got to him first, though.
She's come a long way from that stupid girl at the bank, hasn't she?
What? That was you? I knew you looked familiar.
Mason, wait, it's not what you think.
I can't believe I trusted you, Astrid. I gave you my heart, and you locked my mom up.
Mason, I'm sorry. I like you.
Yeah, right. You think I believe you after you just lied to my face for months? Goodbye, Astrid. Forever.
I couldn't blame him for blowing up on me, but he didn't realize that I had actually fallen in love with him during everything. The next week, Aiden asked me out. This was everything I thought I wanted, yet why did I feel so sad about Mason? He took me out on a rowboat again, but this time he leaned in and said,
The president wants to hire you as a full-time secret agent, if you want.
What? I thought you were gonna tell me you loved me.
Oh, Astrid, I do love you. Just not in that way. Didn't you know your brother and I are a couple?
I was definitely happy for them, but I also felt silly for obsessing over Aiden for years. Clearly, I wasn't his type.
So, what's it gonna be? You want the job?
But I politely turned him down. Going undercover wasn't worth it if it meant hurting someone I cared about. I texted Mason a novel of an apology, but he blocked my number. I guess I deserved it. A few years later, I was walking in the park when I saw our hurt baby bird. I wrapped it gently in my handkerchief and was pointed to the best animal hospital in town. When I arrived there, I was shocked to see Mason tending to a sick hamster. My heart raced. It had been too long. I pushed the door open and Mason looked up. For a split second, our eyes locked. The world seemed to fade, then reality set back in. I found this little one and thought you'd be able to help. I heard you're the best in town. Mason smiled softly.
Always the hero, huh, Astrid?
As we looked at each other, the weight of our past seemed both heavy and distant. I'm sorry, Mason. Not just for how things ended, but for everything.
It hurt, Astrid. Not just what happened with my mother, but thinking that everything between us was just an act.
It wasn't. Not all of it. Not the moments that truly mattered. Mason took a deep breath, releasing the bird, which flew away.
Second chances are rare, but I believe everyone deserves one.
Even someone like me? He reached out, wiping away a tear with his thumb.
Especially for someone like you.
The room suddenly felt lighter, and we both felt hopeful. We knew there were tough times ahead, but together, it felt like we could do anything.
Hi, I'm Ariana from New York. Please like and subscribe. When I opened my eyes to this world, the first person I saw was my dad. And since that moment, I adored him and he loved me like crazy. He gave me everything a girl could dream of. I loved my mom too, but she was a little harder to like. She had a serious problem. She wanted everything clean. I mean, really clean. Like when I was 4, Dad smudged a piece of birthday cake all over my face, and Mom went ballistic. Oh God, she's all dirty now. I'll have to bathe her all over again. Why'd you do that, John? Oh, come on, it's her birthday. We're just having fun. Mom and Dad would always argue because she was such a clean freak. She took the fun out of everything we did. Once in 2nd grade, my school had a mother-daughter bake-off event, and Mom wore plastic gloves the whole time, and she was so picky about everything. Are you sure you washed the bowl properly? Twice, with hot water?
Yes, Mom. I washed it like 10 times already. Now, can we start baking? Because everyone is way ahead of us.
But these spoons look like they need to be sanitized. I got so mad that I took the spoon and licked it.
There. Now it's sanitized.
Mom looked like she was about to freak out. I felt bad, so I got a new spoon and washed it well to ease her mind. But Dad and I had so much more in common. We laughed at the same jokes, watched the same movies, and we enjoyed our PlayStation challenges.
Beat you again.
Ah, how'd you become so good?
I learned from the best.
Ha, you got that right. But my world turned around in 7th grade when my parents decided to get a divorce. I knew they fought a lot, but I hadn't seen this coming. It broke my heart when he moved out. I still saw him every day, and I was slowly adjusting to this new life when Dad dropped another bombshell on me a few months later. He introduced me to his new girlfriend, Amanda. She looked like she was a college graduate, and she was super pretty. I disliked her instantly. Oh, hi, cutie pie. You're just as adorable as your daddy said. Here, I got you a present. Why was she talking to me like I was 5? Thanks, but it's not my birthday. Oh, I know when your birthday is. But one can give presents at any time, right? I reluctantly pulled out a t-shirt, which was cute, but I just shoved it back in the bag and dropped it on the ground. I don't think we have the same taste. You can return it.
Ariana, you need to be nice to Amanda because she's being nice to you.
And from that day, Amanda was like a pimple that wouldn't go away. Every time I visited Dad, she was there, trying to act like we were a happy family. She also kept smothering me with gifts and her fake love, just so I would like her. But I hated her because she took my dad away from me. And even worse, Dad married her a year later. I was still struggling to deal with all of this, so I created a YouTube channel called Dads and Daughters. When I showed it to Dad, he loved it. And every day after school, he'd pick me up and we would create cool ideas together for the show. Once in 9th grade, Dad and I were at a restaurant, and when he went to the bathroom, his phone started buzzing. It was Amanda. You know he's at dinner with me. Can't you let us have some time alone?
Ariana, please give the phone to your dad. I don't have to explain myself to you.
And I don't have to give your message. I hung up and switched off Dad's phone. He didn't notice until the end of dinner that his phone was off. And when he switched it on, he looked shocked at his messages.
Oh my God, Amanda fell down the stairs. She's been trying to get in touch with me for 2 hours.
And when Amanda told him she'd spoken to me, he was furious. He'd never been angry at me before, and now he was practically shouting.
You will apologize to her or I'll cancel our YouTube show. I mean it.
I went up to their bedroom where Amanda was sitting up in bed. I'm sorry, Amanda, I guess. I was about to leave when she suddenly grabbed my wrist. You better listen to me clearly, Brett. I'm here to stay whether you like me or not. And if you keep behaving this way, you won't be welcome in our house anymore. It's my dad's house. And mine. Don't mess with me again, Ariana, if you know what's good for you. Just then Dad walked in and she was all smiles. She was more evil than I thought. She would definitely try to push me out of Dad's life. And just a few days later, Dad told me that he and Amanda had some big news.
You're gonna be a big sister soon, Ariana.
A big sister to what? Your dad and I are having a baby. Isn't that great? Did they expect me to be happy? All I felt was anger and heartbreak, but I managed a small smile. Congratulations! And soon after, when the baby was born, Dad looked at her the same way he looked at me and called her his little princess. That's what he used to call me. He was too busy being a new dad to shoot more episodes for our channel, and I decided I needed to stay away from him and his family. Amanda had won. Maybe Mom noticed that I was really downcast because one day after dinner, she said the two of us should go out for ice cream. I could see she was trying to connect, and I agreed. She wore her gloves as usual anytime she went out, but it didn't bother me anymore. I'd learned to accept her the way she was. So tell me, what's bugging you? I feel like Dad doesn't love me anymore. Oh, honey, that's not true. You'll always be his little princess. No, he has another princess now. Mom stayed quiet at that and just hugged me tight, and then she gave me some news. A girl from Thailand will be attending your school on an exchange program, and she'll be living with us for some time. Are you okay with that? Mom worked in a company that dealt with exchange students, but it was the first time we'd had one as a guest. As long as I don't have to share my room, I guess it would be cool. A week later, we fetched Macy from the airport. She was a short, cute girl my age, and she was so excited when she saw us. Hi, I'm Macy. It's so nice to meet you. You're both so pretty. She hugged me and Mom, and the whole ride home, she just wouldn't stop talking. The flight was so long. I'm so excited about school tomorrow. Have you ever been to Thailand? No, but Oh, it's such a beautiful place. You should visit. Maybe when I go back for the holidays, you can come with me. Wouldn't that be fun? Yeah, it would, I guess. Gosh, I had to live with this chatterbox for the next 12 months. And the next morning, she woke me up at 4 a.m. so that we could go jogging. Couldn't even say no because she was our guest and I was trying to be nice. When I showed Macy around school on her first day, she spoke to just about everyone. I was quite popular at school because of the YouTube show, and it felt a bit embarrassing that she said anything that came into her head. I could see people laughing at her. Later that day when school ended, I couldn't find her anywhere. That's when she texted me to come rescue her because some kids had locked her up in the janitor's closet. Listen, Macy, things are different here. People here don't just start talking to strangers, and we don't talk that fast. We let others speak and listen to them.
Okay, so I shouldn't speak?
No, you can speak, just not so much.
Oh, I see. But those girls were really mean to me, and I hadn't said anything mean to them.
I know, people can just be jerks sometimes. Just then, I spotted Dad's car and he was waving at me. He said he'd been wanting to catch up with me, and I was really surprised and happy. That is, till I saw the new baby was with him. Ugh. Amanda apparently had an appointment with the doctor, and Dad was taking care of my baby sister, Kara. I introduced him to Macy, and then he took us to the aquarium. Dad picked up Kara from her seat and held her in front of me.
Ariana, can you hold her for a moment?
What? I don't know how to hold a baby.
Don't worry, I can do it. She's so cute.
Thank God for Macy. She looked like she was really good with babies. And then Dad put Kara in her stroller. Macy was excitedly taking pictures of everything. And Dad and I just walked quietly through the aquarium. Things had changed between us, and we didn't have much to say to each other anymore. Just then his phone rang. It was Amanda. Our trip was over, and he dropped us home.
You don't like your baby sister very much, do you?
I never said that.
Come on, you didn't even look at her. I'm not blind. I can tell when someone...
And suddenly, I just lost my temper. Can't you ever be quiet? I thought we spoke about this earlier. Please, just leave me alone. I just stormed off to my room, and I didn't even go down for supper that night. And the next day, I sneaked off to school without Macy. I wasn't really angry with her, just my situation with Dad. When she arrived at school, she left a note on my desk and then quickly sat down. The note read, "Sorry for talking too much." I looked back at her and she smiled. She was an odd person with a big heart, and I couldn't help smiling back. As we sat down during recess, the same girls who'd locked her the day before walked up to us.
Hey, Ariana, you still have your walking, talking parrot with you? Aren't your ears bleeding by now with her nonstop chatter?
No, I really like listening to her, but your voice is giving me a headache, so please go away and get a life. But just then, the girl dunked her juice on Macy's head, and I pounced on her. As we rolled around fighting, Macy came running and sprayed ketchup all over the girl's face.
Don't hurt Ariana, you witch!
We all ended up in detention, but it was totally worth it. Hey, thanks for standing up for me and saving my butt again. I should have never told you to act differently. Just be yourself, okay? Oh, what a mistake that was. It was hard to stop her, especially when we watched MSA videos together on YouTube. She had a running commentary going the whole time. Soon after, it was my 16th birthday, but Mom wasn't keen on having a party at home because of the mess, so Macy and I just went out to celebrate. As we were shopping at the mall, we bumped into Amanda and Kara. Macy immediately went all gaga over the baby, but I just stood on the side silently. Happy birthday, Ariana.
Oh, you must be Ariana's stepmom. It's so nice to finally meet you.
I hated the word stepmom. I didn't want her to be anything to me. Come on, Macy, let's go. Wait a second. It's funny that I bumped into you. I just bought you a gift. No thanks. I don't want anything from you. Why are you always like this, Ariana? I've really tried. Can you drop the fake nice act, please? The only thing you've tried to do is steal my dad, and you succeeded. Have you forgotten that you threatened me? Ariana, I was angry with you then. I didn't really mean anything. Before she could finish, I just started walking quickly. I heard Macy calling my name, but I wanted to get away from Amanda. Suddenly, I heard a scream, and I turned to see Macy slip on something and fall to the ground. I rushed over to her, and she was unconscious. Amanda quickly called an ambulance and went to the hospital with me. I was so anxious as I sat there waiting that I just couldn't stop tapping my foot. Amanda sat next to me and took my hand silently, and I felt better. The doctor came soon and said Macy had a minor concussion, and that she was okay. When I went to her room, she was sitting up in bed. As I sat next to her, Macy took off the locket she was wearing. I want to tell you something, Ariana. I had a baby sister too, and she was 3 years younger than me. She was my best friend, and then she died 2 years ago. My eyes welled up as I looked at her sister's picture. I carry her around with me everywhere. Love the people around you while you can, so you never have any regrets. I hugged her tight, and we both cried. The doctor said she could go home, and I found Amanda was still waiting outside for us. She drove us back home. When we got there, the house was pitch dark. I guess the lights are out. Just as I opened the door, the lights came on and many people yelled, "Surprise!" It was my birthday party, and Dad was there along with my friends from school. Mom, I thought you didn't want to get the house dirty.
Don't worry, I'll sanitize the place once the party's over.
I hugged Mom and Dad, and then I turned to Amanda. Thank you for being there for me today. And I'm sorry for how I've treated you. I really am. Can I give you your present now? You already did. I picked up my baby sister and hugged her tight.